Crypto. A turbulent world full of risks and opportunities. Discover it through a trusted platform. Join the 1 million Dutch users of Bitfavo, the crypto exchange of the Netherlands. Crypto starts with Bitfavo.
What is intelligent industry with Capgemini? We could tell you it's how our team of experts help you use 5G, AI, and IoT to connect intelligent devices, factories, and software ecosystems to harness the power of data and foster innovation. But in human terms, it's business and tech.
So making our products intelligent really does make life
easier, better,
really working in sync. Capgemini. Get the future you want.
The content you create works harder across more channels, while you work smarter with powerful tools for workflows, editing, and even building your own apps. Say hello to a better way to build and deliver digital experiences. Contentful.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
AGGrid's high-performance JavaScript data grid works with Angular, Vue, and React. It easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Crypto. A turbulent world full of risks and opportunities. Discover it through a trusted platform. Join the 1 million Dutch users of Bitfavo, the crypto exchange of the Netherlands. Crypto starts with Bitfavo.
What is intelligent industry with Capgemini? We could tell you it's how our team of experts help you use 5G, AI, and IoT to connect intelligent devices, factories, and software.
Ahoy, hoy, JS Nation. Welcome to the conference. My name is Nick Nisi. I'm with JS Party, and I'm here at the conference to give you a view of what it's like to be at an in-person conference again. We've had an amazing time coming out of the pandemic, and we're here doing live conferences again. It's a lot of fun. There's a lot of people here, and it's just an amazing time. So starting right here, this is where you come in and get registered. We've got your name tags, we've got your badges, you can get your swag, get everything set up and get ready to come into the conference. And then from here, the first thing that you see, they've thought of everything. There is a working zone, so if you have to take an on-call ticket or you just need a break from being super social all day, this is the great place to be. There's power, there's internet, there's a TV, so you can watch the talks as they're happening, so you don't have to miss a thing. You can take care of it all right here. Now, coming with me here, we've got this amazing wall of sponsors, lots of sponsors that are telling you about their company, their products. Most likely they're hiring. There's lots of great opportunities here, lots of great ways to network. It's just a really good time. Having it back in conference, in person, it's going to be an amazing time. And we've got an amazing setup here with a photo booth. We've got ways to contribute to the wall here. You can draw a picture on the JSNation logo. Just lots of fun. There's a job board, lots of people here. Hey, sir, how's it going?
Let's go.
What's your name?
Guido.
Guido, nice to meet you. Are you local?
Yeah, I'm quite local, yeah.
Nice. How are you enjoying the conference?
Very good, actually.
Yeah.
It's a pretty good one.
Awesome. Is this your first conference back since the pandemic?
The second one.
Second one. Awesome. How's this one going?
It's great. Yeah. It's. I've been to the other one was not quite as good as this one.
Awesome.
And,
what's your favorite talk today so far?
the one from Sneak with the security.
Nice.
It was quite a good one, a useful one, very useful one.
Awesome. Well, enjoy the conference and have a great time.
Thank you.
All right, so coming along here, we've got a bar. We're set up here for lunch, so everybody's grabbing food, grabbing drinks, and just getting their food on, getting their networking on as we get the conference rolling here again. So coming through here, we've got more people just having a great time. I'm gonna talk to somebody right here. Hey, hey, excuse me, how's it going?
Fine.
Good, what's your name?
Serafima.
Nice to meet you. Are you having a great time at the conference?
Yeah, it's
Awesome.
nice. Really interesting topics, a lot of interesting topics.
Awesome, yeah. Is this your first conference back since the pandemic?
Yeah,
And how's it going so far?
nice. Without any problems.
Awesome. And one more question. What's your favorite thing about JavaScript right now?
Do you mean about topics today?
Oh, just the language in general. What do you enjoy about it?
Because a lot of opportunities to do something nice.
Absolutely, yeah. The JavaScript is on everything. It's everywhere, and it's for everyone. So thank you so much. All right, cool. So walking over here, we've got the residence track. This is where amazing talks are happening by amazing speakers. We've got Colby Fayak, we've got Amy Bass, we've got Mael Neeson. We've got lots of great speakers here. There's lightning talks, lots of things going on. That's the secondary track right here, and just amazing things happening. Walking along this way, we've got more great things going on. One thing that we mentioned in that interview is that JavaScript is for everyone. It's just an amazing thing, and one proof of that is art with JavaScript, which is happening on this screen right now. Lots of art happening, lots of generative digital art, and this is also where you can catch the talks. If you're in this hall, you can have great time eating, grabbing a snack, grabbing a coffee, while not missing a thing because the talk is happening right there. So let's keep going, looking at these sponsors right over here. We've got some awesome gaming setups happening with a full racing gaming rig and an arcade machine with a custom game that's written in JavaScript, presumably. Oh, they're racing over here. Are you winning? That's awesome. Yeah. Well, I'm just here to distract you. How are you enjoying the conference?
No, it's okay.
Awesome. And I caused him to crash, so great success. Sorry about that. Enjoy the conference. Excuse me. All right, so coming over here, we've got an amazing setup right here. Here's the man. I want to talk to this guy right here. This is Getify. This is Kyle Simpson. Kyle, how's it going?
Hello. Hi.
I just have to tell you that you were probably the first JavaScript speaker I saw in 2010, probably at Strange Loop.
Oh, yeah, I remember Strange Loop.
Yeah, you were talking about Lab.js, I think?
Yeah, that was a dynamic script loader that I had written way back in the day.
Yeah, and you're giving a talk today, right after lunch, right?
I am, yes. Confessions from an Imposter.
If you're an imposter, there's no hope for me, so that's amazing. Are you enjoying the conference so far?
Yeah, it's been some really great talks so far. Yeah, it's been great.
Awesome. And you've been doing conferences for a while now. You're also involved in conferences. How are you enjoying this one?
This one's a really great, this is my second time here because I was here a few years back, and it's even better. What a fantastic venue. They do a great job organizing it. It's a great conference.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for chatting with us, and have a great time at your talk. Good luck. All right, so over here, this is where some of the magic happens for the online folks as well. We've got these speaker Q&A areas, and this is where you can ask your question. If you're in person, you can come up to the speakers here after their talks, give them a question, talk with them about their talk. It's amazing. But also, if you're online, there's computers set up, there's microphones. They can chat with you right here. They can answer your questions. You can compete with the folks here. We're going to jack them into the matrix and get it all set up and going. It's going to be a great time. Make sure you take advantage of that to get your questions answered by the speakers as they're happening. And now we'll walk right over here. Hey, sir, how's it going? You heading to the conference hall? Awesome. What's your name?
Luis.
Luis, nice to meet you. Where are you from?
Spain.
Spain. Awesome. Nice. Is this your first conference back?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Great. What is what's your favorite part of JavaScript? Like, is it front end, back end?
Front end, I would say.
What's your favorite framework?
React.
React. Awesome. Are you coming tomorrow?
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. Let's head back this way, and we're going to see the main conference hall. Now, this is the proverbial conference hallway track. It's pretty empty right now because everybody's at lunch, but this is where the magic happens. This is where you can do all of the networking, talk to everyone, meet people, get job opportunities, talk to people about your product, your projects. All of that happens right here in the hallway talk. And then right here is the main conference venue. Now, this is amazing. There are so many seats in here. There's not a bad seat in the house either because there are two screens, one right in the middle above me, and there's another one right at the front. There are plenty of seats for everyone. You can bring your laptop, you can talk, you can chat with everyone. There is also seats at the back with desks so that you can bring your laptop, you can get work done as you're going, and also enjoy the talks at the same time. Now let's come up here and look at the stage, see what's going on. We're at lunch again, so we're getting everything ready to come back, and then we're going to be online and have the post-lunch track going on with Kyle Simpson, who we just chatted with, and we're going to just have a great time. Now, one other thing I wanted to point out is this amazing setup. There are professional studio lights here. Everything looks great. You can see the slides really well. You can see the speakers really well. And every speaker feels like a rock star as they're coming in. They get an amazing light show and an amazing soundtrack to walk up to. And the MCs are doing a great job of getting everyone introduced and getting the conference rolling with everything. So we're having a really great time. And we hope that you have a great time as well with the online version. So enjoy the conference.
AGGrid's high-performance JavaScript data grid works with Angular, Vue, and React. It easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Crypto. A turbulent world full of risks and opportunities. Discover it through a trusted platform. Join the 1 million Dutch users of Bitfavo, the crypto exchange of the Netherlands. Crypto starts with Bitfavo.
What is intelligent industry with Capgemini? We could tell you it's how our team of experts help you use 5G, AI, and IoT to connect intelligent devices, factories, and software ecosystems to harness the power of data and foster innovation. But in human terms, it's business and tech.
So making our products intelligent really does make life
easier, better,
really working in sync. Cap Gemini. Get the future you want.
The content you create works harder across more channels, while you work smarter with powerful tools for workflows, editing, and even building your own apps. Say hello to a better way to build and deliver digital experiences. Contentful.
Hello, everyone. Had a good lunch?
Welcome back. So, everyone, raise your hand if you had a good lunch and spilled the sauce on your shirt. Okay, yeah. Okay, nice, nice.
Metin had a little wardrobe change.
Yeah,
It was necessary, yeah. It happens, it's fine, it's fine. So we're gonna redo the intro for the people who have joined us online and for the people who were not quite awake yet this morning. So I see some applause in the front, so appreciate it. Very cool.
We're not crazy and just doing the intro again. We're not crazy.
Let's go. Let's do this. So just to introduce myself real quick, my name is Floor. Hi. I'm a staff developer. I'm a staff developer advocate at Ivan.io, which is a database as a platform company, and I've been with JSNation for a while now, right? We go way back.
Back when we were young, Floor. My name is Metin Parzinski. I am a mediocre developer over at Miro, and I work on the developer enablement team, so I make sure that developers like yourself can make plugins for Miro. So yeah, super excited to do that, but more excited to be here today and hosting all of you. And all of you is all 475 people that have registered to join. So there's a few people here, but you see that camera? Yeah. The white light?
Oh, right. Yeah.
There's like 18,000 more people watching. So crazy numbers, and super excited to have you here. Basically from?
Yeah, from all over the world, right? So all these little dots represent where people come from that have registered. And doesn't that look pretty? We're everywhere. How exciting.
Yeah. It looks like an infection map, basically. But yeah, JavaScript is everywhere, right?
JavaScript is everywhere. It's open source too.
Yeah. I want to take a moment to thank our program committee. If you're not familiar with what they do, program committee basically goes over all the people that have signed up to give a talk here at JSNation. They go over the ideas and the presentations and try to make a nice, educative, diverse program. And well, since we have 19,000 people, over 19,000 people that have registered, I think the program committee did a great job. So thank Ujjwal, Alex, Eleftera, Shivai, Sergey, and Anton for doing a great job. Well, thank you.
Wonderful. And I don't know if you've noticed, but our speakers got wonderful avatars made for them as a speaker gift. And I just love seeing those pop up on the internet. So, you know, definitely when you see these, you know that they're from JSNation, and they're so incredibly pretty, right?
Super cool. So if you have any questions for the speaker that's currently on stage, you can go to slide.do and log in with the code 1620. That's 1620. And just ask your questions. Be sure to change between the residence or community track so that we ask the question to the correct speaker. And at the end of the talk, we will be asking your questions. And also, even if you don't have a question, you can still go there and upvote the question that you think is best, because we will just be asking the top voted questions.
Yeah, and as a reminder, if you're not putting in any questions, we will make up the questions, and maybe you don't want that. So definitely ask your questions. We want to thank our sponsors, Capgemini, AG Grid, and AppWrite. Wonderful sponsors. Without them, we couldn't put on this conference. So please, a little round of applause.
And also our gold sponsors, Focus Reactive, StackHawk, OLX Group, Decentology, Docker, Modus Create, Sneak, Contentful, and Bitvavo. Thanks a lot. And of course, our silver sponsors.
Yeah, no, one more slide is the silver sponsors. So also
Thanks
a big thank to our silver sponsors. Yeah. And our media partners as well. Yeah. Let's combine those in one round.
Yeah, all the people that helped spread the word about this conference. Probably some of you have found out about this conference through our media partners, so thanks a lot. If you're watching online, we would love to see how your setup is. So take a photo and post it on Twitter using the JSNation hashtag. And we'll be looking out for your tweets. And the cool thing is that the best photos will be entered in a raffle to win a JSNation Conference t-shirt or multi-passes. So that means you can get access to like 8 or 9 conferences, all just by posting one picture. So be sure to check it out. And anything you want to tweet about the conference, use the hashtag JSNation.
Yeah, maybe share your snacks or anything. Like, it's not like I care about snacks at all. No. So about that multipass, right? It can give you access to all of these great events that you'll see on the slide behind us, and it's valid for the entire 2022 and 2023 season. So definitely go find out on portal.gitnation.org for more information on these multipasses.
Yeah, great value for money. So for the agenda, you're probably already watching on the website, but let us walk you through how the website works. So if you're logged in, you will see the navigation up top, and you can see 2 tabs with the 2 tracks, the video player and the timeline underneath. And the timeline is interactive and it adjusts to your time zone. And you'll also be in the right place to join the Q&A, because yeah, it's just there.
Look at it, also like the very cute throwback video or picture of last year, where Tobias was our first speaker of today. He was here, but he was also online last year. It was hilarious. Anyway, yeah.
So if you're watching remotely, you can still also hang out with the fellow attendees and some speakers that are joining remotely. You can join the discussion rooms on Spatial Chat. So the speakers will also have some Q&A rooms there. So let us explain how Spatial Chat works a little bit. If you log in there, you can join with your camera and or microphone, and you get a little avatar that you can walk around. And yeah, you just have your avatar and you walk around. But if this avatar moves closer to Tobias, she will hear Tobias's audio more loudly, just like in real life. So it's a super cool tool, so people that are joining remotely, you can watch the conference also on Spatial Chat.
Exactly, and because we always need more modes of interaction, we also have discussion rooms going on today. The 2 ones that are coming up today are on monetization of open source and on WebAssembly. So the way to get to the discussion room here is to go back to registration. There's a balcony and a staircase. You go up the staircase. There's supposedly also a program there.
All right, and also for the remote audience, be sure to join our Discord server. You can find the link on the website or in your email with your invitation. And not to miss any announcements, be sure to join the community track. And if you want to comment on this track, go to community track. The other one is residence track.
And as always, we want everyone to feel safe and welcome during the event. So we have a code of conduct available for you to check out at jsnation.com/COC. Please go read it now if you haven't before. And if you feel that at any point there is a violation of the code of conduct, make sure to send an email to coc@gitnation.org, and we'll get we'll get on it right away. We really don't tolerate any form of harassment in any of our channels. That includes Twitter, the Spatial Chat, Discord, everywhere.
Really important, so be nice. If any of you are maybe secretly, don't tell anyone, looking for a new job, we have great job opportunities lined up for you from our sponsors. So if you're into that or just want to see how the market is, you can go to jsnation.com/jsjobs to see what's out there.
Yeah, and your feedback is very important to us. Otherwise, we can't really improve on the event experience for all of you. So please find a form available to you at jsnation.com/feedback. Take your time to fill that out. Compliments are welcome too, just saying.
Just compliments on how great the MCs are. Much appreciated, much appreciated. So I want to take a moment to thank one of our gold sponsors, Docker. Millions of developers use Docker to build, share, and run applications with an integrated, reliable, and secure workflow that accelerates app delivery from code to the cloud. You can see how at docker.com. All right, well, Floor.
It was a pleasure. I'll leave the stage.
And now it's my pleasure to introduce the next speaker. We have Kyle Simpson joining us all the way from the US, and he's going to be talking to us about the imposter syndrome, which is a bad problem. I hope Kyle doesn't have this problem, but we'll see. Kyle, it's a pleasure, and here's the clicker.
Thank you.
Everyone, give a round of applause for Kyle.
Thank you very much for having me. I am so thrilled to be back here, not the least of which because Amsterdam is definitely the most beautiful city in all of Europe. I've been here many times, and it gets more beautiful every time I come. But I'm also thankful to be back in front of people after 2.5 years of looking at a Zoom camera. I don't know if any of you feel like that, but I'm thrilled to be here, so thank you for coming out. A quick PSA, I no longer use the Getify name on Twitter. I'm not on Twitter anymore, so people are constantly like tweeting and trying to follow that account. It's just a dead account, so I'm known as Getify everywhere else, but not on Twitter. All right, so I'm going to talk to you today about imposter syndrome, yes, but I'm going to try to reframe this discussion. And immediately when you think about imposter, you may be wondering, does he play the game Among Us? But no, that's just my kids that play that game. I'm going to talk to you about being an imposter, and I'm going to try to reframe this because we can see from the definition, a person who practices deception, that this is a negative thing. Automatically, we assume that this is a negative thing. If you are an imposter, you are trying to deceive people. There's a malintent involved. You're trying to deceive the people around you into believing something that's not true. And that's the assumption that we make. And I'm going to try to reframe from being an imposter, like around imposter syndrome. I'm going to try to reframe this to a concept that I'm calling a professional imposter. And I want to say right off the bat that there is definitely a negative way to go about this. This is Frank Abagnale, the Catch Me If You Can, if you've seen that movie or read that book. He made a living literally in being an imposter and pretending to be somebody that he was not. And I'm not talking about that at all. But I do think there is a positive way for us to go about embracing the identity of imposterism. So let's look at this imposter syndrome and compare it to the negativity that surrounds imposterism as we have come to know it. It's a psychological occurrence, so it's something that's happening in our brain, and it's very real, but it presents us with these doubts, and we fear that others are going to find out that our skills are not sufficient. In other words, we think everyone around us is an expert except for us. And I have a little secret for you. There's no experts anywhere. I'm not an expert. You're not an expert. There's no experts, okay? We're all just at various different stages of figuring this out. But it is a very real thing that our brain tries to trick us into believing. So I don't want you to hear any of what I have to say today as diminishing this very real lived experience. I have some disclaimers for you. First of all, I'm not at all a doctor or a psychologist. And I'm not in any way, shape, or form qualified to speak to you about the actual mental problems that come from this, right? And don't hear me to be trying to refute anything that very smart doctors and psychologists have said on the topic. Secondly, I also want to recognize that there are many people, and I see many people out here in this crowd, that are from a people group where you experience this much more disproportionately severely than I would. I definitely have experienced and presently experience imposter syndrome. And as much as I would like to empathize with those of you that are in these different people groups, maybe underrepresented people groups, I can't fully understand that lived experience. And I don't mean to invalidate any of the real problems that you have perhaps dealt with on the topic. Lastly, I also want to say that in the research for this talk, I found that there was tons of fantastic information about imposter syndrome. And I literally started to think, well, maybe I don't even need to say anything about this because there's so much great stuff out there. There's so many fantastic talks and blog posts that have been written, and I was impressed by that research so much that I literally started to doubt maybe I shouldn't just even do the talk. And you might be wondering, well, what does he have to say? So I want to point out one particular resource. This is among many that are out there. One particular resource. This is a blog post by Louise Curtis. It's called, and she identifies this idea called concert imposter syndrome. It's a great metaphor. Like you're at a concert with your favorite band and you're singing along to the lyrics, and then all of a sudden you notice the person to the left or right of you knows more of the lyrics than you do, and all of a sudden you feel like you're not a good enough fan. And she expertly relates that to the experiences that we have in work. And I'm not doing it all justice to it. Read it, go watch the attached TED Talk as well. I strongly recommend that you take it. But I wanted to pull out a couple of quotes here because she turns this into such a positive at the end. When I feel imposter syndrome start to bite, I know this means I'm passionate about something, that I'm surrounded by the right people to help me improve. I love that mindset. If you're feeling like an imposter, you're probably in the best possible position to learn and grow. All you need to do is embrace the experience. And again, after reading this, I thought, maybe I don't have much else to say on the topic other than to point you to that. But I do want to take a different direction. I want to try to add a little bit to our discussion. So I want to take what we traditionally think of as a negative and try to see if we can spin this back into a positive. So I want to go back to this notion of imposter, and we're going to pull out our thesaurus and look at a few words that are synonyms of imposter. In fact, I'm going to weed out all of those ones that are specifically about deceiving people, that have the malintent, that are about trying to create negative for other people. Throw all of those out and see if there's anything positive left over. And a few of these jumped out at me. Specifically, actor and imitator. When we think about an actor or an imitator, we think about that in a positive sense generally. We think of that as entertaining and useful. But it's this third one that I want to call attention to, empiric. That's a word many of you probably don't know specifically, but you'll instantly recognize it as the root of the word empirical. It's a very old and arcane word, and I want to highlight what an empiric is. A person who relies solely on practical experience rather than on scientific principles. Again, as with most things that I'm saying here, there is a positive and a negative to this. If you are an empiric who uses your own observations, and when facts are presented that you don't believe in or you don't agree with, you just completely ignore those and you stay stuck in your own mindset for your entire life or your entire career, that's certainly not the right way to go. But there's another way of thinking about this. Because I think we can think about an empiric, someone who's relying on this practical experience, as unblocking us from feeling like we have to become an expert before we can share what we are doing with others. I hear this a lot. I get somebody will come up to me, and I've even heard it already today. Someone will come up to me and they say, I'm working on this thing, and they fill in the blank. It's a project, it's a talk, it's something. But they say, but it's not quite good enough to show others yet. I don't know if any of you would identify with that, but I certainly have identified with those feelings like, oh, I'm not sure if I'm ready to show this off to the world yet. And I want to give you the same advice that I give everyone when they ask me this question. This is the advice I give them. If you wait until you're a, quote, expert, you waited too long. Why do I say that? It is because it is the journey that is most important. Think about it. If I had stood up here just a moment ago and I'd said, here's why you should listen to me, and I'd listed off all of my credentials and all of my accolades and all of the books that I've sold and all of the great things that I've been privileged, so beyond what I deserve, privileged to achieve in my career, and I'd said, that's why you should listen to me. Would you relate to that? I think not. I think many of you would agree that you relate because you can find a journey that you can go on as well. When you're communicating with someone, not when you're just in an audience and listening to a talk, any form of communication, we as humans relate to each other when we feel like we can go on that journey with the person that we're communicating with. And so when you don't share that journey, when you keep that journey to yourself and you only release it at the end and maybe never, you've robbed all of us of that opportunity to go on that journey with you. And so I encourage you to share early and to share often. Now, I've got a little bit of an illustration here, and they're going to pop up the camera so you can see there in the back. I've brought along a shirt here. It's a shirt that I've got, and I wanted to just illustrate this for you because every week when I do my laundry, surely most of my shirts come inside out from the laundry. I don't even know how that happens, but somehow they get themselves turned inside out. And so I grab my shirt like this, and then I start to pull it through to invert the shirt. And some of you can probably relate to this if you've done laundry before. And so now I've inverted the shirt, and on the inside there it says wrong way. But I want to ask you a question. Did I invert the shirt wrongly by going through this neck hole? Because it's true that I can also go through the sleeve. I can pull the entire shirt all the way through the sleeve, and I end up inverting it that way as well. So which one was the right way or the correct way? Is there a right and a wrong way? If I'm able to get the shirt correctly turned out so that I can hang it up, is that not good enough? In fact, we know that the easiest way is to turn it from the bottom. It goes so much easier when you pull it through the larger hole at the bottom. But all three ways accomplish the same task. They all invert the shirt. Now, it turns out, we can go back to my slides now, I'm done with the demonstration. It turns out that there's some fantastic math. It's really interesting. There's math around why you can pull a garment like this or any kind of 3D sort of thing through the different holes. And I Googled some of this. I have no idea what any of these things mean, okay? So I can't teach you the math behind it. But yet, without understanding the math behind it, I intuitively know how to invert a shirt. And if I do it through one of the holes versus one of the other ones, it might have been slightly easier or slightly harder, but did I not accomplish the same outcome? And is perhaps that not just good enough? And that's kind of one of the things I want you to think about through the rest of this talk, is maybe we've been putting too high of a standard on things. And maybe we should be saying, when I'm able to get a task done, maybe that's good enough. Maybe it's good enough to start. Now, I want you to hear me, because it is true that doing is often the best way to learn, but don't forsake that word learn. Don't feel that what I'm saying is just do, and never learn, never try to improve. I've spent my whole career trying to encourage people to improve, and it is preferable for you to eventually understand better what it is you're doing. That's much better. But maybe we don't have to wait for that full understanding just to get started. So, I have this really complicated graph for you, so be prepared. If you do, it leads to learning, and if you learn, it leads to doing. That's it. That's the whole science behind this entire talk, is that we can start with doing, and that can lead to learning, and then the learning can lead to more doing, and so on and so on. It's not actually any more complicated than that. So I want to redefine this notion of imposter. I want to define professional imposter in this positive way that is about us trying to move forwards in our career. And I'm going to suggest to you, this is not just a nice to have, maybe a good thing. This is critical. That nothing would get done in our industry or anywhere in the world if people did not actually inherently do before they have become an expert at it. So a professional imposter I define this way: passionate enough to do early and often, patiently evolving, observed experience into expertise, and always curious and willing to ask how and even why. And I don't know about you, but that is the identity that I want to strive towards. That's what I want somebody to say about me when I'm long gone, is that that's the mark that I left. And so if you're like me and if you believe the same thing that I do, I've launched this little effort that I'm calling Imposter Proud. I'm an imposter, and you too can be an imposter. And if you're interested in reading more about that, this website has the Professional Imposter Manifesto, and you can sign on to that. A little over 200 people have already signed it, and I encourage all of you to go and visit that and read more about what I'm talking about. We'll have the slides from my talk today. All right, so that sets us up then, because you're surely wondering at this point, this is supposed to be about confessions, and it is time for some confessions. I am an imposter in nearly every part of the technical disciplines of our industry, and I'm going to show you exactly why I believe that to be true. Let's start with web design. I'm going to, just as a kind of a little bit of a trigger warning here, this is about to be some really terrible design that I'm going to show you. These are the first 2 websites that I ever built. Oh God, they're awful. Somebody paid me to build both of those websites back in like 2000, and I went and found them on the web archive, and then I was like, oh God, why does the web archive have to keep all of my previous mistakes? Now, I hope that in the ensuing 20 years since this, I hope that I've gotten maybe a little bit better at doing design, but I still regularly get people telling me that I ought to just hire a designer instead of designing my own stuff. I'm not very good at this. Here's a couple of more recent things that I've built. And maybe it's a little bit better, but I still have a long way to go. On the left there, you see Flash math cards. That's literally an app that I built for my kids to practice their math. You can go and see that at flashmath.cards. It's a free little app to use. And they practice their math with that. On the right is a game that I recently built. Anybody in here like to play the game Wordle? The word-based games or wordscapes or other games like that? So I hate those games that are based on luck. I do not like luck-based games that also pretend to be about skill. And so I wanted to build this different game, and briefly, Dwordly is the name of the game. You start with a word, and you make a move with one of 3 things. Either you add a letter, remove a letter, or change a letter, and it has to make a new valid word, and the goal is to get down to the shortest word, A or I. That's it. And I built this game, and there was a lot of complex algorithms and fun stuff, but you can see that the design is just kind of like so-so. I wish that I had better design skills. But I'm an imposter at that, and that's okay. Let's talk about HTML. I had recently needed to survey the backers of my Kickstarter from back last fall. I needed to survey and get some of their information. And I tried to use some of the survey services that these like Kickstarters and others have, but it wasn't going to work for my particular situation. So I just threw together a little survey microsite and sent it out to my backers. And here's some of the markup from that site. And I want to show you that I just used plain old boring HTML in an actual file with a .html extension. There is no fancy JSX, there's no custom elements, there's no web components, none of that stuff, because I don't know how to do any of that. But I did know how to get something done just enough that I could get the information I needed from the backers. So I put some of this markup together. And I'm just using like paragraph tags and the dreaded BR line break tag, because that's the level of sophistication that I have with HTML. It's enough. And I didn't let that block me from moving forward. I talked about the flash math cards. I just wanted to show you some of the markup for that little equation part, the 7+1 part. Here's what that markup looks like. There's no custom element or component here or anything fancy going on. I just did some divs and some spans together. And then I used a little bit of CSS to maybe make it look a little bit nicer. But that's it. That's the sum total of my knowledge of HTML. On the game that I referred to, the Dwerdly game, I have a light mode and dark mode selector. And I wanted to figure out how to build this in an accessible way. I wanted to build a selector there. And I was like, surely somebody's already built this. I don't want to go reinvent this wheel. So I Googled and Googled and Googled trying to find a nice little, and everything that I found for these little toggles was using a checkbox underneath, because they treat the semantic as off versus on. And that's not the semantic that I wanted to communicate here, because these are two valid options. It's not that one is on and one is off. So I felt like that semantic would be communicated incorrectly if I did it with a checkbox. And try as hard as I couldn't find somebody using like radio buttons to do this sort of thing. So I just invented something. And it probably is terrible, but it works. It was just enough. I have two radio buttons, and then I have that little color mode selector track div there. That's what draws the little thing, behind the thumb. And we'll talk about the CSS in just a moment, but that's it. So I'm an imposter at HTML, but I'm able to get some HTML just enough to get my ideas out into the world. And I'm learning little as I go. And if you're like me, don't feel bad because you're not up to the latest bleeding edge standards on web components. It's okay to just use plain old HTML. Let's talk about the CSS. I am most definitely an imposter at CSS. And I'm embarrassed that this 1,000 of you are all going to go and do a view source on my websites and look at how terrible my CSS is. Okay, I'm using a few things like CSS Grid and stuff that I don't even exactly know how they work, but I pulled it off of like tutorials and hacked some stuff together. There's that color mode selector that I referred to. That's what it looks like when you're in dark mode. And I was thinking, oh, well, I need to have basically just flip the colors when I'm going from light mode to dark mode. But it turns out it's way more complicated than that, way beyond any of my expertise to understand like color theory and stuff. So I just had to like tweak these different colors. How did I do the color mode selector? Well, I did use a little bit of CSS Grid, but basically I'm just doing, I'm hiding the radio button, and then you'll see on the next slide, I'm just selecting the checked radio button, having a pseudo element and making it visible. So one of the two pseudo elements is visible depending on which thing is checked. There's probably like a million better ways to do that. But this was the most sophisticated CSS that I could come up with. And here's what some of those colors looked like, because I was doing light on dark and I thought I could just flip them, but it turns out when you flip them, you're going to have to choose different color schemes here. So I had to pick a yellow so that it looked better, and I had to do a different light that's not the FFF white. It's a different light because it looks better on this dark background. So there's probably tons of color theory behind this that tells you the right way to do this stuff. I just fiddled with these colors until it looked kind of good-ish, okay? So I'm not very good at CSS, but I'm able to get just enough of it done that I can communicate my ideas and get them out there. Let's talk about how we store colors for just a moment. This is probably terrible CSS, but what I wanted to do was be able to define a color, and I'm using a CSS custom property, a CSS variable. I want to be able to define a color and in different places apply a different alpha to it. And if you store it as like a hex code, you can't really do that, or at least I couldn't figure out how to do so. But I accidentally stumbled on the fact that if I store it in the 3 decimals of RGB values, and then you'll notice on the first line there it says color orange 2, that's just defaulting to alpha 100%. But then a couple of lines down, I'm using the exact same orange color, and I'm applying an 80% alpha to it. So define the color once, and then use it in multiple places, applying different alphas. This is because I, as a programmer, do not want to repeat myself over and over again, and this is the best that I could figure out. It's probably terrible, but it was just good enough. Let's talk about some CSS as it applies to layout design. I'm sure all of you are familiar and probably nearly experts at responsive design. I am very much an imposter at responsive design. In fact, not even an imposter. I'm just going to go out and tell you, I don't know anything about responsive design. I am not clever enough or intelligent enough to figure out at different screen sizes and orientations what should be hidden and shown and what should flow to the next column and all of that stuff. And I'll also be honest with you that most of the time when I see that done, that drives me nuts. When I've been used to using something on an iPad and then I use it on my phone, and the menu that used to be visible on the iPad is not even visible on the phone. And I can't even figure out how to get to that particular option. So I am not sophisticated enough to figure out design-wise how this should look different at different screen sizes, but I absolutely want the stuff that I'm building to look different enough that it fits into these. So basically, I hacked together this idea, which was that I'm just going to scale the entire interface to the size of the viewport. It's the exact same interface. There's a lower and upper bound, but it's the exact same interface depending on orientation and viewport size. How did I do that? Well, I just set up a couple of CSS properties, one VH and one VW, and then everything else is a computation off of those CSS properties. All font sizes, spacing, margins, everything. It's all a computation of like ×3 divided by 19, whatever, and I just fiddled with it until it kind of looked okay. I did need to fix this up because there are some older browsers like Safari and stuff that don't really calculate the VW and VH quite correctly. So in the JavaScript, I'm actually recalculating that and setting those CSS properties. And every time there's a browser orientation change or a browser size change, I'm recomputing and resetting that CSS variable. And then everything else just flows. This might be an absolutely terrible idea. I'm not suggesting that you go and do this, but this was my best effort at trying to do some responsive design. And it was enough that I was able to get something out there and get some ideas in front of people. All right, so we've gone through a whole bunch of things that I've declared to you, and I'm proud to say that I'm an imposter at, that I can just barely get just enough of it done. The next topic that I want to share with you is JavaScript. And I know this is going to surprise you, because some of you are going to say, wait a minute. I've had people come up to me and say, after the talk, before they've come up to me and said, I don't believe you. I don't believe that you're an imposter. And I want to tell you the true story of how I decided to write these books. Because I did not know JavaScript at the time, even though I had been employed as a JavaScript specialist for almost 10 years. I realized that I did not actually know the language. I was having a conversation with a friend of mine who knew a little bit more about JavaScript, and I said something totally wrong, and he made fun of me for an hour at how bad I was at this thing because I had mistaken. It was something to do with a prototype chain. And I realized I don't know JavaScript. I've been slinging this around and been paid to be an expert in it for 10 years, and I didn't know it. And I got told on a job interview, you don't know enough JavaScript. So I decided to go and write a set of books, not from my pre-existing knowledge of the language, but from what I was going to go learn over the next several years. So all I did was just start asking a whole bunch of questions about JavaScript, and then I wrote it down. And that's what I mean by being an imposter. Don't wait until you've already attained all the title and all the accolades of being an expert. It's enough to just put those ideas out there and try to refine them in front of everyone else. The more public you are, the better all of us will be as we all learn together. So here's some JavaScript that I'm proud, not proud of. And this is from the Dwerdly game. And you notice that I'm using regular function declarations here. I'm using the dreaded var keyword and a basic for loop. There's no TypeScript here because I don't even know how to write TypeScript. So this is JavaScript that gets the job done, but it's not something that most of you would show off to other people and say I'm proud of, and yet I'm here to tell you I'm proud of the fact that this was enough code to get a game working. I didn't wait around until I had learned all these newfangled things. By the way, some other code in that survey that I did for my Kickstarter backers. I had these placeholders, not really placeholders, but I had all these alerts for all the different error messages and things like that. And just before I sent it out, I had a bit of that imposter syndrome kick up, and I was like, oh man, I'm gonna send it out to all these backers that have bought my books thinking that I know something about JavaScript, and then they're gonna see that I'm using the alert keyword, and they're gonna make fun of me. So I quickly went and Googled, and I found this little library called Sweet Alert, and I dropped in the replacements for Sweet Alert, and I literally left the alerts like commented in the code, but I dropped in the replacement with Sweet Alert, and said, okay, well, that's probably going to be good enough. And then I realized maybe I shouldn't have been doubting myself with the alert keyword, because if it's good enough for the developers on Google Calendar, where they actually use the alert keyword on Google Calendar, maybe I should have been proud to stick with the alert keyword. The final area that I want to talk to you about being an imposter in. By a show of hands, you don't have to yell this out, but by a show of hands, how many of you believe you know what this logo stands for? Ouch. I got like 12 hands that I can see here from the stage. It's kind of bright, so maybe there are more than that. This is the international logo for accessibility. And yeah, I'm going to talk about accessibility, and yeah, this is going to get a little bit uncomfortable for a few minutes, okay? I did not save accessibility to the end of my talk because it's the least important. I saved it to the end of my talk because it's the most important. It's the most important thing I have to say to you. I was having a conversation with this fantastic developer named Andreas Lopez. I reached out to him because I found out that he was an expert specifically in accessibility and game design, and I was doing some research for this talk, and so I had a conversation with him. We got on a Zoom call, and right off the bat, the very first thing that Andreas said to me was, do you know, Kyle, that both of us have a disability? And I was like, what? What's he talking about? And he pulled off his glasses, and he said, both of us have a visual challenge that we are privileged enough to have an accessibility tool that we can wear on our face to make up for that disability, that ability challenge. And that just totally blew my mind. I had never thought about this topic that way. And maybe some of you are in this same boat because accessibility so often is thought about as an us versus them. There's all of us who are normal, and then there's them over there who are somehow not normal because they are disabled. And I'm here to tell you today, disability challenges affect all of us. Every single person in this room at one time or another has had an ability challenge that you were either more or less successful at figuring out how to overcome. Every one of us. There is no such thing as those people are not our customers. That is total bullshit. Everyone in the world, if we choose to build for the web, has some kind of ability challenge. Some are permanent and some are temporary. But the fact that we choose to other them, we put them in this other bucket that's less important. And more importantly, we allow stakeholders to do that. The truth is that we have a responsibility, if we build for the web, to build for everyone. Some of you may know about WCAG, others may not. This is a blog post that talks about the WCAG principles, the accessibility guidelines, sets forth not only like good suggestions, but in some cases, these are like legal requirements depending on your jurisdiction. And I pulled out a few of these. This perceivable. They use the icon with the eye as if it's about can you see things, but it's more than whether you can see things, because there's all kinds of other senses. We have touch, and we have hearing, and we have smell and taste. And maybe we're gonna have like VR headsets someday that are giving us like smell and taste. I don't know, that'd be cool. But when you build something in software, when you build something in technology, it needs to be perceivable. People have different ability challenges with their different senses, and we can't forsake this, and we also can't reduce this to saying that's only about whether somebody is blind or not, as if that's a binary thing, because it's not. And it's also not a permanent versus never thing. There's so many things that can become temporary challenges for people. So somebody who was your paying customer last week is now having a temporary visual challenge. They're still your customer. And they would appreciate it if you gave a little bit more attention to making things accessible. Operable. There are motor mechanics involved in different types of technology. We have our fingers and our arms, and sometimes it involves more of our body. And people have different motor challenges. And we need to be designing, at least asking the question, if someone has a motor challenge, what is the way that we can help them? What's the affordance that we can help them to work around that? It needs to be understandable. Not all disabilities are completely visible. Some disabilities, some ability challenges are much more invisible, but we have cognitive challenges that some of us face. And if there's too many things on the screen or if things are changing too quickly, it can cause confusion for people. And we need to be asking, are we making this understandable? And the last one I love, because I already talked about responsive design. Being robust to different screens is not just a nice to have for the designers to be happy. That's a fundamental tenet of being accessible, because I'm privileged enough to choose between a phone and an iPad and a desktop, but some people have to choose a different device based upon their ability challenges. And if I don't do the work to make it accessible to them, then I think I've violated one of my responsibilities to the rest of humankind. And if you're feeling a little bit seen and a little bit uncomfortable right now, that's okay, that's on purpose. Okay, I want you to feel like, wait a minute, is he like attacking me a little bit? I'm not attacking you individually, but I'm attacking us collectively, saying that we are not doing enough here. Because why is this an optional thing? Why is it a line item on a budget that some stakeholder who has no idea what they're talking about gets to say, we don't really have time to make this accessible, so cut that from the budget? Let me ask you this question. When was the last time any of you went to one of your stakeholders, your bosses, your clients, whatever, and had a conversation with them where you said, we really need you to add some extra time and more money into the budget because we really need to work on getting all of our Docker containers set up, and we've got to get all of our linters and other build tools set up just exactly perfect the way we need them to be. Can you make sure to give us that time? The answer is none of you have ever had that conversation, because you don't treat those things as optional, do you? They're just part of how you do your job. If you want me to do my job well, this is how I do it. But yet we're so quick to say, oh, but accessibility is not part of my job. That's an optional thing that somebody gets to take off. And my challenge to you is, stop making it optional. I don't care how uncomfortable that's going to make your stakeholders and clients and bosses. It ought to make them feel bad. Push back on them and say, this is not a line item on the budget anymore. I build things accessibly, period, end of story. Because that's our responsibility to our fellow humans. We are the builders of the most inclusive medium of information and content exchange that mankind has ever built. It's our responsibility. Here's some markup. So I was talking about like being an imposter at this stuff. I'm not very good at accessibility, and a lot of times people don't do any accessibility because they're not a certified accessibility expert. But from the rest of my talk, you can tell that doing just a little bit more than nothing is probably enough. So I Googled for some of the attributes that I'm supposed to put on my markup, like ARIA atomic and roll and stuff like that, ARIA label. I Googled some of those, and then I just tried to make my best effort to put that into the markup. And by the way, it's not just when we build for the web, it's all forms of our technology. When I made these exact slides that I'm presenting to you, I spent an extra about 2 hours, I would estimate, going through every single one of these images and putting in some alt text. None of you are going to view the alt text. Why did I do all of that work? Maybe someday somebody's going to download a PDF export or something like that of my slides, and maybe they're going to have a visual challenge, and maybe that alt text might help somebody. That's my responsibility, and I feel like it's our responsibility. Let's talk about colors for a moment. I'm an imposter at any kind of color theory, and I don't even understand stuff. Last time I gave this talk, somebody came up to me afterwards, and they were like, yeah, that whole thing about like contrast ratios, they're like throwing that out. It turns out it was all wrong. See, I'm an imposter. I don't even know. But I use this website built by the fantastic and intelligent Leah Veru. Some of you know her. She does a lot of stuff in the CSS and design space. She built this website to help you compute the WCAG way of computing contrast ratios between two colors. And when I was designing these slides, I fiddled with some different background and foreground colors until I got a good enough contrast ratio because I wanted these slides to be accessible. So I don't know what 4.93 is, but this fantastic website tells me that it meets the AA standard. There's like 3, and AAA is like really hard to attain. That's like the best of the best. AA is good enough. And it's not actually that difficult if we just spend a little bit of extra time Googling and using free tools like this. I encourage you to include this now in your regular processes. Include tools like this. And Chrome Developer Tools and others have things like that too. Let's talk about Wordle for just a moment. I mentioned this, some of you are familiar with Wordle. The story apparently from Wordle is that one guy built it for his girlfriend. It was a sweet, touching story. He built it because she was, wanting to have some entertainment, and he thought he could delight her by building this thing. And when I have criticized Wordle in the past on social media because it's failing all of these basic things of accessibility, people have been quick to defend this guy, Josh, and say, hey, you shouldn't be picking on him. He just built it for his girlfriend. Why did he need to worry about any of these things? So maybe we want to give a pass to an individual developer who was building it for his girlfriend, and he was, I guess, I'm inferring, I don't know. Hope he's not in the audience and really offended at me right now. I don't know Josh and his girlfriend, but I'm guessing that he did not consider the fact that maybe his girlfriend might have a temporary visual challenge at some point in the future, or some other kind of ability challenge, because he didn't put any effort into that. And I would guess that if she had, he'd put more effort into this. But let's excuse Josh for just a moment because he's an individual developer. What excuse does the New York Times have? They've owned Wordle for 3 months, almost 4 months now. And they were very quick to put their logo in there and dozens of trackers in there. And yet every day I check Wordle, and every day it's still the same basic failures on accessibility. And they have thousands of smart developers, I know many of them, and millions of dollars of budget. What is their excuse? And my suggestion to you is that the responsibility that I think Josh had is actually the same responsibility that the New York Times has. It's on a spectrum, but it's the same responsibility. If you build for the web, you are automatically saying, I'm going to build this inclusively. And when you don't, you have messed it up. The web is inherently accessible, and then we go and mess it up. And by the way, it's not just color ratios. You dig into their markup, and they've got all these fancy web components and shadow root DOMs and stuff. And I know people love this technology, but there's not a single ARIA attribute anywhere to be found. So how is a screen reader going to make sense of these 15 nested levels of DOM elements and shadow roots and stuff like that? Could we put just a tiny bit more effort? That's all I'm asking is, could we put a little bit more effort? Could we all agree that we can be imposters at this? We don't have to be experts at accessibility, but a little bit more than none is infinitely more than none. And most of us have never spent any time worrying very much about accessibility. I'm going to close with this thought experiment. How many of you do this for me, just in your mind? If I asked you what would be the piece of software, the software that you could write that would be the most nearly impossible or impossible to make accessible? What kind of software do you think is just like impossible to make accessible? And if you're like me, my brain goes to live action video games. Thinking about making those accessible for visual challenges and motor challenges and cognitive challenges and all those other things, that seems like damn near impossible to me. Now, side note, Andreas told me that these platforms like Microsoft and Sony's PlayStation, they actually have a lot of really good stuff, and many of the good game makers try to take advantage of it, but he said, it's better than nothing, but it's not very good. Trying to play one of those live action, first-person shooters or something when you are reliant upon these accessibility tools. So I have a bit of a challenge for us. I want you to consider this game idea that I have. I call it Empower RPG. I don't know how to pronounce it. But I want this game to exist. I want us to build, collectively as a community, a live-action and RPG game where the players select differently abled characters to tackle different game objectives. And when I stop just right there, that should sound exactly like every other RPG you've ever played, because we know exactly how that works. But what's different with this game is that we're going to put to the forefront different abilities like human abilities, like visual differences, motor differences, things like that. So there are going to be different characters in the game that have to deal with different challenges, and here's where it gets really interesting, is that when you select that character for that part of the game, you have to use that type of accessibility tool to play the game. My thought is, if we could make I do not have the skills to make this. This is just a game that I want to exist. But my thought is, if we could build a game like that, if we could make that come into an existence, then it would remove all the excuses for why we're not making anything else accessible. Because that's the hardest thing that I can imagine to do. But I am absolutely confident that just in this room, the requisite skills exist if we would commit ourselves to build something like that and bring it into existence. and finally eliminate the last of those arguments. Oh, it's just too hard. You can't make like a game or like a 3D model render. You can't make that accessible. And that's why people have been justifying not making things accessible for the entire history of computing. So, I'm wrapped up now. I want to finish by reintroducing myself. Hi, I'm Kyle. I'm a professional imposter. I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm trying to get a little bit better every time I do something and every time I share something. And my question to you is, how about you? Thanks very much for thinking about these thoughts.
Thanks, Kyle. So, who did anything in the last week without checking Stack Overflow? Exactly, I think no hands. Well, oh no, that's taking a picture. So I guess we're all in agreeing with you, Kyle. I have a question from Anonymous. How to distinguish between being an imposter or really not having a progress in improving skills, etc.?
The way to distinguish is, for yourself, is what is your intent. If your desire is to try to make things better and to make yourself better, then you're not a negative malintent imposter, you're a professional imposter. But if your intent is like, I'm going on a job interview and they say they want Angular and I've never done any Angular before, but I'm going to pretend that I know Angular, that's different. And I'm not in any way or shape or form endorsing trying to deceive people.
Okay, thanks. Next question also from an anonymous user. He's calling it the elephant in the room. Companies expect you to present excellence only. And how is it okay to be vulnerable in that context?
I think we need to rewire those expectations by not making these things optional. I think we need to stop allowing those people who don't actually understand how this works to make all of those decisions. So we need to push back on them when they say, well, wait a minute, this thing is not perfect yet. You need to push back and say, nothing that we've ever built is perfect. That's why we keep fixing bugs from last month and last year. Nobody is actually an expert at this stuff. And we need to tell all of those stakeholders that have the wrong conception about this, we need to rewire that entirely. And it starts with us pushing back and saying, no, that's not how this works.
Yeah, it's something that I noticed also, that companies used to be looking for specific, let's say a front end, they look for a React developer or an Angular developer. Now they just, it might also be just because there's not enough developers, but they're looking for a developer. And you need to have framework experience, right? It's
or the full stack developer,
yeah,
for some definition of full stack.
Yeah. Next question from Amin. As an imposter, how do you talk about your skill levels in a job interview? Great question.
How do you talk about skill levels in a job interview? So here's my suggestion. When you look at a job description and they have like 10 different bullet points, a lot of people think, and this is especially true of certain groups, women tend to feel this way more than men, which is very unfortunate. They think that's all of the minimum requirements, that I have to have all these things or I shouldn't even contact them. And then there are other people who look at that and say, although all those are nice to haves, right? So here's what I want to suggest. Go somewhere in the middle. Take 5 of the 10 of those, and if you can match 5 of the 10 of those, apply to that job. And when you're on that interview, I want you to ask questions about the other 5, and I want you to say, tell me how in the first 6 or 12 months that I work here that I'm going to learn to get better at this bullet point. Put it back on them and say, in this work environment, how are you going to help me to learn more about these things? I think that's being transparent about what we know and what we don't know, and saying we expect for the employer to help us learn and get better. That we should want to work for places like that.
That would be great, yeah. Last question that we have time for, from Daryl. For those of us just starting with JavaScript, when we do not know more than the fundamentals, how do we actively fight our beginner imposter syndrome?
Yeah, so the fighting of the imposter syndrome is very difficult, and I don't mean any of what I said today to be dismissive of that. It is very difficult. But one of the reasons why I'm taking the word imposter and trying to redefine it is because imposter syndrome is tricking our brains into something that's not true. So if we can trick our brains into thinking something different about the same word, maybe we can fight that. That's why I'm not just saying be like an apprentice or a journeyman or some other word. It's why we have to reclaim the word imposter, because we have to re-trick our brains into believing something positive instead of something negative. That is very difficult, but I would say find people around you that are committed to the same things and pair up with them and say, hey, we're both imposters together. Can we help each other get better? Find somebody else. Don't try to go at it alone.
All right. Well, thanks a lot, Kyle. If you want to continue the conversation about imposter syndrome, Kyle is going to the speaker booth, but also on spatial chat.
Yes, I'm going to be in the speaker booth. And by the way, if you want stickers for the Imposter campaign, I've got stickers, so come visit me in the booth.
All right. Well, thanks a lot, Kyle. It's been a pleasure having you. Let's get a big round of applause for Kyle, everyone. All right. Our next speaker is coming up in a minute. I don't know where he is. There he is. You can come sit up. Yeah. I want to take a moment to thank our sponsor, gold sponsor, Focus Reactive. Focus Reactive is a Next.js, headless CMS, and e-commerce expert agency. They partner with Vercel and Sanity.io. They deliver quality software with a focus on scalability, performance, and of course, a great user experience. Thanks a lot, Focus Reactive, for helping us out. So don't forget, you can take a photo and post it on Twitter using the JSNation hashtag to win this great GitNation multipass or some t-shirts. Also for the people watching remotely, be sure to send us a photo of how you're watching. So send us a photo of your setup. And if you want to, it would be great to have you on it too, but not required, of course. If you have any questions for the current speaker here next to me, you can do so on Slido. You can go to sly.do or scan the QR code here on screen. Enter the code 1620 and then select the community track or the residence track to ask the question to the current speaker. And we will ask the most upvoted questions to the speaker after they are done with their talk. Now, we have Rich Harris joining us. Rich is part of the recent acqui-hiring spree from Vercel. And yeah, of course, we know him as the creator, the owner of Svelte. Really super honored to have him here for the first time at JSNation. So I wanted to point out that just 10 days ago, he wrote a tweet that he didn't write this talk yet. So let's see how it goes. I'm excited. It's going to be well prepared. No, of course, I'm kidding. Rich is a really experienced speaker, so no problem here. And he's not ready yet. So, he also has some previous experience with the open source community by being the author of Rollup. So you've been around. People have used your stuff. So really honored to have you here, Rich. And if you're ready, then we'll get the show on the road. Everyone, please have a big round of applause for Rich.
All right. So while I was researching for this talk, I stumbled upon a 19th century sea shanty about the evolving techniques that we use to deliver HTML to our users. It was very ahead of its time. And I thought I would share it with you. It's called The Weberman, and some of you might know the tune. If you do, then I would love for you to join in. If we can get some people singing along in here, it'll make this whole thing so much less awkward for all of us. At the very least, please help me keep time. Come on. There once was a place to run your code in US East 1. On containerized node, requests came in. Replies were bestowed from the lambda far away. Soon may the server respond to bring us markup to look upon. One day when the JavaScript runs, we'll take our page and go. The cold starts held the data back. Culloden said you should use Jamstack. It sounded good, so we gave it a crack for a while anyway. Soon may the server respond to bring us markup to look upon. One day when the JavaScript runs, we'll take our page and go. Static clouds are great unless you need something from a database. Then you'll need to make a request to chase the spinners away. Soon may the server respond to bring us markup to look upon. One day when the JavaScript runs, we'll take our page and go. If you don't want to fetch your data late, just render your page inside V8. Life on the edge is pretty great. Friends, this is the way. Soon may the server respond to bring us markup to look upon. One day when the JavaScript runs, we'll take our page and go. Once more. Soon may the server respond to bring us markup to look upon. One day when the JavaScript runs, we'll take our page and go. Last time. Soon may the server respond to bring us markup to look upon. One day when the JavaScript runs, we'll take our page and go. We did it! You magnificent people, I love you for joining in. That could have gone horribly, horribly wrong. Hi, let me introduce myself. My name's Rich. I work on a user interface framework called Svelte. I'm one of hundreds of contributors, and I work on open source full-time at Vercel. The song that we were singing just there describes a really important trend in web development. A lot of computation is moving away from servers and single origin serverless functions and out to the network edge, thanks to things like Dino, Fastly Edge, Cloudflare workers, Vercel Edge functions, which run on Cloudflare workers, and Netlify Edge functions, which run on Dino. Someone like me, who knows very little about backend stuff, is able to deploy an application that is instantly available within milliseconds to users anywhere on the planet. I think this is a tectonic shift in how we build stuff on the web, even though there are some unsolved problems about where we put our data, for example. Meanwhile, front-end frameworks are also being affected by this trend. When you think about frameworks, you probably think about React or Vue, or if you're a little bit more of a JavaScript hipster, you might think about Svelte or Solid. But increasingly, we don't use these frameworks by themselves. We use meta-frameworks like Next, Nuxt, SvelteKit, and Solid Start. And these are toolkits for building an entire application as opposed to just a few components. They bring a build tool, a dev server, your routing, all of that stuff. And crucially, as well as running in the browser, they run in a server environment as well. We can call them full-stack frameworks at the risk of upsetting the angry nerds who police the use of that kind of terminology. And so there's this interesting convergence happening. Front-end technologies are starting to claim back-end territory, while back-end is becoming more accessible to those of us who are traditionally front-end operators. In many cases, edge functions use the same web APIs that we're used to using in the browser. So I work on SvelteKit, which is the official meta framework, the official full-stack framework for Svelte, and we're pretty proud of what we've built. We think it's very compelling. It runs anywhere JavaScript runs. It runs on Node, it runs on a Lambda, it runs on the edge, it runs in your browser. Soon it'll run in a service worker. And you can deploy it to any platform you like. There's no lock-in. When you create a project, we don't ask you where you're going to deploy. You can figure that out later and change your mind. It's built on top of web standard APIs like request and response. It uses Vite, so it has this world-class developer experience. If you haven't used Vite, I really encourage you to give it a try. It has file system-based nested routing. It has a tiny footprint, both on the client. We all know that we should minimize the amount of JavaScript that we serve to the client, but also on the server. When you're using serverless environments and edge functions, it's important to minimize the amount of JavaScript that needs to boot up in order for that function to start serving responses. It has flexible output. You can do dynamic server-side rendering, you can do static site generation, you can build a single-page app, and you can mix and match all of those things within the same application. It's built on top of Svelte, which I'm biased here, but I think that means that you'll be able to build an application more quickly using SvelteKit than with any other framework or your money back. And of course, the framework itself is fast. As my boss likes to say, the combination of Svelte and Vercel edge functions lets you do dynamic at the speed of static. But there is one big question mark looming over the landscape of full-stack frameworks. And the question is this: how on earth do we do full-stack documentation? No one has really solved this, I don't think, until now. But before we get into that, we need to talk about what we talk about when we talk about documentation. So documentation is one word, but it's many different concepts. I like to think of it as a cake, specifically a Battenberg cake. I don't know if you have Battenberg cakes in mainland Europe, but you should. They're terrific. This Battenberg cake has reference documentation, which is what we tend to think of when we think about documentation. This is your interfaces, your APIs, and so on. We have explanatory material that give you a higher level overview of some of the concepts in your tool. We have how-tos that teach an experienced user how to do specific things with your tool. And we have tutorials which teach people how to use the thing in the first place. And the reason that these are so often conflated by open source projects is that they all overlap in interesting ways. Tutorials and explanations are both concerned with learning. Explanations and reference material are both about buttressing your theoretical knowledge. Reference and how-tos, these are both for your existing users, while how-tos and tutorials are all about step-by-step guides for achieving some goal. And in fact, we can plot these as a quadrant, as a series of quadrants, with learning and application on opposite ends of one axis, and theoretical knowledge and practical steps on opposite ends of the other axis. I didn't come up with this. It's by a chap named Daniela Presida. And if you're involved in documentation efforts, and you should be, because I believe that documentation is at least 50% of working on any software project, then I encourage you to check out his talk, What No One Tells You About Documentation, and the accompanying website, diataxis.framework. There's an oft-mangled quote that I really like. Tell me and I'll forget. Show me and I may remember. But involve me and I'll understand. Your reference docs are good at telling you what to do. Your explanatory material and your how-tos are good at showing you how to achieve some specific task. But if you want people to actually learn the thing that you're offering them, you need to involve them. And that is where interactive tutorials come in. Tutorials are the hardest form of documentation to write, and they're the most frequently overlooked, but I believe they are the most important. Obviously, you need to have reference documentation, but you can have the best reference docs in the world. It won't matter if no one is using your thing. Reference docs are how you serve your existing users, but tutorials are how you create new users. I was first awakened to the power of interactive tutorials a decade ago when I started learning Knockout, one of the OG front-end frameworks. Show of hands if you remember Knockout. All right, all the geriatrics just outed themselves. Knockout was a real milestone in web development. It's been kind of overshadowed in recent years by more modern frameworks, but in its time, it was a huge deal. And I and many other people learned Knockout through this incredible tutorial. Steve Sanderson, if by some miracle you're watching this talk, thank you for everything that you've done for my career and so many other people's. It was truly a milestone. So when we created Svelte a few years ago, we knew that we wanted to bring this idea back to the modern age. The Wi-Fi is working, great, okay. This is Svelte's tutorial. And it's a little bit of a Rube Goldberg machine. What we have here is Rollup running inside a web worker. And if I complete one of the examples here, you'll see that it's actually rebuilding the application on every keystroke. So we get this nice instant feedback. And it's a really easy way to learn how to use the framework. You haven't had to download anything. You haven't had to install anything. It's just right there and ready to go. We can install NPM packages from unpackage.com. We have a CodeMirror-powered editor. And people honestly freaking love this tutorial. So many people have told us that this was the reason that they became Svelte developers. Even people on the core team have said that. And other frameworks have followed suit. This is Vue's tutorial. Here's one from Solid, and here's one from Lit. They're all strikingly similar in form and structure because this is a format that has been proven to work. But this is Svelte Kit's tutorial. It's currently a 404 because the existing tutorial that we built only covers Svelte itself. It does not cover SvelteKit, the full stack framework. And we don't think that's very good. We want to be able to teach people how to use SvelteKit the same way that we currently teach them how to use Svelte. And so we concluded that it was time to start again and rebuild the entire thing. And if we're going to do this, we want to maximize its effectiveness as an educational tool. And so we started looking at the science of teaching to see, perhaps are there some pertinent pedagogical principles that could promote people's progress? And then we decided that would be a lot of work and we should just watch some movies instead, because it turns out that cinema is full of examples of inspirational teachers. Teachers like Morpheus. In this clip in The Matrix, Neo is walking down the street. Morpheus is teaching him how to survive in the Matrix when Neo is distracted by the woman in the red dress. The woman in the red dress, of course, is not some innocent bypasser. She turns out to be a mortal threat. And in that moment, Neo learns how he can survive in the Matrix. But he's not actually in the Matrix because Morpheus, like a good teacher, is adhering to this principle, safety first. If you want people to learn, you have to provide them with a safe learning environment so that they can learn the skills that they're going to use in real life. Another great example is Mr. Miyagi from The Karate Kid, who teaches Daniel how to do karate by making him wash cars, wax on, wax off, wax on, wax off, for reasons that are unclear both to Daniel and to us, the audience, until later in the film, when Daniel suddenly realizes that he's been developing the muscle memory he needs to be a karate expert. Mr. Miyagi is not afraid of repetition. He is embracing repetition, because repetition is how you learn. Repetition is how you learn. Repetition is how you learn. In The Empire Strikes Back, right after Yoda's inspiring "do or do not, there is no try" speech, Luke, having failed to recover his crashed X-Wing from the swamp, drops off and sulks in the forest like a whiny teenager. And Yoda realizes that if he's to teach Luke about the power of the Force, he is going to have to demonstrate it himself. And so that's what he does. He shuts his eyes and he stretches out his arm and he lifts the spaceship out of the swamp, to Luke's astonishment. Sometimes when people are learning, they get stuck on stuff, and it's fine. Our job as teachers is to make sure that that isn't the end of their learning journey. And so Yoda, like any good teacher, recognizes that bail them out sometimes you must. In Kindergarten Cop, Arnold plays John Kimball, a LAPD detective who, for reasons that make no sense whatsoever, has gone undercover at a kindergarten. And he believes that, having spent a career working with hardened criminals, that a classroom full of young children is going to be no problem at all. And as anyone who has met young children will know, he is severely mistaken. The kids run rampant, they cause absolute chaos, and Arnold realizes that he does in fact have his work cut out for him. The principle here is that students are chaos demons. Finally, Sister Mary Clarence from Sister Act 2, who is brought in to save this failing St. Francis Academy from closure. She's teaching a music class, and she's not getting through to her kids. They don't want to learn, until one day, one of them starts to sing, and the class joins in. And she realizes that she does have a way to connect with them after all. And Sister Mary, who is secretly Dolores Van Cartier, the Las Vegas performer, figures out a way to get these children to learn what they need to, and the school is saved. The principle here is that you cannot force people to teach. You have to meet them where they are. So without further ado, I would like to share a little bit of what we've been working on with our new documentation and how we've been applying some of these principles. I'm going to move over to a different example here. Oops, if I can type, it would help. I'm going to see if the Wi-Fi is going to be kind to us today. Let's try that once more. All right, here we go. So your job in each of these tutorial sections is to follow the instructions on the left-hand side to complete some exercise and learn some new concept about how to use Svelte. And these are all short, self-contained sections deliberately, because when you're working on something like this, it's easy to make a mistake. You could introduce a syntax error that completely breaks everything. And we want you to be able to reload the page and get back to what you were doing without worrying about losing your progress. So we're deliberately not introducing complex topics over a series of tasks. Everything is self-contained. Also, this file editor here, the file tree editor, we have a single component, app.svelte, and we don't give you the ability to create new components or delete components because that doesn't serve the learning objectives. We give you a controlled environment in which it is safe to make mistakes because we're obeying the Morpheus principle, safety first. Now, as a lazy programmer, my first instinct when I see something like this is to try and copy this code from the left-hand side into the code editor on the right. But as soon as I do that, this pops up and tells you that copy and paste is currently disabled. This might seem like a bit of a hostile move, but it is because this is how we learn. Repetition is how you learn. Repetition is, I'm not going to do it again. And so even though you can copy and paste, you can select the option to let you copy and paste if you need to, if you're in a hurry for some reason, we try and get you to develop the muscle memory that you're going to use when you're using Svelte outside the confines of this tutorial. Just like Yoda, we know that occasionally students will get frustrated, and that shouldn't be the end of their learning journey. In this example, the idea is to get this orange dot to follow the mouse around with a little bit more personality than it's currently doing. And maybe somewhere along the journey, I make a mistake and I just can't figure out how to solve it, which is why there's a big prominent orange solve button. I press that, and the tutorial is completed. I can play with the settings and have a whale of a time. This next principle isn't so much something that has informed the design of this platform. It's just a general principle in software development. My fiancée is not a programmer. She's actually somewhere in this room, but I'm not going to point her out because I don't want to be murdered in my sleep. But she's got curious about what I was doing, and I sat her down in front of this app and asked her to complete a section. And I watched in absolute horror, pulled the Arnie face, as she completely broke everything in ways that I could never possibly have imagined. And that's just what happens when you subject your software to actual users. There's a saying in the military, no plan survives contact with the enemy. I think in our field, it should be no software survives contact with users, because it won't. User testing is the most valuable thing you can do. Minute for minute, you will learn so much more if you can sit people down in front of your software and just watch all of the creative ways in which they break it. As a result of that experience, we were able to make some improvements to the framework itself, and it's now much more resilient to a certain class of bug. Finally, meet them where they are. So I mentioned that the purpose of rebuilding this was so that we could also support SvelteKit as well as Svelte. And we have some work-in-progress documentation about SvelteKit here. Let's go over to this. And you'll see that now in the file tree editor, we don't just have a single component anymore. We have an entire project with a package.json and a Svelte config and all of this other stuff. And the purpose of this section is to teach you about routes. We have two routes, an index route and an about route. And if we're on the index route, then we can click the about link, and it'll take us to the about page. And it's inviting us to edit that to add a link, like so. We can click that. Turns out you can go home again. But how are we doing this? This is a command line interface that runs inside Node. SvelteKit depends on Node because it reads from the file system, and yet we're running it in the browser. We're actually cheating a little bit. You'll see that it says localhost. That's because I'm actually just running this on my own machine. And if we look over here, inside the learn.svelte.dev repo, we've created a bunch of different apps, and they look like this. If I look at the index page, like we've literally just written it to the file system. And if I make some changes here, then they just get reflected on the file system, and that's how it's able to work. But this doesn't scale. We can't ask people to clone our repository and start the server themselves on their own local machine. Clearly, we need to do something better to meet our learners where they are. And so that brings us back to this question, how do we do full stack documentation? Well, there's a bunch of services out there that allow us to work with an online IDE in the browser and then run the code on a server in the cloud. Things like Code Sandbox, Glitch, Gitpod, Replit, GitHub Code Sandboxes, GitHub Code Spaces. And these are all phenomenally powerful tools that a lot of people use day to day, and they're very sophisticated and very impressive. And I love them. I really do love them. I've used these for teaching in the past, and I think they're extremely valuable. But we don't think it's the right choice for a tutorial like this, for a few reasons. Firstly, running servers is kind of expensive, which means that you need to have an authentication barrier before people can start using it. Otherwise, everyone would just start mining Bitcoin on them. And we don't want that. We don't want to have an authentication barrier before people start learning. Also, we don't want the latency that's involved in starting a server. We want to have instant hot module reloading and all that other stuff. And philosophically, we just want to minimize our dependence on third parties that could suffer outages or change their terms of services. All of those reasons are why I'm very excited about StackBlitz. StackBlitz is another one of these services that lets you edit code in an editor in the browser and then run it on a server. But the difference is that the server is actually running inside your browser. The technology is called web containers, and it's kind of magical. I'm probably not going to do it justice, but it works something like this. They compiled Node to WebAssembly, packaged it along with a custom NPM client, and then run it inside the browser security sandbox. So I don't need to install anything on my local machine. I don't need to worry about ransomware or anything like that. It's all just running inside the browser. A few months ago, they added support for SvelteKit, which was tricky because it uses native JavaScript modules. And that means that you can now go to sveltekit.new and instantly create an entire SvelteKit application without having to install anything at all. And this has been an absolute game changer for getting things like bug reports and also for producing examples. So it's very tempting to just embed that whole thing inside our tutorial page and be done with it. But it's not ideal. This user interface is optimized for exploration and development. It's not optimized for learning. So we want to have more control over the user interface. Wouldn't it be great if we could take the underlying web container technology and use it headlessly inside our own page? Well, that's exactly what we did. We've been working with the StackBlitz team over the last few weeks to make this a reality. So today, we're announcing learn.svelte.dev. It is a work in progress, but it works, and you can play around with it. And it's trying to load over the slow conference Wi-Fi. Just bear with it. It's normally a little bit quicker than this. What's happening is we've gone to the Vercel Edge network, downloaded the app, and then that has gone and downloaded Node, installed Node on the machine. We've installed SvelteKit and its dependencies like Vite and ESBuild. We've written our application to the file system, and we've started a Vite dev server. And this normally happens in the space of a few seconds, but in conference conditions, it might take a little bit longer. So let's assume that that's not going to work, and I'll quickly wrap up. I think it's a phenomenally exciting time to be a web developer. We have so much power at our fingertips now. Since we started building this, I know of at least 2 other frameworks who have started working on something very similar. So I would expect this to become the norm of how we learn full-stack tools very soon. And it doesn't just apply to frameworks. It applies to anything that runs in Node, command-line interfaces like build tools and testing tools and so on. So I want to thank the StackBlitz people for being such phenomenal partners as we've built this. And I also want to thank everyone who was involved in the development of learn.svelte.dev on things like accessibility, UX, design, testing, and so on. And I want to thank you lot. Thank you. So,
let's go there.
Do that, yeah.
All right. Well, looked really promising.
Thank you.
And looking forward to playing around with myself. And I think it's great to see how low the barrier is to try it out. And I think it's going to give you a lot of new users.
I hope so.
Well, at least me. First question from Sherman. Is there something comparable as quasar.dev in the Svelte sphere? I don't know if you're familiar with that. Quasar.dev?
Quasar.dev. I think Quasar is a toolkit for building applications that can run on Electron as well as on the web, and perhaps creating mobile apps as well. We don't have something like that yet, but it is very much the intention that SvelteKit should be able to target environments like that. So I would say once we get SvelteKit 1 out the door, that's the kind of thing that we're going to be looking to do. Yeah.
All right, so it's not there yet, but
not there yet. No.
On the roadmap.
Yeah.
And the roadmap is very empty.
Yeah.
Next question is from Elliot. How do you help users move from the tutorial environment to the local environment, which requires knowledge of tools you're purposefully extracting away for them?
Yeah, so it's actually very simple to get started with a SvelteKit app on your local machine. All you need to do is type npm init svelte and just follow the prompt. And that will give you, in the space of 10 or 15 seconds, it will give you a setup that is very similar to the one that you have in the browser. So we've tried to minimize it as far as we possibly can. We're always interested in new ways to make it more accessible. But so far, we think it's reasonable. It's reasonable.
Makes sense. Next question is from Wilhelm. What difference is there in internal versus external documentation? Your examples seem optimized for new users as opposed to contributors.
Yeah, that is very true. We are optimizing for new users first because that is the constituency that is typically least well served by documentation. And there's a wealth of examples and tutorials that have been produced by the community that do teach you things like how to integrate with X and Y and so on. And so given that ground is already quite well covered, we are primarily concerned with the new users, but we definitely want to use the same format to do how-to guides for integrating with those tools in the future. So again, not there yet, but it is on our roadmap.
Yeah, so if I understand correctly, you've been building the platform, basically this new way of documenting for new users, but now the base is there, and it's of course easy to extend it for existing Svelte.
Exactly. It's very easy to add new content to the platform.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's all the time we have for Q&A. But if you want to continue the conversation with Rich, he's going to be at the speakers booth or on spatial chat for the remote audience. And of course, well, you're an online person. So thanks a lot, Rich.
All right. Thank you.
All right. A big applause for Rich. Oh, I was waiting for the next slide, but I have the clicker myself. So our next slide is about StackHawk, one of our gold sponsors. StackHawk makes it really easy to automate application and API security testing in your CI/CD pipeline. You can find and fix security bugs before they hit production with StackHawk.com. Thanks a lot, StackHawk, for helping us out. So we talked a little bit about the discussion rooms, and the first one is starting now in the balcony above the entrance where you all entered the building. So feel free to join that instead of watching here. And you can go there now. And now we have reached the lightning talks. We have 4 lightning talks coming back to back. So I want a big round of applause for Nick, Steven, Harshil, and Marcos. And yeah, they're going to give big bursts of information in 5 minutes each. So big round of applause, everyone.
Testing. Hey, JSNation. I am reacting to Web3 here today, and I am your token Web3 guy, pun intended. And because I'm not unique, I'm just like all of you. And just like my booth mates, if a bad joke has to be explained, it's like bad code, it's not good. Anyway, enough of the dad jokes. So I'm Jonathan Shealy. I'm a software architect for Decentology. We build Web3 apps so that you don't have to. So our goal is to bring developer tools to the Web2 community. And we do that through our smart modules, all open source. So again, we're trying to bring Web2 to the Web3 community. And we do that by essentially doing an NPM install of smart contract modules through a JavaScript API so that you don't have to write any of contract code. So just like Web3 developers, or excuse me, Web2, there's only a handful of us, like Tobias and things like that, that are creating Webpack. So just like in the Web3 community, there's only a few people that need to actually build the smart contracts. Most of us are going to be consumers of those modules and just take in the value. So if any of your clients or if you've been interested in dabbling in Web3, it's as simple as putting in an initialization function. So we work very much like a Stripe API or an Auth0 where you initialize, you pick your blockchain through a couple of simple modules. And like this example, using an ERC20 NFT module, you can get started with a line of code. We use React context to wrap your application. And to actually use a module, it's as simple as using a React hook. So in order to mint an NFT in this example, it's one line. You don't have to worry about any of the details past that. And all the contract code is already compiled and deployed for you. And what's in the box? So all that gives you is connection to the wallet, negotiating to the network between test nets and main nets. All the contract is already deployed, so again, you just get to use it. You don't have to pay for any of the setup fees for anything like that. And we also include all decentralized storage, so IPFS and Skynet are 2 of the systems that we have integrated, so you get to pick and choose. And it comes with a fully typed TypeScript library that you can use in Next.js or in Nest.js or in SvelteKit or anything like that. You would be able to use that. And with, it all comes with a storybook and testing framework so that you get to actually play around with the application. So just like Rich was previously mentioning, live documentation where you have to get to experience what each of these modules do without actually having to install it or dig into deep into the documentation. So two of the questions that I get asked all the time, which is, why do I need Web3? And what can I build with Web3? So why do you need Web3? Maybe you don't. But if you are interested in any of these reasons, so if you're building a game and you want that transaction history that can be taken from game to game, GameFi is a new part of that technology. Mobile apps, again, any kind of contract-based system. Because it's a blockchain, you can do a lot of cool analytics, and not just you, your users can do that. Because, again, it's a transparent database, they could build an app that kind of shows kind of like game stats and things like that, and you don't have to worry about that. You can focus on your core game. Simple things like authentication. So if anyone who's built an authentication system 50 times in their life and never wants to do it again, allowing someone just to log in with a simple wallet connection, and that's all you need to identify them, is amazing. And payments, at the end of the day, if you just want to do a subscription system, you could create Medium as an example. So someone pays you $5 a month, goes through that system in a worldwide currency, allows you to get access to subscription content. And with that, we have documentation listed both, again, in reference form as well as online docs, and you can visit us in our Discord. And thank you, Amsterdam.
your help as well, because Hey, hello everyone. I hope this fits. We had some technical challenge, but let's go. Yeah, this is a lightning talk, so I'll be very fast. And I spend a lot of time, much more than the talk, thinking about what can I say in this short time that will help you at least to go out from here that feels like, okay, I learned something, or maybe he made me think about something. So my background is distributed computing, so I work with scaling companies usually, and helping systems to really scale. Big data, I worked a lot. Streaming platforms, it's my bread and butter for the past like 7 years. And currently, I live in the Netherlands for 7 years, from Brazil, and I write technical blog posts. Currently, this one, I had another 3 or 4 different places where I used to write, but you can find my most recent articles there, usually talking about Kafka, about Kubernetes, mostly backend in my case. I work for Bitfavo. It's the biggest crypto exchange in the Netherlands. So if you are into crypto or want to be into crypto, it's as easy as clicking a button like you see there. And that's the goal from the company. It's really to bring the opportunity to trade crypto for everyone. And that's what we're doing. That's our mission. So what I'm going to try to talk in this short time, I'm going to talk a bit about this world where we live, that we use. Many of us, I'm sure a lot of you use Kafka to share events between systems. And this is a requirement, of course, because in the current world that we go global with our platforms and your applications, we cannot be reliant on a database. So we really need to separate our services, right? And I'm going to talk about a few challenges, the common mistakes and patterns that we use, and solutions for that. So this is a normal services architecture. You can call it microservices. It really depends where you are, how you do it. It doesn't matter. The important thing here is that you have multiple databases, multiple data sources. You are integrating things through Kafka. And that's a common pattern, more and more. I bet many of you have this. And a common way to do it, and I've seen this especially on the TypeScript, JavaScript world, is that you send events using JSON. That's very easy because everything is JSON, but the problem is you don't have really a contract, right? If you send events to a JSON, the producers, the sending side, might send something that's actually broken, or other producers might send it, and the consumer starts processing that and breaks up. And the way Kafka works is a queue of events. If it cannot process a message, it doesn't go forward in processing the messages. And then suddenly you are stuck, and your whole system stops because you have like what we call a poison pill. So how do you avoid that? It's quite actually simple. You apply a pattern called dead letter queue and use other schemas to actually define a schema. So it's a strong typed. So now your messages have to comply on the producer side with a specific typing system. So you guarantee that the type is not going to go wrong for that specific topic, and then your consumers will not break for that case. And you can use a dead letter queue approach that if you start consuming a message and it's broken, instead of getting that cycle forever, you try a couple of times. If it doesn't work, you push that to a different queue and you go to the next message. And for that, you might need to use offset committing manually. And I'm going to go through that and show some code because there is a timer here. It's really scary. I have to go fast. So think about this standard producer and consumer if you just use Kafka.js or any client that you decide to use. The normal producer and normal consumers, they don't have strong guarantees. What I mean by that, it doesn't guarantee to you that you're going to send a single message on the producer side. It might have duplicates. It's what we call at least once. That's the guarantee, which means you can have duplicates. And in some systems, you cannot do that. If you're depositing money, you should not do that. Especially withdrawing money from a customer, you should not do that. And on the client side, you can also have duplicate processing. So the defaults, if you use, that's what you can get. There are solutions for that. So Kafka offers exactly one semantics, that's the EOS there, and transaction boundaries. And it's very common that you have a pattern like that you have a processor, a message that initiates as a process. You want to consume the message, do some processing with the message, and produce the message to another topic in a single transaction. So you want to make sure when you consume, do processing, something goes wrong, if you reprocess or restart your system, that you process that message again, because you didn't finalize those 3 steps, which is sending that message to the next step. And for this, you have to do some configuration in Kafka. And from the producer side, you have to set idempotency to true. That guarantees that it's not going to be duplicated and sent. And on the consumer side, you have to disable the auto-commit offset, which means your client reads the message, but now you have the control when you want to tell Kafka, I really process this message, and you commit back the offset. And you want to actually set one property called max in-flight request to 1, so you don't have parallel processing, and you can keep the ordering guarantees. And on the producer side, on the last step, remember, it's consuming and then producing, and you want all this to be in the same transaction. What you want to set is a transaction ID, so the broker can set the transaction boundaries, and say idempotent true as well. And what this guarantees is that when you consume, process, and send, it's part of a single atomic transaction. Kafka client, this is not a distributed transaction like XA transaction. It's not guarantees if you do a database call on the side that will be rollback. You have to take care of that. It's on the boundaries of Kafka. It's the same as your normal database transaction between two tables that we are used to. So just keep that in mind. Some configurations on the cluster, and I'm also done because my clock is red, blinking already. You should have at least 3 partitions and at least 2 in-sync replicas for your topics for this to work. So if you try locally and you don't have it, it will not work. And you also have to start a transaction like you can see that. Start a transaction, send the message, send the offsets, and then commit the transactions, which means everything is going to happen or it will be rolled back. And that's basically what we want to do. And it's really important that you take care of that. That's it. If you want to know more about this, I write in this specific blog posts about this, and I also have Docker Compose where you have multiple Kafka Kafka nodes where you can play with this type of more advanced work in your local machine. Thank you very much.
So, as a reminder, for those of you who are participating in the treasure hunt with the little coins, you have to give back your coins before the end of the coffee break at the registration where you got your badge. So if you want to do that, participate, you have to do it, well, right after the lightning talks.
Perfect. Hello. Yeah, perfect. Hey everyone, and welcome to my talk, Content Modeling 101. Now, my name is Harshil Agrawal, and I am originally from India, living in Berlin for 15 months now, and I work as a developer advocate at Contentful. And one of the fun parts I love about my job is that I get to experiment a lot with different technologies and frameworks and share this learning with the wider community. So you can find about all these experiments and crazy stuff that I do on my website, or feel free to follow up me on Twitter. Also, this is my first time in Amsterdam, so if you have any recommendations, please do let me know. So today, I am going to talk about content, because in the past 2 years, the amount of content that we have generated has been massive. I mean, almost everyone out there has been involved in creating content in some form or the other. And last year in November itself, during the Black Friday sale, we saw a massive amount of incoming requests being made to our Contentful APIs. The GraphQL API request increased by 550%, and the Content Delivery API, or the CDA, increased by 73%, and that was just in 1 month. And so I feel, as a developer, it is our duty to make sure that we are creating an amazing experience, not just for our end users, but for our team as well. And that is where content modeling comes into the picture. But the question is, what is content modeling, right? So a content model basically gives structure, and it helps you to organize your content. Now keep in mind that not all content creators and designers have the technical expertise like us. Hence, the goal over here is to create a content model that will support the needs of the entire team, from content creators, designers, to developers. Enough of the theory. Let's try to get into action and try to model a content for an app. And this is an app that I am working on and I want to create for myself because I've taken cooking as a hobby recently, and I want to try out to build an app where I can store all my recipes and maybe share it with everyone else. And I want to build this because I am a programmer and I have the superpower to do that. But anyways, there are a few things that I learned while I was researching for this, and I started working on it. And in the next couple of slides, I'll be talking about that. And one of the major things that I learned was about the top-down approach, because it helped me break down my content model. And I was able to simplify the content model and make it more reusable. So I started with playing around with the JSON schema, and I created this JSON schema. So I have a content model which has a recipe, which contains the title, a description, ingredients. Now, if you see, ingredients is an array, and I'm going to come back to that. And then there are instructions, and then the images. Once I had the JSON schema, and I kind of had the visual representation of what I wanted to do, I simply translated it into the content model in Contentful. And you can already see all this in Contentful. Now, if you see or focus on the ingredients, it says references, many. So what I went ahead and did was I created a different content type for ingredients. So if we go one layer deep, this is what the ingredient JSON type JSON schema looks like. The ingredient has a name, and it has a type. Now, I am vegetarian. I don't eat meat. So for me, I need to make sure what kind of ingredients I'm adding over there, and it makes it easy for me to classify as well. So the type over here is, again, another content type. And I'm sorry, I'm repeating types too many times. So this is how it looks like in Contentful again. Now, I'm not going to go into the ingredient type because it's kind of similar. But I wanted to give you a quick view of how you can, how different content types are connected with each other. So there's recipe, which is referencing to ingredients. Ingredients is referencing to ingredient type. And recipe is also referencing to asset. So one of the important features of content modeling is reusability. Now, taking this example of the cookbook, a lot of the ingredients are used in a lot of different recipes. And adding each of these recipes, these ingredients to each of these recipes individually does not make a lot of sense. And I personally believe that developers are kind of lazy, and they always want to, find the quickest and the shortest way to do stuff. So that's where reusability comes into the picture. The next is a content model does not just store content. It also embodies the decision about how you want to render the content for the end user, how your team should publish and display the content. And we refer to this constellation of issues as content governance. And you also need to think about the platform. Where and how will the users interact with your content? Is it just going to be only on the web? Are you going to go ahead and build a mobile application? Are your users going to get this information on a voice-enabled application? So that is that is the other feature that you need to think about. And lastly, remember, nobody gets content model right in one pass. It's a continuous process. So keep on, iterating over it, get the feedback from your team, from your users, and keep making changes. And if you want to learn more about content model or Contentful, hop onto our Learning Center. We have some amazing courses where you can learn about them in much more details. We also have a developer portal, so if you want to just get started, look at the developer resources that we have. That's the correct place to go. And we are here at the booth, and we have an interesting giveaway. So come say hi at the booth, grab some swags, and maybe participate in the giveaway. That's it from my end, and thank you for joining in, and have a wonderful time.
Yay, well, at this time. Can I ask you a question before I start? How many of you would be happy at your job if they asked you to maintain thousands of code demos? For me, Oh, you are happy. That's probably a good job for you in writing docs. But for me, that's not what I want to do. And that's a situation I found ourselves in at AG Grid. Now, our aim is to make the best JavaScript data grid in the world. But we understand, as Rich was talking about earlier, that our grid is only going to be as good as what our users can do with it. And the way we can show them what they can do is via our docs. So we are determined for every feature that we have to have a live code demo. So you'll see what the grid does, and you'll also see the code that is powering that demo. So if we just start adding in all these examples for our features, we've actually got up to about 500 demos now. And you think that's bad enough. Wait till you realize that AG Grid is agnostic. So we support JavaScript, TypeScript, Angular, React. You can use hooks and classes. You can write it in Vue 2, Vue 3. And we want you, when you're using our docs, to be able to see the code in the framework that you're using. So you times all these numbers together, and we end up with about 8,000 demos. So there's no way, even if you do want to do it, that you're going to be able to keep up and not make mistakes with copy and paste. And it's just going to be quite boring, to be honest. So in an ideal world, what we want to do is write a single example. And we're going to do this in TypeScript, because for Angular, we need types. If you want React with TSX, you need types. For our JavaScript example, we just strip the types out and we're done. And then we can use that as a starting point for our Vue and React with just plain JavaScript. Now, the first step to be able to achieve this is to categorize your code. So here we've got some example AG Grid code. We've got some static config, we've got a callback, and also an external event. And the reason we need to categorize this is so that we can apply framework-specific converters to each of these specific areas. Because we know that Angular uses different syntax to React, and it's different depending on what you're trying to achieve. But then the challenge and the question is, how do we programmatically categorize our code example? And that's where abstract syntax trees come in, because we can represent any piece of code as a tree. So for example, the highlighted function here is size to fit. And that's represented as a function definition with a property of name, parameters, and the body. And any code file that you've got, you can break it down and represent it in this tree structure. So for example, if you're using TypeScript to parse it, you give it the source text of the example, and it will give you this AST. And then we're going to traverse this tree and use pattern matches to pull out all of these different sections. So we'll find what's a property, what's an instant method, and what's an event handler. So this is an example of what one of these pattern matches might look like. So we've got, is this a function call? So we run through all the nodes in the tree, and if it's a function call, then we pull it out into this external event handlers, where we've got the name, the parameters, and the body. So we build up this memory model of what the code example actually looks like. And then we use our framework-specific converters. So here we can see Angular and Vue. You've got the different syntax for trying to achieve a similar thing. And so we use these framework-specific converters against each category. And once you've done that, you can spit that code out into a base template, and you find you've got your Angular, React, and Vue examples. And we have only written the TypeScript one along with these converters. Just to make sure we haven't made a mistake, we validate it with TypeScript. We hit every single one of these examples with Cypress to make sure there's no errors. A bit of snapshotting for visual regressions. And if we're feeling really keen and careful, we can git diff the entire repo to make sure we haven't done anything silly. And the result for us is that we're able to update all our framework examples in one place. For example, we added support for React and TypeScript, and it only took a day, but there's 500 examples there. If we want to add a new framework support, we'll just add one converter. And we're happy developers because we're not maintaining all of these examples, and there's more time for us to work on features. And I believe our users are happier because they can go to our docs, say what framework they're using, what variation they're using, and they get to see the code that matches that to copy and paste into their application. So for you as takeaways, I want you to realize this point that we can use TypeScript abstract syntax trees to generate and reason about our code. And a great way to get started with this is ASTExplorer.net. Just drop your code into that, and it will show you what the abstract syntax tree looks like. And finally, don't manually maintain something that you can generate. If you do take inspiration from this talk, I'd love to hear what you end up building with it. Thank you.
Thanks. All right. Well, that was it for our lightning talk round and for this slot. So it's now time for a little coffee break. If you're participating in the treasure hunt, don't forget to go to the entrance booth to give your coins and have them counted. And we'll see after the break who is the lucky winner of our amazing prizes. Have a nice break, everyone.
AG Grid's high-performance JavaScript data grid works with Angular, Vue, and React. It easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Crypto. A turbulent world full of risks and opportunities. Discover it through a trusted platform. Join the 1 million Dutch users of Bitfavo, the crypto exchange of the Netherlands. Crypto starts with Bitfavo.
What is intelligent industry with Capgemini? We could tell you it's how our team of experts help you use 5G, AI, and IoT to connect intelligent devices, factories, and software ecosystems to harness the power of data and foster innovation. But in human terms, it's business and tech.
So making our products intelligent really does make life
easier, better,
really working in sync. Capgemini. Get the future you want.
The content you create works harder across more channels, while you work smarter with powerful tools for workflows, editing, and even building your own apps. Say hello to a better way to build and deliver digital experiences. Contentful.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
AGGrid's high-performance JavaScript data grid works with Angular, Vue, and React. It easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Crypto. A turbulent world full of risks and opportunities. Discover it through a trusted platform. Join the 1 million Dutch users of Bitfavo, the crypto exchange of the Netherlands. Crypto starts with Bitfavo.
What is intelligent industry with Capgemini? We could tell you it's how our team of experts help you use 5G, AI, and IoT to connect intelligent devices, factories, and software ecosystems to harness the power of data and foster innovation. But in human terms, it's business and tech.
So making our products intelligent really does make life
easier, better,
really working in sync. Capgemini. Get the future you want.
The content you create works harder across more channels, while you work smarter with powerful tools for workflows, editing, and even building your own apps. Say hello to a better way to build and deliver digital experiences. Contentful.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
AGGrid's high-performance JavaScript data grid works with Angular, Vue, and React. It easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Crypto. A turbulent world full of risks and opportunities. Discover it through a trusted platform. Join the 1 million Dutch users of Bitfavo, the crypto exchange of the Netherlands. Crypto starts with Bitfavo.
What is intelligent industry with Capgemini? We could tell you it's how our team of experts help you use 5G, AI, and IoT to connect intelligent devices, factories, and software ecosystems to harness the power of data and foster innovation. But in human terms, it's business and tech.
So making our products intelligent really does make life
easier, better,
really working in sync. Capgemini. Get the future you want.
The content you create works harder across more channels, while you work smarter with powerful tools for workflows, editing, and even building your own apps. Say hello to a better way to build and deliver digital experiences. Contentful.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
AGGrid's high-performance JavaScript data grid works with Angular, Vue, and React. It easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Crypto. A turbulent world full of risks and opportunities. Discover it through a trusted platform. Join the 1 million Dutch users of Bitfavo, the crypto exchange of the Netherlands. Crypto starts with Bitfavo.
What is intelligent industry with Capgemini? We could tell you it's how our team of experts help you use 5G, AI, and IoT to connect intelligent devices, factories, and software ecosystems to harness the power of data and foster innovation. But in human terms, it's business and tech.
So making our products intelligent really does make life
Easier. Better.
Really working in sync. Cap Gemini. Get the future you want.
The content you create works harder across more channels, while you work smarter with powerful tools for workflows, editing, and even building your own apps. Say hello to a better way to build and deliver digital experiences. Contentful.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
AGGrid's high-performance JavaScript data grid works with Angular, Vue, and React. It easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition.
Of course, it's super important to get
Nice.
not only knowledge today, but some calories.
It's true. It takes a lot of energy, really, extroverting at a conference. What is next, Maxime?
Next, as promised, we want to dedicate 3-4 minutes to announcements of the winners of our sponsor raffles. So we have 4 companies with cool prizes, and I hope that you actively participated in these raffles, quizzes, everything. And now I want to invite a representative of the first of the companies on the stage, Contentful. Woo! Yes, the microphone is yours. Please tell us the names of the winners.
Yes, so we have 2 winners for the 2 different Lego
First,
sets.
announce the prizes.
Yes, the prizes are 2 Star Wars Lego sets. So we have 2 winners, and the 2 winners are Pranshu Khanna.
Raise your hand if you are here.
If you want this set, please go to the Contentful booth, and we'll give you a prize. And then the second winner is Veronika Beltuikova.
Woo!
Veronica.
And yeah, folks, let's be good friends. If these folks are not here, but you know them, please inform them that they are winners and they have to just go to contentful area to grab their prizes.
Yes, Pranshu and Veronica, I'll see you there.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. And now I invite folks from Upright. Are you here? Huh?
I wonder if you need to bring your identification when you pick up your prize. You were having the same idea? Nice. There's a little conversation going on in the background. I don't know what's happening.
Then we'll announce winners on okay? You do raffle. I don't have any names though. There's no names. Okay, then just ask organizers. Okay, yes, let's keep Upright for now. And OLX, do we have a representative here? Yes. Come to us.
Do you need me to hold something? Do I need to hold something?
Tell us about the prize.
Okay, I think it's working. Hi everyone, so we are doing a raffle activity to win this drone, and I hope that the winner is here to receive at the moment. And basically the winner is a front-end engineer with 2 years of experience, and is Paulina that take the photo with our socks, the most original one. It's here, no? So, yeah, we can deliver at our booth, and the other ones can always pass by there too.
Sounds like a great plan. Thank you very much. And the next company I want to run on the stage is Capgemini. Folks, come to us. Wow, that's a big prize.
So hello everybody, I hope you enjoyed racing with Capgemini, and eventually we have our winner. We found our fastest one, and I hope he's in the audience here to get his prize. And the name is, I want to have a drum roll from the audience on your knees. Yeah, like that, here you go. The name is Lovro Gunovic. What's in the room?
Yes. So I hope the winners will be run to your areas very soon.
Very good.
So expect they will come. And about Upright, I think we'll announce winner on Discord. They are trying to do the raffle right here, right now. What's next? Do you know what's next?
I do know what's next. It's my favorite part of the day.
Tell us.
I've just been waiting for this part. The Open Source Awards. Yeah.
More prizes.
Yes, the Open Source Awards, and maybe you see them shining here. Look at that. Like, they're so incredibly pretty, so I'm really looking forward to looking at all the contestants. So let's look at our first award category, which is Breakthrough of the Year. So in this category, we have 3 nominees, Hopscotch, Solid, and Web3.js. Let's look at a little demo for all of these projects, shall we? Shall we look at the demos? Technology.
Hopscotch is an open-source API development ecosystem. It's lightweight, blazingly fast, and highly customizable not only with custom themes, but also by typing in your custom requests. It was built with the tremendous help from the Hopscotch community. To join us, visit the GitHub repo or hopscotch.io to test it out.
Solid.js is a 7 kilobyte library for building web apps. It uses a compiler to convert JSX into performant DOM updates, reducing abstraction and keeping you close to the DOM. And reactive primitives let you model your state without the overhead or magic.
Decentralized web applications are just getting traction, and Web3.js is your portal to the Ethereum blockchain. This collection of libraries allows you to interact with local or remote Ethereum nodes. To start, use Yarn, NPM, or CDN to import it to your project. The API gives you a ton of utilities to manage smart contracts, accounts, or interact with the file store. Learn more on web3js.readthedocs.io.
That is a tough choice. I hope that everybody has voted for their favorite projects. So we have these very professional envelopes where the winners are written on the insides. So let's have a look. What is the breakthrough of this year?
Woo! And the prize goes to...
Solid.
Yoo-hoo!
Very exciting. All of these prizes will be shipped to the maintainers because obviously they're at home working on these projects. So we'll not be inviting anyone up on the stage. Unfortunately, it's not an actual award show, but it's sort of like a half award show. Good. Moving on to our next award category. The fun side project of the year. I had a couple of fun side projects, but they're not listed here, unfortunately. So our side projects of the year are Yoha, Gaze Detection, Big Heads, and OStart. Let's have a look at what all of these projects do for us.
Do you want to bring a bit of personality to your projects? Introducing Big Heads. Big Heads helps you easily generate avatars for various purposes. To add it to your project, just simply yarn or npm it and then use the schema to generate avatars. Allow your users to choose their characters with a few clicks. Check out the playground on bigheads.io/editor.
Gaze detection is a JavaScript library that predicts the direction of a user's gaze using iris tracking. It uses TensorFlow's face landmark detection model. To demo how it would work, you can see this prototype of a keyboard interface in the browser, controllable with eye movements. To try it on your own, check the GitHub repository or go to gazekeyboard.netlify.app and gaze hello.
Does your GitHub contribution calendar look like this? Or maybe like this? Even if it looks like that, we can consider it art. OSS Art is a tool to generate your GitHub activity as an artwork. Now that some of us gradually return back to the office, don't miss the chance to showcase how productive you've been in the form of art. Head over to getoss.art and generate your artwork.
Yoha is an open-source hand-tracking engine. By leveraging the capabilities of TensorFlow.js, Yoha runs a custom machine learning model directly in your browser to analyze your video feed in a privacy-preserving fashion. Yoha detects 21 hand coordinates and 2 gestures, the pinch and the fist gesture. One cool use case of Yoha is that you can build applications for drawing, like you can see in this video.
I would love to see a show of hands if there's any fun project in those 4 that you have used, are gonna use now that you've seen the videos. Yeah, that's more like it. Okay, really cool. I'm opening my very official envelope.
And this prize, Fun Side Project of the Year, goes to
gaze detection.
Yoo-hoo!
Very cool. Again, the award will be shipped, and we're moving on to the next category because, you know, we're on a tight schedule here. So, our next category. Our next category is Productivity Booster, and we have a couple of nominees in this category again. One of them is Amplification, we have Zod, we have Hardhat, and we have Omni. Let's look at what these projects do for us.
Hardhat is an Ethereum development environment for professionals. It facilitates performing frequent tasks, such as running tests, automatically checking code for mistakes, or interacting with a smart contract. Hardhat is the best choice for debugging Solidity as it allows you to deploy locally and run tests without dealing with live environments. Use Hardhat's ecosystem of plugins and tools or bring your own to build a smooth workflow. Get started on hardhat.org. Omni. Open, close, switch, and pin Chrome tabs. Use Figma and Notion integrations at your fingertips. To supercharge your productivity, install Omni from the Chrome Web Store.
Zod is a tiny, zero-dependency, TypeScript-first, schema declaration, and validation library. The term schema broadly refers to any data type, from a simple string to a complex nested object. With Zod, you declare a validator once and Zod will automatically infer the static TypeScript type. Use your favorite package manager to add Zod to your projects. For more information, check the docs at zod.dev.
So many great productivity tools. I mean, I just use Coffee, but I guess you can use one of those tools as well. So let's have a look at the winner in this category.
Who is boosting our productivity to the maximum? You decide. The winner is
Omni.
Well deserved.
Any Omni users in the room? Or those are at home working? Could be too. All right. Congratulations, Omni. Let's move on to the next award category, which is the most exciting use of technology. In this category, we have no less than 6 nominees. That's a lot of videos, y'all. We have Vanilla Extract, we have Party Town, we have TRPC, we have ZX, and we have QJS, and also Tori. Let's roll the videos.
Here's a quick look at Party Town. It aims to solve this problem. Lots of third-party scripts blocking your main thread, causing your site to perform poorly. Our solution is to move those scripts to the worker thread so they don't have a negative impact on performance. We do this by using some clever tricks to make the code run in the worker by default and access the main thread only as needed. Integration can be just a few lines of code and work on any tech stack. And that's the gist. Thanks for taking a moment to learn about our project.
QJS, Quantum JavaScript, Quantum, made easy. Q is a quantum circuit simulator, drag-and-drop circuit editor, and powerful JavaScript library that runs right here in your web browser. There's nothing to install and nothing to configure, so jump right in and experiment. Fire up the Q editor, then tap and drag the pieces around to get a feel for how it works. It's easy to use on both desktop and mobile devices. Visit quantumjavascript.app to check it out.
Tari helps you build faster, more secure desktop applications with a small footprint and with your favorite front end. To start with Tari Run npx, create Tari app and follow the workflow. Select your app name, window title and your front end of choice to begin developing. Once the dependencies are ready, just navigate to the source like usual and start creating your awesome next desktop project. To find out more, visit us at tari.studio.
TRPC removes the need of creating API schemas for internal services. You get automatic type safety and auto-completion that is inferred automatically from your backend functions. The client doesn't import anything from the backend, only its type declarations. And it doesn't have any dependencies, doesn't rely on code generation or a build pipeline, and can be incrementally adopted with adapters for React and Next.js included. Visit trpc.io to learn more.
Vanilla Extract is a framework-agnostic JavaScript library that allows you to use TypeScript as your CSS preprocessor without sacrificing performance. Along with the maintainability of TypeScript, you also get automatic local scoping of classes, variables, and theme contracts. Write your styles in special .css.ts files, and with one of our many bundler integrations, you can ship real static CSS to your users.
Bash is great, but when it comes to writing scripts, people usually choose a more convenient programming language. JavaScript is a perfect choice, but standard Node.js library requires additional hassle before using. The ZX package provides useful wrappers around child process, sets sensible defaults, and takes care of properly escaping arguments, so you don't need to worry about it.
Well, that's 6 really exciting projects. So let's look at the winner in the category Most Exciting Use of Technology.
Yes, 6 projects and only 1 winner. And this very colorful award goes to...
Party Town! Congratulations, Party Town. The award will be coming your way.
Yeah, Party Town. This is what will happen tomorrow, right? On this
Party Town is tomorrow.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
yay.
true. All right, let's move on to our last but not least category of this year's Open Source Awards, the most impactful contribution to community. 5 contestants, very interesting. Let's have a look at them. We have PNPM, Devs for Ukraine, 3GS Journey, Bytes.dev, and Medusa. So let's roll the videos and figure out what these projects do.
Your favorite JavaScript newsletter Bytes.dev. Are you tired of constantly having to keep an eye on Twitter, release notes, or blog posts just to keep up with the industry? The Bytes newsletter mixes a week worth of updates with a pinch of humor to brighten your Monday and get your work week started. Subscribe at Bytes.dev, made with lots of love from the UI.dev team.
Devs for Ukraine was a free online engineering conference with the goal to raise funds and provide support to Ukraine. It featured talks from 9 front-end and 8 back-end speakers, prominent figures in the developer community such as Dan Abramov, Charlie Gerard, Ben Lesh, and more. With more than 1,000 individual donations, Devs for Ukraine raised more than $100,000. The funds raised during the 2 days of the event will be evenly divided between 8 non-governmental organizations and humanitarian funds. Remote is collaborating with. Go to devsforukraine.io to rewatch the talks and learn more.
Medusa is the open-source Shopify alternative, or in other words, a powerful headless commerce engine that enables developers to create amazing digital experiences. To get started with Medusa, you first install the CLI. After that, create your first project and start the Medusa engine. After, you will be ready to use the API. To further boost your productivity, we have a pre-built admin dashboard that you can use to configure and manage your store in only a few minutes. Check medusajs.com and take ownership of your commerce stack.
PNPM or Performant NPM saves you disk space and has faster install times. When using NPM or Yarn, if you have 100 projects using a dependency, you will have 100 copies of that dependency saved on disk. Why maintain separate dependencies when you can have single copy of them? With PNPM, the dependency will be stored in a content addressable store, so you save a lot of space on your disk and have a lot faster installations. Check out the Get Started instructions on pnpm.io/installation.
Hey, it's Bruno Simon. 3GS is such a great library and simplifies WebGL development so much. But I felt like we were missing a course that takes you by the hand and guides you through everything you need to know to be able to create badass 3D websites. That's why I created 3GS Journey. In this 45 hours long video course, you will start from the basics of 3GS, like creating your very first scene, and then make your way through more advanced techniques like how to create your own shaders, add physics, create realistic renders, interact with your objects, create your own models with Blender. All you need to know is JavaScript. I will explain the rest.
beautiful project, and we really want to know who the winner is, right? So I'm not going to leave you hanging for much longer.
Ready? Let's go proper drum roll, folks. Yeah, the winner is...
PNPM. Big round of applause. So these awards will make their way to the winners. We have one special agenda item. I love how you're looking at me like, what? We do? We do. We have one extra awesome award, and I want to welcome Daniel from Tori to the stage to hand this one out. Supposedly there's a slide for it. I don't make the rules.
Well, we don't need a slide, but at Towery we wanted to find the best framework that makes the smallest and safest apps. And, you know, at this time, I'd like to welcome Rich up here to grab his award for Svelte.js because it is the best thing that we know of right now. If you're not here, I'll find you later. Maybe, wait, is way in the back? No? All right. Shy. That's it. Yeah.
Too bad we didn't have the slide because it's actually a gorgeous award. So you should anyway have a look at it for sure. All right.
Yes. Okay, so what do we do next?
I think we have another talk, like wild stuff at a conference.
A talk. Let's find our clicker. Where's the clicker?
Oh, we're missing the clicker. The award show was great, right? I know. I feel like next we should do Eurovision, Maxime.
Yes, I secretly hope that next most impactful contribution award goes to me for my emceeing. No.
If you have been in the other track also, there's this fan, and Maxime has been, you know, practicing his Eurovision move of being in a fan and like the hair is flowing back. It was a thing to observe. Are we ready?
Yeah, now we are ready.
Yay!
Yes,
I'm going to leave you then, Maxime, because it's your game again.
Thanks for your help. Before we introduce our next speaker, just a quick reminder about the discussion room on WebAssembly topic. I believe it starts right now. And folks who watch us remotely use spatial.chat. Folks from audience, you know where to go, somewhere on the balcony. And without any further delay, I'm super happy to invite on that stage Nico Martin. Nico is a self-taught web developer and Google developer expert in web technologies from Switzerland. And yes, set up, Nico. And yeah, I explicitly asked organizers of JSNation, could I introduce Nico? Because we know each other online. We did a couple of projects together, and this is first time when we met in person. That's so nice. Give me 5, man. Cool. Are you ready?
I think.
Do you have a microphone? Yes, you have. Final preparations. Yes. Wow, that's quite complex setup you have. Of course, because it's the session about hardware, about web Bluetooth. One of my favorite topics in modern web technologies, capabilities part of the browsers. All this amazing set of APIs we have now as a part of web API to communicate with hardware directly from our JavaScript. Isn't that cool? So no any extra layers needed between our JavaScript code and hardware. You ready now?
Yeah.
Okay, then the stage is yours. Yeah, I assume.
Yeah, so hello everyone. My name is Nico. As Maxim said, I'm a freelance front-end developer from Switzerland. I'm also part of the Google Developer Experts program, which basically means that I just spend way too much of my free time playing around with all the new web technologies and browser APIs. Yeah, and today I'm here to take you through my journey with the Web Bluetooth API. So browsers have been built around this idea that they would request data from a server and they would render that data. So browsers have always been great at communicating with servers that might be hundreds of kilometers away, but it was always quite difficult to interact with devices that were right next to the browser. Now with the whole movement of progressive web apps, with the project Fugu, we have seen a couple of new APIs. We have seen the Web USB, Web Serial API, Web HID API, and so on and so forth. And they all try to fill this gap between the browser and the peripheral devices. But let's start with some basics. So Bluetooth is a wireless technology standard to exchange data that uses the same frequency as wireless LAN, but it sends really small amounts of data over a rather short distance. And if you now think about this old and buggy and frustrating experience you had with your first smartphones or first cell phones, I have very good news for you, because that was the old Bluetooth, Bluetooth Classic. Right now, with Bluetooth 4.0, we also have BLE, which stands for Bluetooth Low Energy. And that's a completely new standard that was built specifically for IoT devices. So it's very energy efficient, and it also runs over quite a long distance. And with Web Bluetooth, we always talk about BLE, because that's the standard that was implemented. So Bluetooth normally works like this. You would have a central device, which is the more capable device in terms of CPU and battery usage. And then you would have peripheral devices. Now, we also refer to them as the client and the server. And now it's very important that you can connect one central device to multiple peripheral devices, but one peripheral device can only be connected to one central device at the same time. That's also the reason why, for example, you can connect your headphones and your smartwatch to the same smartphone, but you can't connect your headphones to two smartphones at the same time. That's just not possible. Now, as part of BLE, the Bluetooth Special Interest Group introduced the GATT, the Generic Attribute Profile. And that's basically the way how the peripheral device exposes its data to the client. So you would have the GATT server that contains a list of GATT services. Each service is then just a group of characteristics. And now one characteristic identifies a value, and it also defines what operations can be performed on that value. For example, if you have a battery level, there it makes sense that you can read the battery level, and you also want to be notified when the battery level changes on the device. But it doesn't make sense to make that writable, because you can't just override the battery level and then expect it to be magically at 100%. If that would be the case, all our energy problems, climate change problems would be solved, but that's not. But if you have the flight direction of a drone, for example, there it does make sense, or let's say it's crucial that you can control the direction, that you can control your drone, it needs to be writable. Now, a GATT value is then a very low-level data structure, so it's just an array of bytes. And if you now look at the right side, here I have the implementation of a GATT server from the PlayBulb Sphere, which is a BLE light bulb. And we have the services, we have the characteristics, and now it's very important to mention that services and characteristics are not really identified by their names, but by UUIDs. So there's a list of standard UUIDs maintained by the Bluetooth Special Interest Group that cover common use cases, like information about the device, or battery level. So we do know that on each device, the characteristic, or let's say the service 180F would be the battery service. But then we also have non-standard services, like in that example, the light service and the light characteristic. And there we can reach for either 128 bits, so long, unique UUIDs, or we can choose 16-bit UUIDs that are not yet specified. In that case, we have FF0F for the light service and FFFC for the characteristic. The tricky part is now, how are those values structured? The first two are pretty basic. That's basically just a UTF-8 encoded string. The battery level is just the decimal representation of our byte. So 5A would be 90%. And now for the custom characteristics, there we need to reach out for the documentation, and in most cases there is no documentation. But in our case, we have documentation, so we do know that the playbulb sphere has 4 bytes, 4 LEDs inside the light bulb. And now, with the value of each byte, you can control the intensity of one of those LEDs. And the cool thing is now, with red, green, and blue, we can basically create any color that we have in the RGB color space. But now that we have the basics, let's have a look at the Web API. So the Web API is pretty straightforward. First, we have to request the device. We can pass a set of filters, and we also need to specify the services that we will use later on. And when that code is executed, the user will see this prompt. There we can select one of all the devices that match the filters we define. So in our case, we want to filter by the name playbulb sphere. And therefore, we can then select the playbulb sphere. Once the user connects to that, we can call device.gatt.connect to connect to the server. To read the value, we can first get the service using the UUID and also the characteristic using the UUID. Now, on the characteristic, we can call characteristic.readValue to read the value. And in that case, we will receive a data view. And we are now interested in the first byte of that data view in a decimal format. So right now, we just want to console log the battery level of the characteristic or of that device. Since the battery characteristic also allows the notify operation, we can add an event listener characteristic value changed. And that will be fired whenever the battery level changes on the device. It's very important here as well that we need to call .start notifications, because in the sake of, or for the sake of battery efficiency, those events are not sent by default. To write values, again, we need to request the service, the characteristic, this time for the light service. Now we can read the value as before, but now we're interested in the RGB value, so the second, the third, and the fourth value. And now to write a value, we can call the write value without a response or with response. That depends on the device you're using. But both functions, they accept a new data view. So in that case, we will just overwrite the current data view, and that will change the characteristic on the device. Now, let's start with a little demo. First of all, my slides are browser, or they run in the browser. So what I can do is I can just open up the console. And those are exactly the commands you have seen before. First of all, let's copy this. I'm not a trackpad person, but I think that will work. Now we can connect to the playbulb sphere. On the device, we can then select server. On the server, we can then select the slide service, and on the light service, we can now write a new value. So in our case, we want to overwrite that value, and we expect the light bulb to turn. Yeah, OK. I forgot to, sorry, I forgot to get the characteristic. Let's try again. Here we go. No, sorry. Wait. OK, let's try that again. It's always nice to do live coding or live demos on a conference. So let's go again. Let's connect. Service. Now, characteristic. And now the moment of truth. Will it be blue? Yes, it will. OK. So in the end, with Web Bluetooth, we are basically now able to control any BLE device that we have around us. But there's one problem. Reverse engineering Bluetooth devices is a huge pain. Before I found the Playbulb Sphere, I tried a couple of different RGB light bulbs. And the problem is, since there is no standard for light, each manufacturer has their own set of characteristics, their own UUIDs. And I was just there trying to make sense of this, and that was just a huge waste of time and energy. And on the other hand, there is this whole new world right outside the window, the world of Arduinos, Raspberry Pis, Picos, hardware. And I mean, I'm a front-end developer. I never came in touch with hardware at any point in my career, but I thought, well, let's just go on an adventure. And the adventure turned out to be a pretty deep rabbit hole, and I'm still somewhere down there. But I managed to create this BLE buzzer, which is an Arduino Nano RP2040, which is the latest Arduino chip, or module, I need to say. And there's also a Bluetooth chip on the board. So what I have here, basically, is just one server, one service, one characteristic that has 1 byte. And that byte can either be 0 when it's in default state, or it can be 255 when it's pressed. And now my web application uses Web Bluetooth to listen to the characteristic value change event, and whenever it changes from 0 to 255, I will just show the next slide. The next thing, I'm using this the whole time, but the problem is maybe you don't see it. OK. The next thing I built is this little car. It's, again, an Arduino Nano. It's called Speed Wheels. It's not that fast, but my son came up with the name, and I'm fine with that. So it's an Arduino Nano connected to those motors and to a LED RGB ring. And the problem I had here is my C++ knowledge is very, very limited, and it's still very limited. And my ideas were huge. So what I had to do is I wanted to keep the device part very, very small, very easy, and move all the heavy logic to the client, to JavaScript, where I feel comfortable. So what I did is I have basically one function that accepts 2 values, one for the left wheel, one for the right wheel, between 0, which would be full speed backward, 100, which would be stop, and 200, full speed forward. And since those values are in the range of 1 byte, we can now use one characteristic with 2 bytes, one for the left wheel, one for the right wheel. I also have a demo, and let's hope that this time it will work as expected. I'm also, I have my stage here, so everyone can see it. So since a web application is cross-platform by default, I can just use my smartphone with the same web application I have on my desktop. I can now connect two speed wheels, and I can now OK, that works. But the problem is, I mean, it's cool, arrow keys work, but they're very, very boring. So what I came up is, or I tried to get the full, or to work with the full potential of the web platform. So for example, we do have a gyroscope on the smartphone. So what I can do now is I can use the device orientation API to convert the movement of my... no! OK. It's still running, so it does work. But I mean, the device orientation is great, but we do have some fancy stuff in the web. For example, we have machine learning. And as you might know, we can use TensorFlow.js inside the browser. And what I did is I have a hand, or I've took a hand gesture model. Here we go. And now I really hope that the light is right, but I can... What I do is basically I analyze the given video input, and I try to convert the hand gestures into characteristic right events. And it has some delay, but it does work. So to sum it all up, we have these very powerful new APIs. We can connect them to the full potential of the web platform. And I ask myself, how far can we go? I mean, we do have, or I said in the beginning that we can connect multiple peripheral devices to one central device, but can we also connect multiple devices to one web application? If so, where are the limits? And I didn't find any limits. So me and my little friends here, we created a little demo where I'm using the Web Audio API to analyze a given audio input. And there I can now interact with the audio. And for example, I can get the volume of a given frequency or the beat and everything. And let's hope the audio is on as well. That should be it. I didn't want to do that in a live demo because there are so many things that need to work out. We can connect the light bulb. I have two little LED matrices where I can set the value of each of those LEDs. I need to speed up the process a little because it just takes too much time. But once all the devices are connected, we can take you a little bit back in time. And so in the end, all you have seen in the video is the web application that analyzes the audio input and that sends a lot of small commands to my devices. So that was it from my side. It was great being here. I have one thing to say. If you are a web developer, if you are a front-end developer, and I think most of you are, and you ever wanted to dip your toes into hardware development, now it is the perfect time. Thank you very much. My slides are all online, so you will have all the links to the threads and to the Twitter threads and the GitHub profiles as well. And if there are any questions, I think we do have a couple of minutes.
Yes, yes, yes. There are some questions. Let's just take our places here. MC, speaker, clearly marked. And I kindly ask our AV team to put questions on the big screen. Yay! Yes, so actually, how do you control two devices, if that's ever possible at all?
Well, it is possible. Maybe you have seen the two LED matrices. They do have the same name, and you can just connect to those, and you have then two instances of that device. So in the end, that's perfectly fine, no problem.
Great. Well, that's a very interesting question. Can you use Bluetooth to control your device if you're far away from it?
Well, of course, it needs to be in the range, in the Bluetooth range, because you can't connect otherwise.
But I think this is not a very simple question. I mean, yeah, of course, it's not possible by Bluetooth, right? So the whole point of Bluetooth is being in proximity. But why not to create some kind of library to provide fallback? So if you're out of range with Bluetooth, maybe you could try your luck with some cloud connection and bypass commands from your control center via other channels. So.
And also, Bluetooth is not that, the range is not that small, because with Bluetooth 5.0, I have read that it should be possible to communicate over 100 meters or more. So it's pretty okay, I would say. No, I'm not sure how long it will take, but it should be possible.
Yeah, just think about this kind of fallback library could be at least nominee for the next year in one of these nominations. Maybe, I don't know, the most fun project or most exciting project. Okay, nevertheless, the last question, not actually last, so let's dedicate 2 more minutes. First, simple one. Is this API available in all browsers, and what about like cross-platform support?
Well, no, it's not. The problem is it is available in all Chromium-based browsers already since 2017. It's not available, for example, in WebKit. That also means that we can't use it on iOS because all the browsers on iOS need to use WebKit under the hood. But there is some hope because I think right now there are some regulatory changes where maybe Apple will be forced to allow other browser engines on iOS. And also, I've seen lately some movement in the whole WebKit ecosystem. So now that they will allow push notifications, maybe they will also change their mind about all the hardware API, because that's also the case for WebUSB, WebSerial, all those cool things. But right now, it's only available in Chromium-based browsers.
Yeah, and I'd say progressive enhancement and feature detection are your best friends. Thank you very much, Nico. Give me 5.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yes, and you will find Nico in our discussion room. So if you have more questions, just follow Nico. And folks who watch us remotely, Nico will be available in spatial chat in a few minutes. And a couple of reminders about our amazing sponsors. Gold sponsor Bitvavo, user-friendly trading platform with low fees and more than 175 cryptocurrencies supported, including Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Cardano. And Modus Create. Modus Create builds customer-centric products, processes, and platforms to help businesses succeed in the digital economy. Visit moduscreate.com to learn more about their services or apply to work, apply for a job in their team. With that, I carefully pass microphone to my dear colleague, MC Flor.
Maybe not the microphone, but I definitely want a clicker.
Oh, yes, carefully pass clicker.
Appreciate it. Thank you. So was that the talk with the most props of them all? I think so. Probably. All right. Next up, because we sort of live in a metaverse anyway already, we have a pre-recorded talk that we'll watch together. And then we'll have the speaker join us live so we can ask him questions. So again, please use Slido for the questions so that we can relay the questions to him when he's up on the screen behind me. This is going to be fun. I really hope that there's not going to be any lag. I sort of feel like I'm presenting the news or something. Anyway, joining us is Adi Osmani, who is an engineering manager working on Google Chrome. He leads up a web performance and tools team focused on making the web fast. Thank you, Adi. Appreciate it. His teams contribute to projects like Core Web Vitals, Lighthouse, PageSpeed Insights, Chrome User Experience Reports, and other projects, which he will no doubt talk about. So please roll the video.
Hey folks, my name is Adi Osmani. I'm an engineering manager working on the Chrome team at Google. And today we're going to talk about the future of performance tooling. You may know me from the internet for posting about DevTools features and talking about performance, but I've gone through the pandemic the same way that everybody else has. It's been a long pandemic. There have been a lot of folks recently announcing they have new jobs. I too am excited to announce my new position. It's the fetal position. I've been in it for some time. I'm probably going to remain in it right after this. The last 2 years were a good dry run. Now, as I mentioned, I tend to talk a lot about things like JavaScript and JavaScript bundles, but today I wanted to take a step back and focus on user experience. Now, users often experience web pages as a journey, and there's a few key moments to it. There's, is it happening? Is it useful? Is it usable? And is it delightful? Delight can mean making the experience more pleasant through adding things like animations. Now, as I mentioned, I love sharing DevTools tips. And one thing a lot of folks don't know is that DevTools actually has an animation inspector built in. Here it is in action. You can use it to modify the timing of animations, delays, durations, and so much more. Here it is working against a page transitions app by Sarah Drasner. I love the animations inspector. It's one of my favorite features. Now, sometimes folks will ask, well, are there efforts to bring such APIs to the platform? Jake Archibald had a great talk about a new page transitions API. And here's a cool demo of it built by the community. So we have a shared element transition here. We're clicking on a URL. It's taking us to this page. We're going back, and you'll see that both the URL bar is changing as well as giving us these beautiful animations. Now, there's a lot of work left to do to support things like page transitions in the animation inspector, but we can already see things like being able to play back these animations and see like all of the different kinds of motion we are adding to our pages. Really powerful stuff, and I love it. So on to our main question. What does the future of performance tooling look like? Now, I think it's three things. I think it's user-centric, actionable, and contextual. Let's start off with user-centric. Now, in the last few years, Chrome has talked about the importance of focusing on user-centric performance metrics, such as the Core Web Vitals. Now, the Core Web Vitals are three metrics. They're largest contentful paints, first input delay, and cumulative layout shift. This covers loading, interactivity, and visual stability. Now, these are great. We recommend checking them out using real-world data in the field or in the lab. But there's a lot more that we can do to bring how we think about performance closer to the user experience. Now, there are probably a set of core user journeys that you care about on your site these days. This isn't something that lab performance tooling or the tooling that we use on our laptops has really fully acknowledged just yet. Instead, we focused on things like initial page load performance. This continues to be really important, by the way, but it's a story we've told in a few places, like in Lighthouse and in DevTools. But we're evolving our understanding of user experience all the time. Now, if you look at the Core Web Vitals metrics, some of them are already thinking about, that post-load performance, including things like layout shifts that might happen after the initial page is settled. Your largest contentful paint can change. And there's so many factors that play into here, like whether you're an NPA or an SPA, like do you have a soft navigation? Are you prefetching or pre-rendering? What's your caching strategy? A lot of nuance here. And so I would like us to think about user flows. Now, a user flow is a series of steps a user takes to achieve a meaningful goal. This is one of the best definitions out there, and it's by Alexander Handley. Now, a user flow usually begins at a user's entry point into an experience, and it ends usually in them completing a particular task, like completing a sign-up or placing an order. Here are a bunch of different examples of flows. You could be doing things like trying to purchase a product, going through the phases of finding what you want, customizing it, and so on, and until you add it to your cart and check out. You could be onboarding. You could be trying to create things or cancel a plan. Now, the way we've thought about measuring the performance of these types of experiences is usually by slicing them into URLs. So we'll say, well, what's the page load performance of step 1, of step 2, of step 3, rather than reasoning about them in the aggregate or in the whole, the way that a user experiences them. And I think that there's an opportunity to do something to bring this much closer to what the user feels. I'm happy to share that we've added support for user flows to DevTools and Lighthouse. This is a big deal. We've been working on it for some time, and I'm really excited to walk you through it. It all starts with the DevTools recorder. So here's the recorder that allows us to measure performance across an entire journey. I'm going to start off with an add to cart flow. I've got our commerce experience. I'm browsing categories. I'm adding some things to my cart. Maybe I want to use the search feature to find a t-shirt. So we're going to do that. We're going to customize some colors. Then we're going to proceed to our checkout. Now here I can hit stop and you'll see that all those interactions were captured by DevTools, including the selectors that were involved. I can now replay that flow. I don't have to go and tell each member of my team to do it themselves. I can hit replay. It's going to go end to end. And there we go. We've checked out. I can measure the performance of this flow. So we've got a measure performance button here. It's going to replay the entire flow, generate a trace of the end-to-end experience, and here we have it. We're in the DevTools performance panel, and I can zoom into any part of that experience I want to optimize. We can also export flows to Puppeteer in case we're writing tests, and we want those tests to also reflect what we're doing. So here I am. It's generated me a Puppeteer script. We can also use these Puppeteer scripts with Lighthouse for some bonuses. So in this case, I'm using a Lighthouse feature that allows us to annotate things like time spans and snapshots. And via Puppeteer, I'm able to get this new report, this flow report. This allows us to visualize all of those different steps and see audits for parts of the experience that might need a little bit of work. Now in Chrome Canary, we've continued iterating on this support. The recorder panel now also allows you to import and export user flows, including using JSON. This addition makes it really trivial for you to be able to commit your user flows to your GitHub repo, share it with members of your team, share it with QA, and it's going to be really powerful for your sharing story. You can also do things like edit user flows for their selectors and timeouts, just in case things take a little bit longer than you might expect. Also in Canary, we have Lighthouse panel support for flows. So you can select a time span, you can hit start time span, and begin interacting with that experience. This is the first time we've allowed you to interact while Lighthouse has been running. So you can interact with this experience, you can customize your product, and then when you're done with the part of the flow you want to measure, you can hit end time span. This will go and it will generate you a part of that flow report, and we can use it to discover things such as, do I need to do a little bit more work on my cumulative layout shift? Because maybe there was some layout shift that happened during my interactions. This is really powerful. You can find it in Canary, and we hope you'll find it useful. Now, another question we had after working on flows was, what if you could use flows with other tools? I'm happy to share something very experimental, very exciting. I love using web page test, and the web page test team put together a handy DevTools recorder to web page test scripts repo that you can check out. So let's say that I've exported my flow to a cart.json file using one of the previous steps. I can use this with this script. This is what the output kind of looks like. It's not that interesting, but we're just going to skip ahead. And let me show you what this enables. We can paste this into our web page test run. And now I can reason about my entire user flow. I get performance insights for my navigations, for my clicks. I get film strips. I can see the visual page load process for any of my steps. I'm able to scroll down. I'm able to use any of the great web page test waterfall features for understanding bottlenecks. All of this is really, really great and gives us a step towards tooling interop, which I'm really excited about. Here, for example, we can see, we've also got features like the web page test videos, which I love using. Now, another question that we asked ourselves is, what about cross-browser testing of flows? Maybe you know where we're going with this. So Cypress.io is a user-friendly test automation tool for end-to-end testing. It's great for things like UI testing, regression suites, integration, and unit testing. Now, the Cypress team has a special new package that can export Cypress tests from Google Chrome DevTools recordings. Let's say we take our cart.json once again, and I want to run it with Cypress. I'm going to use the recorder conversion package on my cart.json. Let's go ahead and say we've got that done. We're going to now run Cypress. Let's see what happens. So npx Cypress open, it's going to open up a Cypress window. I can select a browser here. So I'm going to select Firefox. Our users.spec.js is the converted Cypress script. And here I am with the flow I recorded using Chrome DevTools, and it's playing back my whole flow in Firefox. This is so cool. I'm able to go to all of the different steps and sequences that were involved in this flow. I can debug, what cross-browser might be working well or might not be working well. And it's just really powerful that you get this kind of cross-browser interop almost via such tooling. It's really, really cool. Now, if you happen to have a Cypress account and you have an API key, you can do things like use record to persist your flow recording to your Cypress dashboard. So here's an example of that. I am going to just go and show you something I did earlier. Here we've got our add to cart experience, and we can see what we just, we're demoing. Here is a video of that experience. I can share it with others. I can play it back. I get the same kind of Cypress experience I would get if I was custom, creating these flows myself. So really, really powerful stuff. I hope you'll check it out. Next up, we have actionable. Now, I mentioned earlier that I was excited to announce my new position. This is also kind of how I look when I'm looking at performance traces in DevTools a lot of the time. I love DevTools, by the way. Now, when people often look at the timeline, the performance panel, they find it daunting. They almost want to cry. I sometimes cry when I'm looking at the performance panel. Did you know that there are something like 17 muscles that get activated when you're crying? 17 muscles. It's great for fitness. I've been doing some of that during the pandemic too. I'm not going to lie. Now, when you're looking at the performance panel, you've often got a lot of data here. Here we've got a long task. And if you've ever wondered why time to interactive isn't great, it's often because long JavaScript tasks are keeping the main thread busy. Now, a good piece of life advice is if JavaScript doesn't bring users joy, thank it and throw it away. I'm pretty sure this is from a Marie Kondo special. She didn't say, in fact, say JavaScript. But I think this is good kind of evergreen advice. Now, we've been doing work to try and making sure that tools like Lighthouse are as actionable as possible for the Web Vitals. And if you haven't checked out Lighthouse recently, we've got all sorts of audits that can help you do things like identify your long main thread tasks or what your large layout shifts are. And we try to make this experience quite visual and try to pinpoint exactly what DOM nodes you might want to pay attention to. Now, we talk about interaction readiness quite a lot, and I wanted to talk to you about input responsiveness for a moment. So what is responsiveness? Responsiveness means understanding how quickly web pages respond to user input. Now, this can mean things like when I try to open the menu on a website, how long does it take before anything actually happens? Or if I'm trying to add something to my cart, how long does it take before I can actually see that my item has been added? These are all important steps in a user flow. Now, we've been working on a new interaction readiness metric, and we call it interaction to next paint. This is a new experimental responsiveness metric. It measures runtime responsiveness, full interaction latency, and includes things like taps, drags, and keyboard input events as well. The way this differs to first input delay is that it measures the whole input latency from when a user interacts until they actually see a visual response, not just the initial delay on the main thread. In the lab, total blocking time is a pretty good proxy metric to be looking at. We find it correlates pretty well with interaction to next paint. One of the nice things about this is that it's automatic and out of the box. Interaction to next paint is a field metric primarily and can vary depending on what interactions a user is making. This is one of those reasons it's great to use things like user flows because it lets you know like what the key interactions are. Now what we find is that 70% of users have an experience that's terrible where responsiveness is concerned at least once a week. This is really, a big opportunity for us to do better, especially given that UX research says that ideally it's 100 milliseconds you should be looking at for expected input latency. And we find that on desktop, users load twice as many pages if they experience good responsiveness there. So lots of reasons to be optimizing for these metrics. As these metrics have been rolling out, we've also been able to share more concrete guidance. So for example, if you're using React 18 and you wrap your UI in suspense boundaries, you can make hydration non-blocking because it happens in slices instead. This can improve things like your total blocking time. And I'm looking forward to even more concrete guidance for optimizing metrics like total blocking time and IMP coming out before long. Now, we've been working hard on introducing INP to many of Chrome's tools, starting off with PageSpeed Insights. So the first thing I'm going to show you is a new feature called Fast Crux. This gives you instant access to field data. You'll see that I just hit Analyze. This isn't sped up, and you got instant access to field data, and will then progressively load in your Lighthouse diagnostic data so you understand where you can improve. So INP is already in PageSpeed Insights. Next up, we have Lighthouse, where we've got that time span mode. I'm going to interact with one of Google's more interactive experiences, Google Flights. And here I'm going to show you that I'm performing a number of interactions. I've sped this up a little bit, and we're going to end our time span here. And what this gives us is a Lighthouse report that's inclusive of interaction to next paint. We can scroll down and we can see that we have a brand new audit called Minimize Work During Key Interaction. This includes our input delay, processing delay, presentation delay, as well as all the other audits the Lighthouse typically gives you for reasoning about long tasks and JavaScript performance. Finally, we've worked on tools like the Web Vitals extension, which I know a number of folks like. This also now has interaction to next paint. Now, on the debugging performance side of things, people have been using the performance panel for years and years, and it actually started out in a place where it was a little bit simpler. Over time, we added flame graphs and the ability to reason about, call stack depth, but it trended a little bit towards tools that browser engineers used for performance debugging. Could this be better? We've got a preview of something we've been thinking about. So I'd like to introduce you to the Performance Insights experiment. This is available as a preview. We hope you'll check it out and feel free to share feedback. And finally, we have Contextual. Now, we introduced a feature called Stack Packs, which allows Lighthouse to display stack-specific suggestions. We know that a lot of people are often using frameworks or CMSs when they're building things out. And so we've been hard at work making sure that Lighthouse can start to give you slightly better context if you're using a modern stack. Here's an example. So in an application that's using Next.js, rather than just saying you should be using a modern image format, we'll tell you that you should be using the Next.js image optimization API to serve modern formats like AVIF. Rather than telling you to just lazy load your images, we'll tell you to use the next image component, which defaults to loading equals lazy. Really powerful stuff, really great contextual stuff. We'll also do things like tell you when you should maybe be considering splitting your JavaScript bundles using React.lazy, or using a third-party library like loadable components. Now, a parting thought is that improving performance is a journey. There are lots of small changes that can lead to really big gains. Step 1 might be an outline. Step 2 is definitely not this. You're not going to, suddenly solve all the world's problems. But you might end up similar to where I usually do with performance, which is step 1.5. It's fine. It's a result of iteratively investing in improving your user experience over time. And you'll eventually get to something closer to this, but this is actually okay. It's still pretty. Users are going to thank you for an improved performance experience at the end of the day. So I hope you got some value out of this talk. I think that the future of performance tooling is user-centric, actionable, and contextual. I've been Adi Osmani. Thank you so much.
And now Eddie should join us. Yeah, wow, that was faster than expected. I hear something go off. Maybe it's an alarm. We'll figure it out. Hey, thank you for joining us. How are you?
I'm great. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. We have a couple of questions that came in after your talk, so let's get right into those questions. Let me see. Which one shall we do first? All right. OK, so this is a fun one. With user flows or scenarios, how do you make sure that you don't just test for the happy path? Because users are so messy.
I think there's a few different answers to this one. Something I love telling folks is worth spending time on is doing UXR, understanding some of those unhappy paths your users may be taking around your experience, and working very closely with both your PM team, if you have UX folks working with your UX folks, look at your analytics. Analytics are something that have a wealth of information in there, and they've got both like your typical user journeys as well as some of those slightly more surprising ones. And so those are some of the things that I generally try to do.
Very interesting. And a rookie question, if you're testing for the same flow or scenario over and over again, how do you make sure that you're not muddying the results with caching?
Great question. I think both from a perspective of dev tools as well as automated scripting, Puppeteer, things like that, we do have the ability to disable your cache if you want. And so you can mitigate or minimize how much caching is playing a role there. At the same time, with user flows, one of the things we want to encourage is people actually starting to factor in. If I'm entering in a site on like a category page, and then it takes me a few hops to finally get to a product page, you are going to benefit from a level of caching there. And so it's not the worst thing to have caching, speed up some of those page loads.
Thank you. Very interesting. All right. How do the flows interact with human checks? So the ones that you have to prove that you're not a robot, do they bypass those? And if so, could this open up a vulnerability to bots?
That's a great question. My own biased perspective, and this is not a complete answer, my own biased perspective is that there are many things that a production site does, including potentially loading ads, third parties, things like reCAPTCHA, bot tests, where you may, for automated testing purposes, want to include a flag that disables them or allows you to skip over that. I think that's personally what I would be doing, like skipping over some of those steps in automated testing. I'm not sure if some of those bot tools do allow you to interact via an API and fill them out. Probably not, for good reasons, but I'd probably be skipping them by parameter.
There is, of course, a question about timelines. When can we expect to see these new awesome performance tooling for user flows make it past the experimental stage?
Great question. I would say that you can already use a lot of the tooling shown in the talk today. Check it out in Canary and beta for Chrome. Generally speaking, we're really looking for feedback right now. And so if you're excited about moving beyond measuring page load performance and you have a rough idea of some of the flows for your site, try out the DevTools Recorder, try out our new ways of measuring user flow performance. We'd love to hear how you're finding some of these tools, and that'll allow us to move them forward.
Well, on that note, I invite everyone to have a look at these new things and like figure out what you want from them. And I guess contact Adi, maybe on Twitter. I don't know. Where do you want to be contacted?
Sure. If folks want to give us feedback, feel free to get in touch with us via the Chrome DevTools Twitter account or directly get in touch with me. Whatever works for you. We'd love to hear from you.
Awesome. Thank you so much for joining us live. Like, it feels like we're living in the future. Have a great rest of your day, and I hope that you're tagging along for the rest of the day still that is online.
Thank you so much.
Thank you,
I
Eddie.
really appreciate you having me.
So that's kind of a wrap for us, but the remote audience, you should stay right where you are, right? Because you have a whole half of the talk still ahead of you. It's just us that are wrapping up. But before the official closing of today, we have a little surprise for you, because OfferZen has prepared the Svelte Origins documentary for today. We get a pre-screening just for us. Yes, I know, right? It's very exciting.
AG Grid's high-performance JavaScript data grid works with Angular, Vue, and React. It easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed community edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Dutch users of Bitfava, the crypto exchange of the Netherlands. Crypto starts with Bitfava.
What is intelligent industry with Capgemini? We could tell you it's how our team of experts help you use 5G, AI, and IoT to connect intelligent devices, factories, and software ecosystems to harness the power of data and foster innovation. But in human terms, it's business and tech.
So making our products intelligent really does make life
easier, better,
really working in sync. Capgemini. Get the future you want.
The content you create works harder across more channels, while you work smarter with powerful tools for workflows, editing, and even building your own apps. Say hello to a better way to build and deliver digital experiences. Contentful.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
AGGrid's high-performance JavaScript data grid works with Angular, Vue, and React. It easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Crypto. A turbulent world full of risks and opportunities. Discover it through a trusted platform. Join the 1 million Dutch users of Bitfavo, the crypto exchange of the Netherlands. Crypto starts with Bitfavo.
What is intelligent industry with Capgemini? We could tell you it's how our team of experts help you use 5G, AI, and IoT to connect intelligent devices, factories, and software ecosystems to harness the power of data and foster innovation. But in human terms, it's business and tech.
So making our products intelligent really does make life
easier, better,
really working in sync. Capgemini. Get the future you want.
The content you create works harder across more channels, while you work smarter with powerful tools for workflows, editing, and even building your own apps. Say hello to a better way to build and deliver digital experiences. Contentful.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
AGGrid's high-performance JavaScript data grid works with Angular, Vue, and React. It easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
All right, everyone. Well, it's time for our first speaker. We have Tobias here joining us from the Webpack team at Vercel. Well, basically you are the main Webpack team, I think. Tobias has been working on Webpack for the last 10 years. Anyone here ever use Webpack? So thanks a lot, Tobias, for your hard work. And yeah, you're going to be talking to us about Webpack, I guess. So everyone give it up for Tobias.
Yeah, thanks for having me. My slides. Not there. Okay, yeah. So my title is actually Webpack in 5 years, but actually that's only a clickbait, so I lured you in. And I will talk about like the last 10 years of Webpack and what we can learn for Webpack and for the community as a whole and for the ecosystem about this last 10 years, what mistakes we made, what problems we have, and what we can do better. Oh, come on. So my name is Tobias Koppers, and I created Webpack in 2012, like 10 years from now. So it's maintaining it for 10 years, and I started with maintaining it for 5 years in part-time, like 10 hours per week, and then I migrated to full-time working on Webpack, funded from Open Collective, from sponsors, donations, and stuff like that. And now I work more than 1 year for Vercel and maintaining it is part of my job. I also have 2 children, 5 and 3 years, and live in Germany, in Bavaria, so nearby a little bit. So 10 years of Webpack, I think we should celebrate that, and it's actually a pretty long time for the web ecosystem, like 10 years in web years is like hundreds of years or so. And I think we can say that we at least shaped the ecosystem a little bit, and like I try to find 4 things that I think Webpack like shaped the way we develop web applications. So one thing why I started Webpack was like to add code splitting to bundlers and on-demand loading, and I think that's something that has been established in the community since then, and I think that is there to stay here. And nowadays, like every bundler is coming with code splitting, on-demand loading, and like nearly everyone is using something like that. And another thing what we did promote or like embrace is like having this idea of combining, co-locating your style sheets, your assets, and your other non-JavaScript stuff with your JavaScript modules. So it's like having this one graph of your application where everything is imported by each other. And I think that's also something that will stay in the community, and even specs involved like CSS module spec and other things that embrace that and keep that in the ecosystem forever. Another little bit smaller thing is that we also learn to use like bundlers or pre-processing tools for server-side processing on Node.js. So often in an application that using Webpack and server-side rendering and stuff like that, then we also bundle our application on server-side. So that's something that wasn't there before Webpack, probably because we didn't needed that, but I think that's also something that will probably stay in the community at least for a while. And another larger thing that I think Webpack embraced is like flexibility. So Webpack started with really a flexible way, a large plugin system with huge abilities to extend and configure and customize your build. And I think that's something that really embraced the innovation in the ecosystem, and new solutions, new ideas can be developed with, combined with Webpack, and also shapes ideas, new ideas in the ecosystem. So I think that's pretty good. But nowadays, Webpack isn't the most hyped bundler anymore. It's like more the boring tool, maybe the stable choice, or the choice if you already have something with Webpack. But they are like in the Twitter ecosystem also, in the hype-based development team, there are new bundlers that come up, or new non-bundling tools that are pretty hyped and make good things, and probably everyone has a feature that's better than something in Webpack, and maybe performance or optimizing or something. So that's pretty much the hyped news kind of things coming up. And I still think Webpack is still the solid choice when you want to have something that is really stable or really flexible and maybe covers a lot of use cases, or also have a lot of ecosystem plugins you want to use. And actually, I looked at the NPM downloads, and Webpack is still growing, so it's not that it's declining or something that happening here. But yeah, we see that there is a lot of new stuff coming up in the ecosystem. So what does the future look for Webpack and for the ecosystem in general? Will Webpack still be used in 5 years? I think yes, at least for existing projects, because like companies or teams don't change their stacks so often. It's more like they use stuff for more years than we can think of. Actually, people are still using Webpack 2, which is like 5 years old, and they don't mind not upgrading stuff for a long time if it's working, and I think it's deemed to work at least. For new projects, there's another choice. I don't know what's happening in 5 years. It could be that something new is developed that might be better, or there are obvious other choices you can use and start with new projects. So what happens in 5 years, I don't know. It's really long time in the ecosystem. So I decided to recap about the last 10 years of Webpack and check what lessons we can learn from like these 10 years, and what we can keep from Webpack, or from Webpack, from 10 years of Webpack for the ecosystem and for Webpack in general. Oh, come on. So I also want to say what we can do now, or we can do in future tools on Webpack to fix these problems, or to keep these lessons learned. The problem is that there was so many lessons I collected during preparing this talk that they actually don't fit in this talk. So what I did, it's a hybrid conference. So what I did is prepared hundreds of slides for all this stuff, and I show them a split second, and the remote audience can pause the stream, read all the stuff, and we see on 1 hour after I discuss the important ones with the live audience. So the first one, initial configuration. So currently, people often think that the initial configuration you need to get started with a project is too overwhelming, it's too large, it's too much stuff needed. And actually, it didn't used to be that way in Webpack. It was more, when Webpack started, you don't need any configuration. It's just working with a simple CLI command. But it actually was that 5 years ago, we didn't develop that complex web applications. Nowadays, everyone needs to use CSS, JavaScript, assets. They want to process image optimizing. They want have a JavaScript dialect like TypeScript, or want to use stage 3 features that need to be transpiled for older browsers. They want to integrate extra compilers for their framework, like React comes with JSX syntax, Svelte comes with a different compiler to compile the templates. Angular has a pre-processing step for the production builds. Vue also has this cool single file components which need to be processed. So there was a lot of tools added to the web applications, and Webpack didn't adapt to that a little bit, so it's it's kept being it kept having not really low defaults that are used that way. So what can we do to fix that? So clicker's not good. So I think we should be more optimized and optionated in having defaults. So like we should adapt with the ecosystem. So I also think we should acknowledge the fact that these defaults change over time. Like 10 years from, maybe 5 years from now, we have probably very different defaults than we now have. So what I think we can do is like having something, what some people already do is like versionizing defaults, having like presets that are versionized with the dependencies, so we can like slowly adapt with the ecosystem, but also keep your project locked in a certain version of defaults without having a lot of breaking changes. Another topic is customizing. So I think customizing is really important and also really important for the ecosystem, even if you're not directly using it for your project, because it embraces this innovation concept of the ecosystem where you can you have a cool idea and can write a plugin for your bundler and for your tooling and like try it out, maybe publish it to NPM and let people use it. Maybe it becomes a new standard. We develop web applications in the future. But it also helps to unblock users. So if you are struggling with something that bundler doesn't support or your tool doesn't support, then you can actually go into modify it, write a plugin or customize the configuration to like have your use case like doing what you do, and you actually getting stuck with a bundler and maybe have to switch because it doesn't support something. So I also think that was one success factor of Webpack in the early days and maybe also nowadays, that it really has this idea of flexibility and customizing and stuff like that. But it also is confusing in some kind of things. Like there are 3 levels of customizing. Like you have configuration, you have plugins, you have loaders, and it gets really complicated when you have to use the plugin loader combination with some configuration to like do something. So it can be confusing. And another thing is that the API surface is like you can extend like everything in Webpack. You have like access to all the internals in Webpack, and that's a problem because we don't know what's actually used. We can't change anything in our internal API, and that's really hard for us, and also like makes easy to break stuff because we could change internals, and that's weird. So what can we do? Like I think the idea is we shouldn't have this kind of loader plugin concept. I think it should only be like one plugin type, which maybe has multiple levels of APIs. Like you have like a low-level API and a higher-level API where you can like access both of these APIs from one single plugin, and that would make it easier for people to use it. Also makes the API surface more constrained, so like only expose what we actually know is used by plugins and don't expose all the internals, which makes it hard for us to iterate on internals. What would also help, but it's really difficult to embrace in the community, is like having some analytics where we actually get feedback from the user, maybe automated or maybe by opt-in or something like that, where you can we report back what are the actually APIs used by plugins, so we can know what we should improve or what we can drop or deprecate in the future. So another really large topic is performance. So like the most competitors excel in performance because they are written in native languages, and compared to Webpack, which is Node.js, JavaScript, it's really Webpack is really bad at performance. It doesn't used to be the way. So like if 10 years ago, nobody or less people complained about performance and it was fine, but at least in larger scale, there are problems with performance because of reasons. Probably the most problematic stuff is that we are struggling with garbage collector load because of large module graph, which are creating a lot of objects, and that's bad for JavaScript. And also using JavaScript in Node.js makes it really difficult to leverage like multiple CPUs to do these computations. But there are also architectural problems. So like our architecture is really built for flexibility. So we on each compilation we build up everything from the start, and so we like have the best ability for plugins to the easiest way for plugins to like make their changes. But that's not the best architecture for performance. It would be really better to have like some kind of incremental processing optimized architecture. Yeah, but so what we should do, but it's really difficult to fix that in Webpack is like better it would be like to use a native language where we can leverage multiple CPUs and also start with an architecture that like have this incremental build by design, like having it not depend on like application size. It's also brings me to the next point, is like large scale applications. Like actually applications gets bigger and bigger, and that's a problem because like the performance problems in Webpack are really exposed, because in Webpack it's kind of fast for incremental builds, but a little bit it scales by application size, and that gets more serious when the application grows. And there are workarounds where you can split your applications in multiple small applications, or even something like lazy compilation where you only compile on development what you're actually using. That helps, but that are workarounds. And I would prefer like if we have like an architecture that would scale with applications in a better way. So what I think we should do is like lazy must be the default for the future. Like everything should be lazy computed, and lazy just scales better with large applications, because then you probably don't work on the whole application at once. Like, you work on parts of that, and if you only like need to compile that part, then the large scale of the application doesn't become that serious. And yeah, what I always say, we should embrace an architecture where incremental performance doesn't scale with the application size. It should be constant at always, and we should be fast always. That would be great. I also think like if we embrace this incremental stuff, we should also embrace it on everywhere. Like production build should be incremental. On CI, we should be incremental. Dev build should be incremental, which they already are, but we should be incremental everywhere, and we should also have less ways to opt out of incrementally. So like if you change dependencies, why does it have to reset the cache? It should be incremental. That would be cool. And yeah, now the slides for the remote audience. Don't forget to pause the stream. Oh, come on. Optimization, React server components, and more stuff that we can learn from the last 10 years of Webpack. So, back to the slides. Okay, so these problems with performance and architecture, we can't really change that in Webpack. It's like we can't refactor the whole architecture and rewrite in a native language that would break like every plugin, every loader, every user, and maybe every install process and stuff like that. So it actually would make more sense to like create a new stuff, which would maybe Webpack or something, and that like would have this new architecture. But there are trade-offs with that, and I try to like summarize it a little bit. So what fixing problems versus a rewrite, does it make sense? So when we like fix the problems, we actually would keep like the ecosystem, the trust, and the adoption of Webpack, while a rewrite would like lose all the ecosystem, or the plugins loaders would be lost on this rewrite, and we need to regain adoption for Webpack instead of Webpack. And yeah, that's hard, and it would take like more than 5 years probably. And it's also hard to make like a migration path for users to like migrate to something like Webpack. And yeah, but on the other side, like we can't fix everything in Webpack, what we learned. Like we can't change the architecture, we can't we can't constrain the API surface, because it would also break like all the users. So it's like impossible to fix some problems in existing Webpack. While on the rewrite, we could like optimize our architecture for incremental builds. We could like fix these deeper problems on the performance side. But is it worth it? I don't know. That's a good question. Yeah, on the other side, like fixing problems could also like fixing these larger problems has also a little bit risk of breaking users, while rewriting would break like every user, obviously. Actually, it wouldn't break users. Yeah, you could keep using Webpack and migrate to Webpack later, so makes sense. Yeah. it's also hard to do a rewrite because it would like take maybe years to rewrite everything. You have like the same abilities of Webpack, while in fixing problems in Webpack would like it would make smaller steps towards the process and like make direct benefits for the users, and that can also be done with a smaller team. And yeah, rewriting would like be complicated. So trade-offs, as always. Yeah. So thank you. Then I guess we have some questions.
Yes, thanks a lot, Tobias. So, for those of you who have questions, don't forget you can go to slide.do and enter the code 1620. Oh, I should have remembered this code. I can check. To ask your questions, and then I can ask them to Tobias right here. So, first question is from Rob. Would you recommend starting new React projects with Webpack? And if yes, why?
Yeah, I would recommend that because I am great at Webpack. I think it's like a matter of flavor, I guess. So Webpack is probably the solid state, the stable choice, a good choice if you want to have like a stable choice. You can start with other bundlers. I actually don't know what are the limitations of them. So you could run into something, and they are younger, so it's not. You can start with them, and I guess you can also always start with something else and then change your stack later. So it's like, feel free.
So the answer is, as a proper developer says, it depends.
It depends.
Yeah. So for the people that want to go to the other track for the next talk, you can switch now because we're going to start that in a few minutes, and you can, of course, stay here also. And next question is from Rob also. And why should you use React?
What? Why?
Why? Why should you use Webpack as a React developer? So what benefit does Webpack bring you as a React developer?
Yeah, it has a large ecosystem, and it has had large pre-built solutions for React. So you can just start with the boilerplate or with tools that exist in the ecosystem. So it's like easy to get started with Webpack, and it's also works well, I think, and it like used to work well for like 5 years or so. So I guess it's a good choice and makes sense.
Yeah, it's a proven technology.
Proven technology.
All right. An anonymous question. The ideas of solving Webpack issues sound great. Does a roadmap exist for currently implementing those? And should we expect more improvements in future versions?
Yeah, we don't have a roadmap, an official roadmap, so it's like we never had one. It's more like we do what we think is currently best for the ecosystem. So it's like we trying to improve these problems incrementally, and that's basically a roadmap. And yeah, basically I summarized these challenges and problems in the talk, and I guess we can fix some of these problems right now, and many of them are kind of not that complicated to fix. Like making defaults is something we could do. Like so, I think that's going to be happen probably.
Someday soon.
Someday soon, yeah. But we don't have timelines, or we never had timelines for everything because it's like creates pressure, and we don't want to have this packer. It's like an open source project, and most of the contributors are working on free time on that. So it's not something that we want to create deadlines, and it's no need to have deadlines for us. It's like.
So besides you, how many people work on Webpack full time then?
Yeah, not that many. It's like 2 people working full time on Webpack. Okay. So me and somebody else. But it's a little bit, problematic because like we also have less funding last time. So it's like it's a winter for JavaScript ecosystem mostly, and it might be a problem in the future that we have a too small team to make larger improvements.
Yeah, it's weird that basically 9 out of 10 companies run on Webpack, and you have to run from open source contributions, basically.
Yeah, that's a problem. So I think open source has a really hard time to get funded, and I guess there's also a discussion about that today. So feel free to join me there.
All right. I think we're going to do one last question. Question is from Thomas. Where do you see yourself standing against new building tools, leveraging new browser features like Feed?
Yeah, we will. I think we will do something to make similar choices. So actually, we probably copy or steal stuff from new bundles. So it's like
borrow.
Yeah, it's not criminal. Yeah, I think that's the benefit of the open source ecosystem. You're actually allowed to steal or copy stuff. I also think like these tools copied a lot from Webpack, so it's not that this is only one way. It's like I think more as a ecosystem of the web ecosystem, and we all benefit from these competitors, and we benefit as ecosystem as a whole from these developments, and new ideas and new technologies emerge that all will benefit from them.
Yeah, I guess that's a good way to go about it. We have to share from each other, and it's all open source.
Yeah.
So that was all the time we have for Q&A. If you want to continue the conversation, you can go to the monetization of open source discussion room. And right now you're going to go to the speaker lounge where people can also continue the conversation, right?
See you there.
Thanks a lot, Tobias. And then I will hand it over to Floor.
Thank you. Thank you. I do need a clicker, though. I don't know if you have that, Metin, but otherwise... Or maybe it's done for me. That's even better. So before we go to the next speaker, a quick word from one of our sponsors. Our platinum sponsor, AppWrite, is a self-hosted backend as a service platform that provides developers with all the core APIs required to build any application. So that means database, storage, authentication functions, and more. So if you want to start building your next dream app for mobile and web now, then you can get started at appwrite.io. And now I'm looking for my next speaker. Julia, where are you? Come here. Get mic'd up if you aren't already. As a reminder, please use Slido to ask all of your questions so that what you've just witnessed, we can do the little Q&A session. And we can ask the questions after the talk. The code is 1620. You have a clicker for me. That's cool. Just when I don't need it anymore.
And I have a working
just in time
microphone.
delivery.
We have a little delay.
We have a little delay.
A little delay.
What are we going to do in the delay, Martin?
I was thinking you could do a dance. You're going to do a headbang.
Yeah. Okay. That's all I got. Sorry. Yeah.
Oh, lovely dance, Floor.
Not much of a dancer, I'm afraid. Thank you. Like a pity applause is kind of nice. For real though, is this everybody takes the time for themselves to meditate and, you know?
Well, we could sing a song as a group. I know for a fact...
Maybe we can do frequent asked questions for MCs/organization. I know nothing about the organization of this beautiful event, but still I can try.
Yeah, or you can sing a scooter song. I know for a fact that Floor just recently went to scooter concert.
Honestly, it was bad enough that Bruce wanted to broadcast this on Twitter. Not everybody needs to know about my terrible music choices, honestly.
She did not go to a scooter concert.
I did not go to a scooter concert. I did. It was an experience. Come on. Social studies.
But there's probably someone in the audience that loves scooter.
Yeah, we also went to Ziggo Dome a couple of weeks back. Yeah?
Nope. No.
I feel you. Yeah. You don't want to, I know, I get it. It's okay. Awesome. Okay. Yeah. Julia, you're a staff software engineer at Mozilla, right? Yeah. And I love your team name. The team name is Spider Monkey. I've never heard such a wonderful team name. Everybody needs to get better team names. And you're going to talk to us about modules and proposals for modules and explain all about them. So I'm going to leave the stage to you so we make up for some time.
Thank you so much. That is a very cool intro. Incidentally, if anybody is thinking oh, what question should I ask in the Q&A? Ask me about how we got the name Spider Monkey. It's a funny story. So, hi everyone. We're going to talk about JavaScript modules. In particular, we're going to take a slightly unusual perspective, which is that of a browser. So, my name is That was fast. My name is Yulia Startsev. I'm a staff software engineer at Mozilla. In particular, I work on SpiderMonkey, which is the JavaScript compiler for Firefox. In fact, it's not just JavaScript, we also do WebAssembly. The portion that I work on is the JavaScript side. I also do a bit of work on the DOM, and my focus is the design and implementation of JavaScript features. To start this talk, when I was writing it, I was a little stuck, and I was like, I don't know how I'm going to tie all of this together and make it entertaining. This is kind of dry stuff. And I came across this great tweet from my former colleague, Jason Orndorff. He used to work on SpiderMonkey with me, and I learned a lot from him, especially about language design and languages. He wrote this great, let's call it an invariant of all programming languages that implement a string reverse method. Incidentally, JavaScript does not implement a string reverse method. But effectively, string.reverse in any language that you try it on will not reverse a picture of a fish. Here we have an example of such a Ruby program in which we have two versions of a fish picture, one done with angle brackets and the other done as an emoji. And you will notice that when we run this code, indeed, the fish remains looking in the same direction. We may say that this fish is invariant, an important word that we'll be using. So, fish is our theme, and since I have fish as a theme, I get to use one of my favorite opening jokes from a keynote, which comes from David Foster Wallace in his 2005 keynote to a university, which goes something like this. Two fish are swimming along in the ocean and just minding their own business. They're young, they're new to this beautiful blue world, and an older fish comes by and swims along and says, "How's the water, boys?" It's just a greeting, and this older fish swims off. A little while later, the two fish are still swimming along in silence when one fish turns to the other and says, "What the hell is water?" This is a great joke for setting the stage for something that we might take for granted, for something that exists in the ether and seems like just there, something that you don't need to question. And that's a little bit like what the module system is. I imagine that in the last 7 years of ES6 modules existing, many of you have adopted it and use it as your primary way of writing JavaScript modules, especially the import-export syntax. Oh yeah, I forgot to fix that. For some reason I have that twice. So how do we get here? One question you might ask is, well, modules, when did they start? Like, how old is this problem? And I have some of an answer here for you. I can't give you a definitive answer, but here's a code base that is, here's a piece of code that's in the Mozilla code base. It's called the Moz.js component loader, and I just want to call out the date here, which is 1999. This code base has a special place in my heart because I happen to be working on it today. It's not every day that you get to say that the code that you're writing is ready to go and get its master's degree. However, for many of you in the audience, it's likely that modules really came to the forefront with the introduction of Node. And in particular, this blog post from 2009 by Kevin Danger is an important touch point because here he's asking, he's also a former Mozilla employee, he's asking what server-side JavaScript needs. And in this blog post, he introduces the need for a module system and introduces a new community group called the Server.js Community Group. This group was later renamed to CommonJS, which I imagine sounds rather familiar. As mentioned, 6 years later, in 2015, ES6 modules were finally introduced into the specification. Browsers took a little longer to implement it. They came in 2018. It introduced a number of features to the browser, including the import-export syntax that many of you are familiar with. So let's get into the meat of this talk. How do modules work? What is this module system? What does it do? How does it differ, in fact, from CommonJS? Why didn't we specify CommonJS? And eventually we'll get into what the future looks like for the module system in browsers. Now, one thing to start with is the module system builds a graph. This graph allows cycles. So if you have a module importing some neighbor, and that neighbor imports an ancestor of your initial module, this will work. It's an important feature for developer ergonomics. You don't want to always be breaking cycles manually. The browser does this for you. So how do we actually build this graph? How does it work? How do we ensure that you actually can write your modules in this cyclic manner? I'm going to start from taking the perspective of a node. So the node, in this case, in this graph, is going to be a single module script. In the specification, we have a data structure called the module record. And the module record is this node. It's a bit like a blueprint for our fish, for our module that we're writing. And it comes somewhere in the middle of the process that we're about to describe. If you want to take a look at the code base, I do have the source text for the Mozilla implementation of this linked there. You can take a look at the slides later. Effectively, what is a module record? Well, it's basically a table with a couple of fields. You have an imports and an exports field, and the imports field defines a number of keys that are, for example, what you might call a variable name. As do the exports, they define a number of keys. The difference being that the imports use the URL specifier for the given child that we want to import, and the exports are pointing to a specific piece of code that's going to be live. Now, let's talk a little bit about how we might load this module. How do we start building up this data structure? What's its relationship to its peers? Before I tell you how this works in ES6, I'm going to tell you how it works in CommonJS, because the contrast is important, especially for later discussions. Let's say let's pretend that this is the typical case for CommonJS. You write a piece of code and you've got a block of JavaScript that is doing some kind of work. Then you hit a require statement. In this case, the work that we're doing is we're creating a dynamic path, and then we are requiring that path and loading it. The browser has already done the step of loading this script, it's parsed it, and now it's executing it. So it pauses execution and goes ahead and does another load, another parse, and another execution. In our other module, we start executing, and then we find another require statement. So we go off into the ether of the internet to load that new module. Then we continue our execution, and finally we return to our previous module and continue executing. So what's the issue with this design? Why didn't we implement this? The problem, you'll notice that there's no promise syntax here anywhere. And of course, CommonJS was before top-level await. One issue here is that this is fully synchronous. And a problem with this is that on the web platform, we can't actually block the main thread for something like a network request. For System.js and for CommonJS, this was totally fine. Now, I'm going to give you a ballpark estimation in terms of timing here. Let's say that you've got a processor, you've got the on-processor register. To access that register, it's like 1 second. To access the main memory, you're looking at 6 seconds or so. If you want to get memory from, main memory being RAM, if you want to get something off the network in this time scale, you're looking at around 4 years. This is a really significant chunk of time you're going to be spending on the network. In addition, there is an important invariant of the web platform. It's called run to completion. What does run to completion mean? If you've studied operating systems, you may already be familiar, but if you haven't, run to completion means that a given task will continue running until it voluntarily yields its control of the processor or it finishes its task. That means that we cannot interrupt a task that, for example, is blocking the main thread, so that will continue to block. That's not a great experience for users of the web, and that makes for a very error-prone API for developers to use. So we couldn't introduce synchronous loading. So how do we solve this problem? Well, this brings us to the question of how do we load an ES6 module? And it looks a little bit like this. Recall that I said CommonJS is loading, parsing, and evaluating the module all in one step. In ES6, we do that differently. We first parse the entire file, and then we build this module record that I mentioned to you before. The module record gives us this picture of a localized view onto the graph. So I am a node, these are my neighbors. These are my incoming edges, these are my outgoing edges. Once we have this, we also have the imports, the other URLs that we need to load. So we can go ahead and load another script. As we load that other script, we can go and do the same process here, which is we first parse and then build that module record. You'll notice that we do not do any evaluation in this phase. This is called the parse fetch loop. It's an important piece to how the module system differs from CommonJS. Now, an important question you may be wondering is, well, how do you implement that looping behavior of modules? How do you break loops and ensure that you don't get into an infinite loop of modules importing each other continuously? The answer for that lies in a global data structure representing our graph. Now, that's called the module map. You can find it in the specification if you wish, and I'll quickly go through how the module map helps us break cycles when we're loading modules. An important note I'm going to make here, you will see that the origin of these URLs is in red. Important to note that we have to work with URLs, and they are fully resolved URLs that you could actually go and right into your browser and resolve it to a real web page. But due to space on the slides, this is going to disappear. So in your mind, if you see a relative URL, always replace that relative URL with a fully resolved URL. But let's get started with how the module map resolves cycles in the graph. We start in a state called unlinked. Unlinked means that we have not linked our neighbors. We have not set up the relationships between neighbors on the graph. And main.js is our root. We have path.js as its immediate child, and we have another module which is the immediate child of path.js. Main.js starts its linking process. It says, I'm going to go and look at my children. It sees that it has a child path, and path starts doing the same thing. Path says, I've got children, I'm going to start linking. Another module is the next one in the algorithm, and it says, OK, it's my turn to start linking, but I don't have any children, so now I am automatically linked. That's my default state. Because another module has become linked, path.js says, well, all of my children are now linked. That means that I, too, am linked. Main.js says, well, all of my children are linked, therefore I am also linked. Then we bring in the cycle, which is import path.js. It's going to go and look at path.js. This is where the cycle break happens. Because path.js is already linked, we terminate the algorithm there, and import path.js gets to say that it is too linked. In the Firefox codebase, the way that we represent our module map is with two hash tables. One of them is the fetching hash table, and the other one is the fetched hash table, which tells us what we are currently loading and what we have already loaded. It also prevents us from reloading stuff from the network. Links are all there. The next question is, why are we using URLs? The reason we're using URLs is we have to know where to look, and prior to a certain proposal that we're all going to talk about in a second, there was no way to determine what the location, and without the location, we can't fetch the file, and we don't have the information we need to apply CSP, which is Content Security Policy. Both very important. Very quickly, from start to finish, the entire module loading process followed by the evaluation process. Gecko gets a stream of bytes from the internet, which it transforms into a document object model. And then it gets to say, oh, I've got a script, I need to fetch that. The fetch goes through another component called Neko. Neko is our network component. It takes care of downloading stuff from the internet. Once Neko comes back to Gecko, then the fetch passes over the bytes to the compiled and turned into UTF-8 bytes to SpiderMonkey. SpiderMonkey knows how to parse, it knows how to instantiate, it knows how to evaluate. Gecko knows who to talk to. Those are the relationships between those two components. SpiderMonkey gets this file, it sees, oh yeah, cool, I can parse this, it parses it, it builds the module record, it says, hey, actually, I need path.js, hey fetch, can you get, Gecko, can you get that for me? Gecko says, sure, I can get that for you. Here is that, the contents of that file. SpiderMonkey goes ahead and parses it. Great, we've just finished the loop that we discussed up to this point. Now, the next step here is how do we instantiate this module? Instantiation means taking this module record and turning it into a living, breathing piece of code. Now, what does that mean? It means that a module instance is something that has both code and state in one place. This also differs from CommonJS. CommonJS would make copies of a given piece of code, so you would have multiples of that state and multiples of the code running. In ES6, it's all one singleton. We have something called live bindings. So if, for example, this fish dies, then that will be visible across the entire graph. So we've gone through the entire fetch process. The execution process looks very similar. Gecko informs SpiderMonkey, hey, can you execute that module graph you got? Gecko only has access to the root module of a given graph, so that's either going to be coming from a script tag, or it may be coming from a dynamic import. SpiderMonkey says, sure, oh, but this root module has several children. I'm going to go and traverse the children all the way down and start from executing the last child that it makes sense to, even if it's in a cycle. We have a way of determining that. So we'll start executing that child, and then we'll execute the root. And that's how it works. When we talk about cycles, so if we have this sort of a situation, I'm not going to show the slides because it's exactly the same thing as linking. Just replace unlinked with linked, and the transition that you're making is from evaluating to evaluated. We are, again, traversing the entire tree down and then setting the state of the last possible child and then reversing our direction. All right, we have 3 minutes. Let's see if I can get through the future. So here's the graph of how module adoption looks like in the wild web. And this is coming from Google's telemetry. This is exactly what you want a graph to look like. It's going up and to the right. This is perfect. However, we should all be critical of data and always check the axis. And you'll notice that there is a good old-fashioned 8% there. So 8% of the live web is actually using modules. In fact, this is maybe a little bit lower, maybe like 5%. It depends on which part of the data you're looking at. So that's a little low for something that's been in production for the last 8 years or so, 7 years. It's a little low. So the question is, why aren't people adopting the module syntax? I have a feeling everybody's using it as an author tool in this room. However, few people are shipping it to browsers. So we had this question, what the hell is water? What have I been talking about? I just told you how the module system works in browsers, but it's actually not being used all that much. The module system is not being hit by code. One problem is network speed. This is the problem that we mentioned before when I discussed run to completion. Now, Tobias did a great job talking about Webpack, and Webpack has been a solution because you can package all of those files that you need to use and ship them directly to the users, rather than doing multiple network requests, which is what the module system requires. We are making multiple hits to the network, and that can be very costly. In addition, there's a tooling proposal called the Web Bundles proposal. I'm not going to go into details because that's really for tooling. And if we're looking from a developer perspective, there are other more interesting proposals, potentially, I hope, that I can show you. But we can continue talking about this broader problem of performance, which is something that pauses the adoption of modules. Recall that we have this invariant of run to completion, which means that we cannot stop the main thread and block it with a network request because we have no way of preemption. We have no way of reordering tasks. They have to be run to completion. And the other invariant, which I haven't mentioned yet, is order of execution. What module syntax does, if you've noticed, because we're going to the last child and executing that first, it means that if you had concatenated that into one big file, the behavior of a concatenated file is exactly the same as the loaded module. So this is a proposal that I've written that's currently at stage 1. It's called Deferred Module Evaluation that's trying to address this problem. We have, let's say, a JavaScript file with an import that this JavaScript file has been written for the best possible readability from a programmer's perspective. So we have a static import, and then we have several rarely used functions that will eventually use this code. But that means we don't need to immediately load this information up front. All of this stuff happens like maybe a minute into the application's runtime, which we could do a load in between. So how do we fix this? Well, you might write a lazy method that does a dynamic import of the file that you were originally interested in, but this has a significant impact on your code base. In particularly, it turns everything into async and await. But this async await is just a layer of performance on your code, but it's semantically changing how that code works, which potentially confuses the original intention of what that code was doing. Deferred module evaluation introduces a new piece to the import statement, which is with lazy init. This allows you to defer the evaluation of that module. It's not quite the same as doing a dynamic import, but it will allow you to defer some of that work so that you can have a more performant application with a couple of caveats. Come talk to me after the talk if you want to hear more details. I'll drop just one more interesting nugget for you to think about. I have been thinking about an alternative syntax here, which is to assert pureness of a module. What does pure mean in JavaScript? Excellent question. Come talk to me about that after. But this may be a more interesting way of hinting to the browser that this can be lazily loaded. So you can find this on the URL that you find in the slide. It's currently stage 1, and I'm soliciting feedback, that's why I'm here after all, on this proposal. There is a counter proposal which isn't trying to solve the same problem, but it gives us the tools to solve the same problem, which I'm also thinking about. Is called import reflection. It breaks up the module loader into pieces that you as a developer can program yourself. In particular, the use case is for WebAssembly. WebAssembly does not always want to instantiate a module as part of the module graph. This allows you to break it up and do it on your own time. Finally, one interesting problem is specifiers. I'm sure this is one that's close to everyone's heart. Why write this when you can write this? There is now a proposal that will allow you to do that. It's called import maps. It is in the WICG, the Web Incubator Community Group, and it's implemented in both Chrome and Firefox, but it isn't yet a web spec. We're waiting on that, so you can go and bug those folks about getting that into W3C. One extra, import assertions and JSON modules. I'm throwing this up here because this allows you to import a JSON module, and in the other room, about 5 minutes ago it started, is an excellent talk by Ricard, talking about records and tuples. And here's an interesting thought for import assertions. Rather than import asserting that you have a JSON file, maybe you have a read-only file and it's pure data that can't be modified. That's it. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much for your talk. We'll get to the little Q&A bit. And we'll start with some of the most important questions. We'll get them out of the way first. So where did you get this awesome DOM shirt?
I stole it from somebody.
You stole it from somebody?
Yeah.
This is on,
Don't do this.
Now.
No, they gave it to me. I got it from somebody working on the DOM team. Although I am getting my own version of this shirt because now I also work on the DOM, so.
Yeah, it is great. Well, whoever asked that question, here's your answer. There's another question. How did you actually come up with the name Spider Monkey, if you did, or did someone else?
I did not come up with the name Spider Monkey. In fact, the person who came up with the name Spider Monkey was Brendan Eich, the original author of the JavaScript language, not specification because that came later. And the funny story about why it's named Spider Monkey is Brendan Eich was... Spider Monkey is the second JavaScript compiler. The first JavaScript compiler was something else. Spider Monkey is the second JavaScript compiler that has been made. And it was so ugly that Brendan Eich, who had just been to the zoo with his kids, he said, "This is the ugliest piece of code I've ever seen, and it reminds me of the ugliest animal I've ever seen, which is a spider monkey."
Okay, wow. That's some sentiment there. Good. I think we have an actual question about the content, which is always great. Are there differences between the ES modules implementation between Mozilla and Chromium or WebKit that we should be aware of?
No.
No. Well,
that's why we have a standard.
That's a very elaborate answer. Can't be any confusion about the answer. As we don't have any more questions for you, but I am sure people know how to find you in the hallway track and in the Q&A rooms later. We'll move right on.
Sounds good to me.
Thank you.
Okay, everyone. Clicker. Thank you. I need my notes. Avi? Hello? Hello? Notes? No, but I need to intro. Can I get my notes? Yeah, thank you. So, want to thank our sponsor, AG Grid, a word from our platinum sponsor. AG Grid is a customizable data grid that works with React, Angular, Vue, and just Vanilla.js. The grid is super fast, easily handling over 100,000 rows and high frequency updates. So thanks a lot, AG Grid, for sponsoring this event. So we see a lot of tweets flowing around, and we like to see them going all day, so keep the tweets coming. And yeah, use the photo, send some photos, use the hashtag. And don't forget, we have a raffle at the end of the day where you can win a JSNation multipass or some t-shirts. Also, if you want to continue the conversation with the speakers right after the talk, they're going to be at the speaker booth that's just right outside here. So if you want to continue a conversation, you can hop there now. And now we are going to go to the next speaker. Christoph is already ready, and Christoph is working at the GitHub Copilot team, which is turning 1 in a few weeks. I've been using GitHub Copilot for 3 weeks now, and I think like every hour since I've been working with it, it's like, oh my God, how does he know that? Oh my God, how does he know that? So hopefully you're going to explain this to us. So I'm really looking forward to your talk, Christoph. Please give a warm round of applause for Christoph.
Hello, everyone. First of all, I'm really, really glad that you are all here. It's been last 2 years were difficult, of course, so thank you all for being here. Yeah, my name is Krzysztof, and I have some fancy title at GitHub. It doesn't really matter. I've been working for the last 1.5 years on a project called GitHub Copilot. Hopefully, many of you have heard about GitHub Copilot. It has been a hyped topic on the internet and the social media. But if you haven't, let me quickly introduce you to GitHub Copilot. So what it is, basically it's a software development productivity tool. You can think about it as a bit more powerful autocomplete. However, unlike traditional autocomplete systems, it's not powered by the semantic information or statistical code analysis or anything like that. Instead, it's using Codex AI model developed by OpenAI that has been trained on collective knowledge of us all, software developers, in form of billions of lines of code publicly available in the internet. So thanks to that, GitHub Copilot is not limited to suggesting only single word like variable name or function name, like in case of traditional autocomplete systems. Instead, we can try to suggest whole blocks of code, multi-line blocks of code that tries to adapt the current context, tries to figure out what is your next step, what you're planning to do, those snippets, those suggestions, adapt to the coding style, to using other files, other functions from your project, and much more. And because of that, we had to come up with a bit different user experience for those suggestions. So we are not using like traditional autocomplete widget with its like list of functions. Instead, we designed this user experience of having this like inline virtual text that's displayed directly in editor, and I will talk a bit more about that in a moment. However, if you haven't seen GitHub Copilot yet, I do have a quick video for you to demo it, and I'll be talking while this video is playing. So yeah, as you can see, this gray text thingy, those are suggestions that are suggested by GitHub Copilot. They are updated as you type in your editor, so you don't need to make any additional action to get those suggestions. You just type in your editor code as you would normally code, and we just try to suggest something useful for you that's hopefully helpful. In this particular demo, there are only like single-line completions, but we can also suggest multi-line completions in some cases. So you probably want to ask me, yeah, this looks cool at the demo, but is it actually useful, and does it actually produce any value to the users, improves your productivity? So as it was mentioned in the introduction, Copilot has been in technical preview for almost a year. We've released it in late June last year, so it's literally 1 year right now. And it has been used by thousands and thousands of software developers around the world. I cannot, of course, share any specific numbers on that. However, there is one number that I can share, and this is this number. So for the users that have Copilot enabled on their file, we see that 35% of the newly written code in this file has been suggested by the GitHub Copilot. I mean, of course, software development is not just typing the code, but imagine if you type code by a couple of hours every day. If that process is 35% more productive, that means that you have maybe 2 hours more of your time back. So that's really amazing. And this number has been growing steadily for last year. We haven't started with this number. We started with much lower number. It has been growing given the improvements that we've done to the project for over last year. And also, we are sure that we can bring this number way higher. Our estimations are high in the next couple of years. So that was marketing, and now let's actually go into technical details, because I'm a software developer. I'm not really trying to sell you a product. I'm here to talk about what we do. And also, as a note, I'm not data scientist. I'm not AI guy. I'm working on this project because I have been developer tooling expert. I have a lot of experience with Visual Studio Code extensions and with other developer tools. So that's my role in the team. So I'm not going to go too deep into AI or how it works. I just don't really understand that. And that's fine. I imagine that most of us are not AI experts and data scientists. We are just software engineers that try to build useful stuff for our customers. So when I've joined the team, and when Copilot started as a project, we were using really simple architecture. We had Visual Studio Code extension written in TypeScript. And then we were just communicating directly with AI codecs hosted by OpenAI. Like, you can do that in your project right now. You need to access to OpenAI for access to their preview or beta program, whatever it's called. And then you can just send HTTP request to it, and it will respond. And actually, this is the architecture that we've started our technical preview with around a year ago. There were some additional calls to the github.com for authentication, but that's like boring stuff. In principle, it was as simple as that. And then Copilot has become a fairly successful product. There has been a lot of hype in the internet about the product, and most common question that people were asking, hey, can I use Copilot in IntelliJ? Can I use Copilot in NeoVim? Can I use Copilot in Visual Studio? Okay, yeah, no one asked that. So as we scaled the project, we had to make changes to our architecture. Nowadays, Copilot supports multiple editors. Visual Studio Code is still our main editor, and I believe it's still our main part of the user base is using Visual Studio Code. That's fairly natural, I would say, given how popular it is. But we also have really good support for all the IDEs in IntelliJ suite. So PyCharm, Rider, all those like different IDEs based on IntelliJ, they're all supported. We have NeoVim support, and yes, we also have Visual Studio support. So all those editors use different programming languages and different programming ecosystems to build their extensions. VS Code, it's Node and JavaScript, TypeScript. IntelliJ, it's JVM languages, Java or Kotlin or some other fancy languages. In case of Visual Studio, it's C#. Sorry that I need to mention that. So we didn't want to rewrite our code to target all those platforms because our code contains quite a lot of different logic. We do some stuff. So this is the same problem that we realized that this is the same problem that language vendor toolings often have. So for example, if you develop Rust editor language tooling, you want to have this running in all your editors. And those vendors are solving the problem with using concept of language servers, which is basically this process that can be spawned by the editor, which contains all the logic, and then editors become a thin client that just interacts with the language server. In our case, this is called agent, because that's fancy. Agent contains quite a lot of common logic. It's written in TypeScript. It's running on Node. I believe for IntelliJ, we actually compile it to like native distribution. We do something fancy with Vercel package thingy. So yeah, it contains all the code that is around creating the input that we will send to the AI. It creates all the code that's telemetry, that is about synchronization settings and all that stuff. Then we've introduced proxy, which is place for the common code, but it's web service in the cloud. It's as close to the AI as possible. And then we have also AI on Azure this time. So we changed our backend hosting. We are hosting the AI on Azure. And I believe Microsoft recently on Build announced this AI platform that's in preview right now, which allows anyone to use the big language models from OpenAI that are hosted on Azure. And this is really important because that allows us to scale on the whole planet. OpenAI initially just hosts their models in single location. Azure is distributed globally, so we can host AI on any data center that we want to do that. You can probably ask why we have two places for common code, agent and proxy. This is a really good question. Basically, some of the logic is more connected with your editor, and then it's fairly natural that it runs on your local machine. And some of the logic should live as close to the cloud, to the model in the cloud as possible. So for example, things like AI safety and responsibility features, like we kind of want to have that on cloud, not on your local machine for various reasons. And agent, anything that's related to your editor, again, it's more natural that it lives on your local machine, like that we don't need to synchronize everything to the cloud because that would be complex. So I've mentioned that I'm not data scientist, I'm not AI expert, but let me talk briefly about Codex. So Codex is the name of the AI model that we are using. And what is Codex? I have note. Codex is a natural language processing artificial intelligence model based on GPT-3 developed by OpenAI. Yes, thanks Wikipedia, that's really useful. So let's go slowly here. First of all, it is a model that operates on natural language, which is like English or any other language that it understands, including programming languages. But what it means in principle is that we are just passing our context, our input into it as a string. We don't do any special encoding. We don't use abstract syntax tree to represent your code. We just take a file, push it, and hope for the best. Secondly, this is like artificial intelligence model, which in principle means that this is probabilistic system. We send something into it, and then it tries to figure out what's the most probable next word coming in the text. Important thing, most probable doesn't mean it's always correct. It's assumption that it tries to figure out. And also, it's probabilistic also on scale. Whenever we send it couple prompts, well, the same prompt couple of times to it, we may get back different results from it. So this is really funny. This required a lot of changing mindset from me as someone working with this system. You know, I'm a software developer. I'm used to function, unit test, input, always the same output, yay. Here we cannot do that, which is really interesting. Also, it's really large-scale model. It has been trained on the billions of lines of code. This means that we cannot easily introspect into it. We cannot really easily understand why it is coming up with some suggestion. We can only manipulate the input and observe the result. And also, I've mentioned in this very useful definition that it's based on GPT-3. GPT-3, it's a large language model that has been trained on the internet. So that's why Codex understands not only the programming language code, but it also understands English or any other language, more or less. So it can understand commands and stuff like that. Basically, it means that Codex is a teenager that had a really lot of time and read a whole internet and a lot of code, and kind of like you tell it something and it responds you sometimes, and you don't know why. So how to get this teenager, this model, to do something useful for you? And this brings us to the process called prompt crafting. And prompt crafting is really fancy name for preparing a string that we send to the model. So initially, we started with fairly simple approach. We just took the cursor position in your file. We take the file content from the top of the file up to your cursor position. We send it to the model, and it works. Surprisingly, it works well enough. However, we were sure that we can do better. And in principle, when working with those large language models, the more context we can send to them, the better will be the results. Of course, the context needs to be useful. It's not like we can send some random crap. It would be good if the context is from your files. But yes, the more things we send to it, the better will be the result. So we started with fairly trivial improvements. We added path and language markers, which is just a comment on top of the file saying this is language, JavaScript, and your name of the file is blah. Tests for my fancy JSNation demo.js. And even the lesson here is even such simple improvements actually make fairly reasonable improvements to the response, to the output that we observed. Why in this particular example? Using the language name marker means that model is less likely to be confused by what language it is. Like all C family languages looks the same, and you really don't want to see those C# suggestions in your JavaScript code. So that's why we put the language marker. So that's step one. However, we still have two big problems in our initial implementation. We looked at the code that's above the cursor position. And of course, in programming languages, in vast majority of programming languages, you can put your functions in any order. So there can be useful stuff below your cursor position. So we introduced something called sibling functions detection. It is basically a process where we parse the file and we look for the functions of the same level as a function that you're currently editing. So if you're in class, we look at other class members. If you're in the top level, on the top level of the file, of the module, we look at the top level functions. And then we reorder stuff. So all the functions that we hope that are useful are above your cursor position, or kind of the point where we send requests. And we do that in memory. Like it's not like we don't change your file. Like we do that all in the memory processing the prompts. And also, the pro tip here is don't have 1,700 top-level functions in your file. Don't ask me why, I know that, but yeah, don't do that. And the last interesting part is using the context from other files of your project. Of course, again, in programming languages, we can create as many files as we want. We often create many of those files in the project. So we try to figure out what is the code that looks similar to what you're writing right now that exists in the other open tabs in your editor. And this is important part. We don't look at your hard drive or anything like that directly. We only have access to the files that are open in your editor as tabs. We assume that this is kind of a good signal for us that we can look into this file, because if you have them open them in IDE, that kind of suggests that you're okay with tooling working on those files. The last but one thing that I want to talk about, and I have 28 seconds, so that will be fast, is observing results. As I've mentioned, the model is probabilistic, and first of all, its responses are probabilistic, but also with the same prompt, it returns different responses. That means that we can only observe those results at scale. We cannot just unit test the model. We cannot unit test the improvements to the prompt crafting, because we don't know if this will be successful for all the cases. The problem space of working with developer tooling in general is that the code, can look very differently. There's tons of the use cases all over around. So we need to make sure that we want to be as helpful to everybody as possible. So we have two parts of observing results here. One is we have offline evaluation system, where we clone a couple of thousand of Python repositories from the internet. We try to figure out the functions that are well tested, that have good test coverage, and functions that are well documented, that there's documentation for those functions. We remove the body of those functions, and we try to regenerate the results regenerate the body with the copilot, check if the unit tests are passing again, which is really interesting. And the second way of observing results is doing A/B experiments on people. That's why we have quite an advanced telemetry system in the copilot. If you're more interested in telemetry that we do, my colleagues from the team has actually published, I believe last week or something like that, the white paper about how we use telemetry and how it fits with measuring the user satisfaction. We also ran some satisfaction user tests on people where they had to answer some surveys about how they feel. The interesting thing here is that, and this will be this was mind-blowing for me initially, that it doesn't really matter that suggestions are super accurate. What it seems is that users are really satisfied, even if Copilot gives them not 100% accurate suggestion, but it's starting point for them so they can think about the problem, what's the next step that gives them scaffold for what they do, which is really, really fascinating. I wanted to also talk a bit about user experience design, but we don't have time for that. So thank you all for watching, and I believe that's now time for Q&A.
Well, thanks a lot, Christoph. It was refreshing. Thanks for sharing. So we're going to go right into the audience questions. First question from Hanno. What are the copyright restrictions for using GitHub Copilot on company-owned code?
So this is really, really great question. It's coming fairly often. First of all, I'm not a lawyer. Don't take anything that I will say as any kind of legal advice. Secondly, what is also important is that it really depends on your company. So I would recommend actually talking with someone from your company. However, our answer is that in principle, Copilot is not copying the code. What Copilot is doing, it is creating a new suggestion that are unique, that are personalized for your particular context of what you're writing. Copilot is not copying machine. It's not pattern matching machine that's just taking existing snippet of the code from its database or whatever. It's trying to figure out new code for your problems. In very rare cases, Copilot can copy a code, but it's like 0.1% of the cases that it can copy the code directly from the memory, but this happens only for very well-known snippets of the code. And also, we are working on the solution to the problem that should be available soon-ish.
Soon-ish. like a Tesla timeline or?
No, it's in like soonish.
Okay, cool. The question is from Catalin. Does Copilot plan on becoming a paid product?
Yes. So currently, Copilot is in technical preview state where people can use it for free. We use this period of time to improve the product massively. However, it has been announced by Satya Nadella, CEO of the Microsoft, on Build during his keynote that Copilot will go general availability in this summer. It will become a paid product there. However, it will be freely available to the students and to the verified open source contributors, whatever it means.
So if I do some open source work, I can also use it for my company work?
Yes. Yeah.
Cool. All right.
And again, this is not legal advice.
Okay,
Ask your company.
Yeah, if your company allows.
Yes.
Next question from Alison. Copilot can suggest what to write, but can it also suggest what to remove?
Not right now. So right now, suggesting new code is our main user experience that we provide. Of course, we are looking into various improvements to the AI-driven development tooling in general. I think I've mentioned that I work at this thing called GitHub Next, and we are this like team at GitHub that tries to figure out what's the next 10 years of the developer tools, and all the applications of AI is something that we definitely research all the time.
A question from Anonymous. Does Copilot also learn from me as an individual, and will it suggest me code personalized, fitting my coding style?
Yes, exactly. So Copilot, as I've mentioned, look at your file, currently open file, and other tabs open in your editor, which can be your own code, your own personal code. It's not in any way connected to your company. It's not in any way connected to your repository even. It just looks at the code that's in editor, it's in IDE to figure out what are the suggestions.
So a follow-up question then for me. If I want to improve the suggestions, I should just open more tabs with my code?
Yes, this is one way of improving suggestions. Yes, indeed.
Nice. So a good question from Anonymous. Is it cheating if developers use Copilot? Anonymous is a junior developer and thinks it's awesome, but he or she is worried that they'll be less of a developer if they utilize it.
Is it cheating if mathematician is using calculator? I don't think so. I also don't think that using other IDE features in general is cheating. Like, I know that there are some people that says, oh, you shouldn't even use traditional autocomplete because this way you will become better developer if you will memorize all this stuff. That's not my position. I have been developing developer tools that help developers and lower the barrier to entry for developers for my whole professional life. So I don't think it's cheating. I think that is our goal, to improve your life and your productivity and your happiness.
Yeah, the world is going that way. So you will be left behind because your colleagues will be using it. So it will be a waste of your time. Last question from Martijn. Sorry, I need to read it again. Do you feedback any changes made to code suggestions by the user into the AI? So if I change the suggestion, does the AI know I changed the suggestion, and does it improve?
So yes, we currently are collecting such a data in our telemetry. So we are checking whether the suggestion stayed the same after 30 seconds of being in your file or if you've changed it. However, we are not using that data to feed into AI directly. So your private code, if you're developing some private code, won't ever be a source of the suggestion for other people. What we do is we only observe the data on what was the percentage of the change, which is like string distance and things like that, to kind of observe what are the results. As I've mentioned in the talk, we need to observe at scale, so we need to have this data to see if we are doing useful stuff.
Well, thanks a lot. That's all the time we have for Q&A. We're going to go into a little coffee break now. Thanks a lot, Christoph. Christoph is going to go to the speaker lounge where you can continue the conversation. And, well, I invite you all to sign up for the beta.
yes, definitely, please do sign up for the technical preview. It's free to use. Initially, there has been kind of like a long period of waiting when you've signed up for the technical preview. It's not the case right now. We are letting in people really, really quickly nowadays. So please do sign up.
All right. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
AGGrid's high-performance JavaScript data grid works with Angular, Vue, and React. It easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed community edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Crypto. A turbulent world full of risks and opportunities. Discover it through a trusted platform. Join the 1 million Dutch users of Bitfavo, the crypto exchange of the Netherlands. Crypto starts with Bitfavo.
What is intelligent industry with Capgemini? We could tell you it's how our team of experts help you use 5G, AI, and IoT to connect intelligent devices, factories, and software ecosystems to harness the power of data and foster innovation. But in human terms, it's business and tech.
So making our products intelligent really does make life
easier, better,
really working in sync. Capgemini. Get the future you want.
The content you create works harder across more channels, while you work smarter with powerful tools for workflows, editing, and even building your own apps. Say hello to a better way to build and deliver digital experiences. Contentful. Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
AGGrid's high-performance JavaScript data grid works with Angular, Vue, and React. It easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Crypto. A turbulent world full of risks and opportunities. Discover it through a trusted platform. Join the 1 million Dutch users of Bitfavo, the crypto exchange of the Netherlands. Crypto starts with Bitfavo.
What is intelligent industry with Capgemini? We could tell you it's how our team of experts help you use 5G, AI, and IoT to connect intelligent devices, factories, and software ecosystems to harness the power of data and foster innovation. But in human terms, it's business and tech.
So making our products intelligent really does make life
easier, better,
really working in sync. Capgemini. Get the future you want.
The content you create works harder across more channels, while you work smarter with powerful tools for workflows, editing, and even building your own apps. Say hello to a better way to build and deliver digital experiences. Contentful. Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
AGGrid's high-performance JavaScript data grid works with Angular, Vue, and React. It easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Crypto. A turbulent world full of risks and opportunities. Discover it through a trusted platform. Join the 1 million Dutch users of Bitfavo, the crypto exchange of the Netherlands. Crypto starts with Bitfavo.
What is intelligent industry with Capgemini? We could tell you it's how our team of experts help you use 5G, AI, and IoT to connect intelligent devices, factories, and software ecosystems to harness the power of data and foster innovation. But in human terms, it's business and tech.
So making our products intelligent really does make life
easier, better,
really working in sync. Capgemini. Get the future you want.
The content you create works harder across more channels, while you work smarter with powerful tools for workflows, editing, and even building your own apps. Say hello to a better way to build and deliver digital experiences. Contentful.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
AGGrid's high-performance JavaScript data grid works with Angular, Vue, and React. It easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Crypto. A turbulent world full of risks and opportunities. Discover it through a trusted platform. Join the 1 million Dutch users of Bitfavo, the crypto exchange of the Netherlands. Crypto starts with Bitfavo.
What is intelligent industry with Capgemini? We could tell you it's how our team of experts help you use 5G, AI, and IoT to connect intelligent devices, factories, and software ecosystems to harness the power of data and foster innovation. But in human terms, it's business and tech.
So making our products intelligent really does make life
easier, better,
really working in sync. Capgemini. Get the future you want.
The content you create works harder across more channels, while you work smarter with powerful tools for workflows, editing, and even building your own apps. Say hello to a better way to build and deliver digital experiences. Contentful. Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
AGGrid's high-performance JavaScript data grid works with Angular, Vue, and React. It easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Crypto. A turbulent world full of risks and opportunities. Discover it through a trusted platform. Join the 1 million Dutch users of Bitfavo, the crypto exchange of the Netherlands. Crypto starts with Bitfavo.
What is intelligent industry with Capgemini? We could tell you it's how our team of experts help you use 5G, AI, and IoT to connect intelligent devices, factories, and software ecosystems to harness the power of data and foster innovation. But in human terms, it's business and tech.
So making our products intelligent really does make life
easier, better,
really working in sync. Capgemini. Get the future you want.
The content you create works harder across more channels, while you work smarter with powerful tools for workflows, editing, and even building your own apps. Say hello to a better way to build and deliver digital experiences. Contentful. Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
AGGrid's high-performance JavaScript data grid works with Angular, Vue, and React. It easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Crypto. A turbulent world full of risks and opportunities. Discover it through a trusted platform. Join the 1 million Dutch users of Bitfavo, the crypto exchange of the Netherlands. Crypto starts with Bitfavo.
What is intelligent industry with Capgemini? We could tell you it's how our team of experts help you use 5G, AI, and IoT to connect intelligent devices, factories, and software ecosystems to harness the power of data and foster innovation. But in human terms, it's business and tech.
So making our products intelligent really does make life
easier, better,
really working in sync. Capgemini. Get the future you want.
The content you create works harder across more channels, while you work smarter with powerful tools for workflows, editing, and even building your own apps. Say hello to a better way to build and deliver digital experiences. Contentful.
StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix.
Yeah.
Everyone, give it up for Eric.
Hello, my friends! Oh, woohoo! How's it going, everyone? Going well? I'm so excited. Like, it's been a while since my pandemic and this whole stuff. I'm kind of nervous, but I think this is something like my experiences work at home, making my wife crazy at home. So I'm gonna give some tips about it as well, okay? So I'm Eric Wendell. I've been speaking about JavaScript, sharing a bit of my knowledge as well. And today, I'm gonna show you some content I've been doing. So everything here is already online, so you can take pictures, publish. Please mention the event as well, so it helps us a lot as well. And here I'm gonna show some experiments using both JavaScript and C++. But don't blame me, I'm not a C++ developer. I'm just trying to experiment and actually to make my wife crazy, right? All this talk is just to make her crazy. Well, we know that software is not just something simple, right? We know that we struggle a lot. I'm not an expert in what I've been doing. This is just experiments, okay? So later on the QA, I can show you some burnouts that I did on my hardware. Okay, when I started working with IoT stuff, the first thing I was like, oh, I should use Raspberry Pi for everything. And then I figured, well, it's not actually it, right? So I could use Raspberry and microcontrollers, and I wasn't aware of what does it mean. Well, to fix this first question, a Raspberry Pi is actually a supercomputer, right? It has its own operating system. You can run games, you can run processing, you can use for programming as well if you want it. You can use Linux, Windows, and a lot of other operating systems. And actually, you can expand memory. Man, this is crazy. People are using Node.js inside it to make production apps. I don't recommend it, right? But you can do it as well. OK. When we go to the microcontroller world, the microcontrollers are a bit smaller thing, right? We call them like the microservices of hardware. It's like a small unit of processing. You can run like on your walls, control your lights, but it's much cheaper, right? You can buy it for $1 sometimes on AliExpress. Well, as you can see, the whole thing is like 320 kilobytes RAM, right? JavaScript developer doesn't care much about memory, right? So this was my first struggle, and I'm gonna show you later. It's a single core, but we can like simulate threads and other things as well. But you might have heard it as Arduinos as well, right? Who have heard about Arduino? Oh, so popular, right? So this is the Brazilian version. I'm Brazilian, so I brought some of our country as well, just to show you a thing. Okay, now I introduce you about what I've been doing or what the difference is for you to get some context. And now I'm gonna show you some experiments and some not good things that I've been doing as well. The first stuff I was like, man, Raspberry Pi. People are using Raspberry Pi to create HTTP servers. This is so boring. CRUDs, I don't care about CRUDs anymore. Creating product and this kind of stuff, I was like, I should do something interesting. So I like beers. I was like, why not making my own assistant, right? So here, I have my beer cane, and there I have a Raspberry Pi. I'm gonna show you later how it's working. But let's first understand the project, right? So I could have my beer cane on my main wall. I have a camera right there, and when I see a friend, I would just recognize, and my beer cane would say, oh, welcome home, or just make some jokes, and that's it. I was like, yeah, let's make it. Well, this is my first demo. Right here, I have a Raspberry Pi, a supercomputer running inside the beer cane, and on the other side, I have other one to recognize friends, right? Here I have a camera, and I'm using like Azure API. I don't know anything about machine learning here, just using APIs. But then I recognize my friends, and then it sends a message to the beer cane when it recognizes and, oh, welcome back. This is so, like, the whole project was good, but turning on a LED, it's like a hello world on hardware, right? Well, I was like, I should do something more interesting, right? I've watched the Purge movie. I saw a kid there, like, moving a car with a VR glass. I was like, I could do something like this. So this was my version. Well, it's an MVP, right? I'm not front-end, I'm a back-end developer. This is a back-end of the hardware, right? So here, I just hacked my PS3 controller using the Bluetooth. Right there, I have other microcontrollers as well, just controlling the other thing. And here, it's working. Well, this is something good to understand, like threads, right? Because when you are accelerating, if you try to horn, like to press the horn, the car just stops. So you have to make it like in different units of processing, right? But it's working really well right there. Okay. Well, I start trying more at my home, so I built some wires. Now it starts the mess, right? But here I have some like interface right there. When I press a button, the lights will change a bit, but this will control my main door right there. Let's see. Like the lights are changing, I go faster there, and then I can see that my door is open. Well, I had a lot of struggles here, and I have a lot of caveats that we can talk a little bit more later. But yeah, it's good enough. But as I said, I have some tips for you who live with someone else. So how many of you are living with someone else? Like parents? Okay. So you should be a bit aware, because your weekends should look like this, right? All the main dinner table with a lot of hardware, a lot of friends coming there, making a lot of projects, and I think they don't like it seeing a lot of wires right there. Okay, starting about the whole automation thing, I just moved to a bigger house right there, and I figured like at night I have to walk through my whole home, like turning off all the lights. I was like, I'm a programmer, I'm a lazy person, so let's try doing something. So the whole idea here was to control first the light switch, okay? So I Googled it, and I used the ESP8266, like a microcontroller, and I have a relay. Basically, I send 1 to the relay, and it will just cut the energy. If I send 0, it will just keep the energy going on. Yeah, it's inverted. I struggle a bit to figure it out as well. But yeah, I have 1 pin for each light, and this is how it should be working. Well, just turning buttons on and off wasn't enough, so I was about to get some sensors. So I got humidity and temperature sensors, so I can have like a dashboard, and I will start to think how I could make the lights turning on and off just automatically. So this was the MVP, right? You can see a lot of wires right there. My wife got crazy with me. She was like, no way we're gonna do this, but it works, right? When I press the buttons, we can see it's working, just a thing. Well, I figured out some other problem. The whole thing about IoT is cheap, right? But the most expensive piece was to hide the wires. So this little box was more expensive than the whole project. So I could print the whole thing, but I was like, okay, let's make my wife happy. Well, my wife approved. I saw on her Instagram, she was like testing it, and I was like, ooh, QA passed, right? For all this project, I've been using C++. I'm not a C++ developer, but I found the platform I/O that helps a lot to upload the code, to generate the dependencies, and work really well. Right there, we can see like you can have a YAML file that you can put all of your configurations, your dependencies, and a lot of stuff. But for me, a web developer, this was the most interesting thing. Imagine a thing. You are not an expert as me working with hardware. What if you put some cable in the wrong input? You're never going to know, right? It's already on the wall. How do you know that? So here, I wrote some tests, some integration tests, that I publish my code to the board, and then I see all the sensors working fine, and then I can see really it's working or not. So this was really hacking for me. And as a developer, I'm a lazy person, right? So I've been using Node-RED, low code, no code in this case. So here, you can see all my flows in the left screen for you, right? And the right screen, we have the results right here. So I'm going to show first the interface. So if you click all of the buttons on the switches, you can see on the back end just changing all of the messages. You can see the temperature, the humidity. And here I'm going to show some flows. Well, when someone presses a button, I'm just showing the logs here, not something like confused, not something hard to make it. But for the weather, I have two JSON properties that I'm converting and just showing on the interface as well. And then, in the last one, I'm logging some more data and actually trying to make the first MVP to make the lights turn on and off. But this is just another subject, OK? Well, as a developer, right, we try to automate something that, like, you automate something that you could done in 20 minutes, doing 2 hours, right? So here, I was like, this is not smart enough, because I had some buttons, right, and I create another problem. Imagine, I'm going to my main room, right, with my dishes. I was like, oh, turn lights, right? So I put all the food on the table. I get my phone, I connect to the Wi-Fi, I open the app, I click the button, and then the light's on, right? You couldn't imagine my wife, right? She wasn't so happy with it. She was like, oh, it's not easier just to click on the button, right? Over-engineering at my own house. So I was like, OK, let's try doing something. So this is my little brother, and we were drawing a POC right there. I'm using here an ultrasonic sensor. So it's like a radar. It's just sending signals and getting back. But the problem was, we're developers, right? We know that it's not 100% sure sometimes. Well, my wife, she's afraid of ghosts. This sensor is just reverberating. So sometimes the lights just turn on. Imagine, at the middle of the night, the lights just turn on. Well, I was like, OK, we have power right now. We have processing power right now that we can use. Let's try recognizing faces. So right here, I use the microcontroller that not only promises to detect faces, but to recognize that you are you. Man, this is 5 megabytes like processing power that can do a lot of stuff. Well, to do my first POC, I wasn't trying to use on the machine because it was C++. I was like, oh my God, this is so messy. Oh, C++ is hard, yeah, sure. And here I was just taking pictures, sending it to my Node-RED, and just scratching some screen here. You can see the video is not that good because I was just posting on the Instagram as I was getting some results. Well, C++ is hard. It's really hard for me that I've never touched C++. And I was like, what if we try using JavaScript to reuse my knowledge from the web on the hardware, right? To really feel the power. Well, I found out Espruino. How many of you have heard about Espruino? Oh, nice. Espruino has a lot of benefits I'm going to show you later. But the first thing is, it's JavaScript. You can drag and drop stuff as well. But you can also upload your code using SSH on over the network. So you can have all of the machine connected to the wall, and over the network, you can send signals and upload new code. So this is really, really nice. Well, right here, one thing that we should care is, when we're using microcontrollers, we know that the memory and processing is limited, right? But here, we can see it's just 120 flash that they use to make everything work with JavaScript. This is like a tiny interpreter that we can use JavaScript inside of it. Well, I was like, OK, man, really easy, right? Let's rewrite everything. Let's just convert everything to JavaScript. Well, I found the docs right there. And on the docs, I was like, OK, let's just use the docs. Let's rewrite everything. And then my code was something like this. I had like an interval, send the data, receive the data, and sending the light density as well. And then I upload this code to my machine. Well, it doesn't work, right? I just use all the memory and processing, and I was like, oh my God, I cannot use JavaScript for it. But I just changed the board to the ESP32, and everything starts working again. So this is my final POC for the piece that will go to the wall, and let's make it work. Right here, you can see a lot of logs. We backend developers love logs, right? We have all the other stuff working right here. But you can see that the camera is not working properly yet because I haven't finished this project yet. Well, JavaScript is magic, right? We can use a lot for a lot of stuff, and for this one, I really feel the power. So if you want to use Espruino, you can use whether the interface or the terminal and make everything work so easily. This is not a tutorial, right? I'm just showing some of the challenges. Well, the first challenge, it was meant to work on Espruino devices, so using generic devices might not work well. The platform has a lot to improve, like we have some generic errors, so we should, as community, use it more so we can improve it more. And for me, I felt an imposter when I see that async await doesn't work. So a lot of features is not working on this interpreter because it's just a small thing, right? Well, and just finally some benefits, right? I think this is the whole thing about this talk. You don't need to recompile the project every time. When I was working with C++, it was like back and forth. I compile, I see errors, I come back, compile, see errors, and then on the third time, it works. So I was like, no, using JavaScript is much better because you can do it on SSH remotely. And the Espruino idea helps a lot, minify your code, you can use less memory processing, and you can reuse your knowledge in JS, right? You're a web developer, you can make something to scare your mom, to make your cat better, to play with your friends for you if you don't want to, right? We are developers. Well, some final words for you. I think this conference is so amazing, it's so nice to be back. The whole thing here is for us, I know that CRUD pays the bill, right? Creating product, creating service, but when we're trying to challenge ourselves, when we're trying to make something for us, when we are seeing like a car moving, we can see a lot of new challenges, and we can feel like that adrenaline that was like, oh, I'm not sure if it will work, but when it works, it's like indescribable, right? And if you are trying to start on this, try adding more sensors, not just moving buttons. Try to make something smart, to make decisions using it as well. And actually, learn JavaScript, right? Without async await, we can back to callbacks. So yeah, it's hard, right? But we're gonna learn a lot of vanilla JavaScript as well. Well, all of my presentations are already on my website if you wanna take a look. Everything about Node.js, JavaScript I've been putting there as well. I've actually just released a new course right now. It's about Node.js streams. If you wanna learn the most powerful Node.js feature, go there and see. It's just on the pre-release. And if you want to take a look at the videos, my website, follow me on Twitter, take some pictures, show me your experiments on Twitter, please go there. OK, so thank you so much for having me.
Thanks a lot, Eric. We're going to go into Q&A.
Billy.
All right. Well, that was mind-blowing. I think you over-engineered, and I love it. So I can imagine that it's a lot of fun to work on that stuff.
Yeah.
And a bit challenging. First question is from Jen. It's just a compliment for your wife. Special dedication to your wife who resisted the divorce. So you're still wearing a ring?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's tattooed, right?
Tattooed, so you can't get a divorce. So yeah, smart. Question from Jalen. Where is the best place to get started to learn how to implement similar features in my own home?
Ooh, it's hard, right? It's like Googling it, right? Oh, just before going, let's take a picture with everyone like with their hands to go there, right? Just a second.
Shall I take it?
Yeah, sure. Let's count on 3, and then we make some noise, okay? All right. 1, 2, 3. Hey! I'm Brazilian, I have to do this, right?
One more time.
One more time?
3,
2, 1. Hey! Well, the best way to learn this is find on Google, right? Or on the YouTube. I try to find new projects about James Bond on IoT. There are some guys with like watches showing flames and fires on the smartwatch, right? So this is something that we can find a lot of new stuff as well.
All right.
Yeah.
Cool. So next question is from Brittany Joyner.
Ooh.
What made you want to build this when there are already apps and smart lights out there that you can automate these things out of the box?
Well, I think the first thing that we should know that we are programmer, right? We learn to make things new. But for me, it's the price. I spend like $1 in one microcontroller. If I want to buy, I would pay like $100, $20, right? And we miss all the fun, right? For us to build something and to create a new product, it's very cheap, right?
Don't forget your time is also not free.
Yes. But I think
time.
it's fun, right? Yeah.
All right. Next question from Piro Piro. Have you ever tried the Arduino IoT cloud platform in your projects?
No. I've tried Azure a bit. I've tried Node-RED. But for the kind of stuff I've been doing, I spend more time trying to wire the cables than like programming or configuring the cloud itself, right?
Okay. And the last question from Anonymous. How is the support for HomeKit?
Ooh, for HomeKit.
For Apple HomeKit.
Oh, I have no idea.
You just
I
need to write some plugins.
Oh.
Or maybe Google
Assistant.
Google Assistant skills.
Yeah.
Some Alexa skills. But hey, that's, I guess, a whole different project.
A whole project. No, actually, on the beer cane that I built, I can install there and make everything to connect it and to make decisions as well. Yeah.
Very cool. Well, I enjoyed your talk really a lot, Eric. So thanks also for filling the spot on such short notice. So thanks a lot, Eric. If you want to talk to Eric, go to the speaker booth and we'll talk about home automation more. Thank you, Eric.
Valeu.
All right. So hopefully I can say that Iris is ready this time.
I hope so. Can people hear me?
Yeah.
Woo!
All right. Iris is joining us from London. Iris works as I heard just from Tejas here, that Iris is the best engineer he ever worked with, the nicest person. So that's really coming from Tejas, a big compliment. He actually said when he quit Spotify, you were kind of the reason that he doubted to quit because he wanted to keep working with you. So it's really awesome.
I thought he quit because of me.
So I think I'm going to apply now to work with you. So Iris is going to talk about growing as an engineer, which, well, since you're here, you probably want to grow as an engineer. So let's get the show on the road. Iris, enjoy.
Hello, everybody. How's everybody feeling? I'm so sorry for having caused so many, troubles. I hope you're actually here to see my talk. I'm really sorry if you missed Eric's talk. But yeah, let's get this started. So, as you've already been told, my name is Iris, and I give these kinds of talks at conferences every now and then. I usually talk about more technical subjects, but this one has been brewing inside of me for a while. I joined Spotify 4 years ago, and that in and of itself was a huge achievement for me, right? But then I was promoted senior engineer, and now I'm kind of on my way to becoming a staff engineer. So, what's that all about? I've learned so much over the last 4 years, and that's what this talk is about, just sharing back with the community what I've done, what I've learned on that journey. And of course, this wouldn't have been possible without, the relentless support of all of my managers, without the tools and rituals that we have in place at Spotify as well. So if anything at all, catches your attention in this talk, life@spotify.com is the place to be. We're on a hiring spree this year, so go check it out. Another mention, this talk in particular wouldn't have been possible without the help of a couple of colleagues and ex-colleagues, like this man here that you're going to hear talk tomorrow, I think, right? So yeah, go check out his talk. And also thank you to Linda and Nafisa, two of my managers, as well as Erin, a staff engineer that's helped with this talk. All in all, I'll have basically, all right, we didn't have the fonts. Well, that's a problem, doesn't matter. This should be Spotify branded. Imagine it's our font, whatever, doesn't matter. We have brought you 2 topics that we're going to talk about today. Oh, that was loud. Can you still hear me? Perfect. The first part is impact. What does that mean? What kind of impact can you have as an engineer? And then the second part is going to be about how to grow that impact over time. But the very first thing I need to do is I have to clean up a little bit of a myth. To continue growing as a software engineer, You need to go into, and it should say management up there. Boom, myth busted. Actually, a lot of companies at a certain size, like Spotify, have dual career ladders. That means you can be an engineering manager, or you can be on the individual contributor path. Those are entirely equal, and you can make a career in either. Do we have any engineering managers in the room today? 1, 2, 3, a couple, okay. How many, say, mid-level engineers do we have? How many senior engineers? And how many juniors? Yay, awesome. I hope this will be helpful for everyone. But now, what's the difference between a junior engineer and somebody who identifies as a senior engineer? I think it's really this sphere of impact. So that goes for both organizational impact, but also your tech contributions. As a more junior engineer, you might be really just working and focusing on yourself, getting better, so that over time you can provide more value to the company. Same goes for the technical impact. You might start with only touching a couple of files here and there, to then later on work on whole applications, or over time actually design, I don't know, contracts between different systems or own entire domains. And how do you grow that? In my opinion, it's this mix of using your impact levers and your core skills. So what are the pillars of impact that we have? It's not enough today anymore to just be good at engineering, right? To be a good coder. Like, that's not what an engineer is about. There's several things that we need to be good at, and these differ from company to company. But when researching this talk, these 3 pillars were broadly there at most companies. The first one is mastery. Why do I name this one as first? It's the first thing you get assessed in an interview process, right? This is like the very basic thing that every engineer needs to be able to do, write some form of code. And it's actually more than writing code. It is deep technical knowledge in at least one discipline. And as you grow, it might be several disciplines. You might have to go into, I don't know, mobile or data or backend to keep growing as an engineer. And this is also not just about writing code. As you progress in your career, it's likely that you'll actually be writing less and less code, but you're still doing incredibly important engineering work. And this is also something that underrepresented groups actually have to prove much more than some others. So if you're, a white dude and you say, oh, I'm an awesome engineer, I swear, people will be like, yeah, sure. I had to prove that a little bit more. So if you've ever heard anything like you're not technical enough, go check out this talk by Tanya Riley. It's changed my life. The next thing I want to talk about is business impact. And although I named mastery, or this tech excellence pillar first, that's really just the basis for what you need to have business impact. So whatever you have on the tech side, how you use that to actually progress or add value to the business that you're working in, that is what you're actually being paid for, right? You're not being paid for rewriting the same application over and over again in different JavaScript frameworks, even if that might be fun. You're paid for providing value. And if you, for example, can have an honest conversation with your product stakeholders, with your business stakeholders, and understand the vision of the company and the problems that you'll be facing over the next couple of years, you're in the perfect spot to start to think about how does our technology need to evolve to get there. This is also really easy to quantify. Did you, I don't know, save the company $10,000 because you automated this process? Did you improve the conversion rate by 3% because you removed this horrible step together with a designer? The last one I want to talk about is culture. And this is much harder to identify. But what the result is that people enjoy working where they work. They like being there. They will retain for a longer time. And there's a lot that goes into this pillar, but the 2 things that I want to focus on today are collaboration and innovation. Why collaboration? Well, I'm just one engineer, even if I was, like Tejas for some reason said, the best engineer, right? I could still have more impact if I could level other people up to my level. But it's not only about mentoring and sponsoring others, it's also about improving your ways of working. Or, for example, you could build a community of other web engineers where they can share and learn together. All of that is culture, and it's all important. The other one is innovation. And why innovation? Most of the companies we work for need creativity and innovation to stay ahead of the game, to stay ahead of their competition. So if we can foster an environment where people feel safe to bring their authentic selves to work and, try that stupid idea and fail miserably and learn and try again until they succeed, we're fostering innovation. And of course, this depends on the company where you work. So if you want to make a career there, it's important for you to figure out what exactly does matter to my company. And we said we have these levers for impact. There's also another part, which I called core skills. You might have heard this other word before. I don't like it, so we're going to call it core skills, okay? There are a lot of them. I'm not going to focus on all of them, but they're important because we work with other people every day, and these enable us to do that better. The three I want to focus on are communication, accountability, and decision-making. And why? Because they kept coming up in the interviews that I was doing with my colleagues. Why communication? Well, communication is probably the most important tool that you have in your day-to-day work. If you're working within a team, it can help you, but it's even more important if you're working across several teams. That scope thing again, right? And you'll use it to negotiate, you'll use it to persuade, you'll use it to build consensus. So this is really, really important. And what I see go wrong quite often is that we don't target our message to the person on the other end, especially if they're not technical. That can be a bit tricky. The next one is accountability. And this one is even trickier because some languages don't even have this concept. So what does it mean? If you are accountable, you take responsibility for your actions and also your inactions, rather than blaming others for your failures. You stand up and you say, I screwed up, I'm sorry, but here's how I'm going to fix it, or at least here's how I'm going to make sure it doesn't happen again in the future. And you can't only hold yourself accountable, you can also hold others accountable, for example, through feedback. And the last one, and this is going to bring this beautifully together in like a little circle, decision-making. The bigger your sphere of impact, the bigger the decisions that you will be making. And of course, you can use all of your engineering skills and weigh up pros and cons, and you'll have to probably bring other people on board through communication, build alignment, and so on. But there will be moments where there just isn't a clear-cut best option, and you will have to call the shots. But the beauty is, if you are accountable to that decision, people will trust you with it. That's what I had on impact. Let's look at how to grow. So first of all, we're all engineers, right? Yes? Great. Can we hear that again? Awesome. Yes, we're all engineers. What do engineers do for a living? We solve problems. Growth is no different. It's a problem from where do I want to go to and where am I today? You can figure out the steps in between, right? But where is this B that we want to get to? And you might be thinking, but I know my goals. I want that raise, right? I want to be promoted. Well, unfortunately, science tells us that those are only good for short-term rewards. So if you want to have and follow up on your long-term goals, you need to tap into purpose instead. You need to find your own motivations for why you're doing something. How do you do that? Well, for me, it is, I try to ask myself, why do I enjoy something? I look at the people around me and I see this engineer who's doing this awesome job on this amazing project, and I ask, what is it about that project that inspires me? And through that, I've kind of built a long-term vision for me that's been the same for the last couple of years. Another thing that I can't stress enough, woo, it worked! Find your sponsors. So share your goals with the people who can help you on the way, who can make it easier for you to get there. This might be your manager, this might be your manager's manager, this might be this project lead on that other project. At Spotify, we're lucky enough to have those kind of rituals built in that enable those conversations. But if you don't have that, make sure that you find those people who can help you. Most people really enjoy helping others, but you need to ask them, right? And it's important to not only have people who can help you grow your, for example, technical skills or your core skills, it's also important to have people who can advocate for you and get you in that room that you need to be in to make that progress. And a pro tip that I learned from Aaron is, rather than just asking, hey, can you help me with this? Go to somebody and ask them, like, you're an expert in this. Is there anything that I can take off your plate to help you? Another thing that's really important to understand where you are today, feedback. I was absolutely mortified when I heard that, oh, by the way, development talks at Spotify twice a year, you have to gather feedback from all of the peers. I was like, wait, what? Gather feedback? Like, non-anonymous? What do you mean, you know? But in reality, the three things that have happened were, number one, my imposter syndrome, gone, because I was seeing myself in a much worse light than everybody else around me. Number two, let's see if I can remember these. Number two was I could actually see that I have grown over time because I didn't keep receiving the same feedback. And number three, it actually did highlight a couple of those areas that I still need to work on. And on top of all of that, having those honest conversations with our coworkers can actually create mutual trust and understanding. Cool, we now understand where we are. We kind of understand where we want to go. Now it's just dividing this into smaller milestones. What I like to do that is I have my little goals, and then the most important thing is that I connect it back to that reason that I had for actually doing it. These goals will be like maybe 2 or 3 months out, maybe 6 months out, but they're much shorter than my long-term vision, which is several years out. I then also have a metric. How do I know if I've succeeded? And actions, concrete steps that I can take every single day to get there. And in the end, also support. And this one is important because I might need that project. I might need that book. I might need some support from other people to get there. It's important to call that out and think about that as well and communicate that to, for example, my sponsors or my manager. And you might now be thinking like, oh yeah, learning new skills, nice. This means I can expense another book there or another course there, right? Well, again, unfortunately, science tells us that that's not true. 70% of the learning happens on the job, 20% in social settings, and only 10% at formal educational events like this one. That doesn't mean that this event is not useful. It's super, super important. But if you really want to make progress on your goals, you'll need to find a way of incorporating that into your day-to-day. How do you do that? Well, again, at Spotify, we have a little bit of an advantage because if I go to my manager and I tell her, actually, I want to go into backend development, she probably already has a project lined up for me where I can practice that. If you don't have that, the easiest thing that you can do is try to marry your goal with an unmet need of your company. Because if you can show that you will have that impact, nobody's going to say no to you developing that. I also brought a couple of examples from Spotify. An ex-colleague of mine, he wanted to get better at communicating, so he just offered to run sprint demos and write the stakeholder updates. My manager was like, yeah, please, please take it away, I don't want this. Another example is a friend of mine, he knew that there's this platform team over there, and he really wanted to understand what they're doing and how they develop that. But he also knew that his team will need that platform in the future. So he offered, hey, how about I jump over there for 3 months and embed with this team? Great. And yet another friend of mine, he knows that we are lacking backend engineers on my team. So he and his manager were like, how about you pair up with this other backender on a different team for 4 hours every week? You can get creative here, right? Another thing I have to say about these actions is, although it's super comfortable to stay in our little bubble of comfort, the real magic does happen outside. And this is really, really scary. My manager at some point asked me, hey, Iris, do you want to lead this big company-wide initiative? By the way, it's backend only. And I'm like, oh, I'm a web engineer. Doesn't matter. I never grew as much in 3 months as when I was on this project. And now I'm hooked. Now I'm looking for that next project. And I ask myself, is that initiative, does that feel uncomfortable enough, But also another pro tip, this was so scary. I didn't want to do it. I was literally like, I don't know if I want to do this, Linda. So what she did was she paired me up with a staff engineer to share the accountability, just to have my back. And that gave me the ease of mind that I needed. All right, we now know where we are. We now know where we want to go. We have our steps to get there. Now it's just doing it, right? Oops. This has happened to me so many times. But because I'm trying to be accountable to my own growth, what I've learned from it is I need to find rituals for myself to check in on my goals more often. So I now check in with my manager once a month, specifically on the goals part. And the other part is this. Every Monday, I have just 15 minutes, it doesn't take more than that, to look at what kind of work is coming in for me next week, and what are my goals, and how can I make progress towards those goals in the next week. And then at the end of the week, I look at, okay, how did it go? Is there anything I could have done better? Is there anything that I would have needed support with? Or is there any support I could have offered anybody else? What were my small wins and big wins this week? Another thing that I learned way too late is this. Does anybody's calendar look something like this? Yeah, maybe the engineering managers in the room. It took me way too long to realize that this is a problem. Luckily, our new manager is based in New York, and this happened. Because all of our team meetings were pushed to the afternoon, I made the conscious choice to also put all my other recurring meetings in the afternoon. All of a sudden, same exact amount of meetings in both of these, but I have 4 to 5 hours of focus time every single day. Cool. This is it, basically. Like, we now understand where we have to go and how to grow and how to get there. There's one more really, really important thing that I need to say. This talk has been all about helping yourself grow and understand how you can progress in your career. But there are almost definitely also things that you can do to help others progress. Is there a way you can, for example, share what you've learned at this conference with the people around you? If you're in a position to sponsor others, do that, right? Growth is not something that we do once. It's ongoing, it's constant, and it always takes much more time than we admit to ourselves. But the beauty of it is, like every investment, a small change today can have a big impact tomorrow. And yeah, if we're all ready to get in the driver's seat and actually take responsibility for our own growth, I don't think there's anything that we can't achieve. Thank you.
Awesome. Well, we have little time for Q&A, so we're going to jump right into it. And by the way, I'm starting my development plan on Monday. I have that in my calendar, so cheat sheet, thanks. First question from Remy. How would you describe a good engineer versus a great engineer?
Oh, that's a tough one. I really think that it's all about those other skills that you're not taught in university, that you can't pick up in a book. It's all about understanding how can you have bigger impact, how can you help others, like what are those pillars and how do they match up with what is important to you as a person, and trying to find those connections.
Yeah, it's like you call it core skills, and I think that's a way overlooked part in personal development.
For sure.
Yeah. It's not all about code. Because you can write tests, you can push something that's broken to production. Yeah.
We live and we learn.
Yeah, exactly. Next question from Kathleen. Do you have any advice for growing in a smaller company when it's harder to find any sponsors?
All right. I guess it depends a little bit on the size of the company. If there isn't any space for you to grow, I would probably look for a different company. Simple as that. There's not just one company on the planet, right? There are other places that will enable you to grow wherever you want to go. At the same time, you don't only have to look for sponsors within your company. You can look at sponsors outside as well, who might, for example, bring you to this conference, get you on the stage here, right? All of these things will progress your career in other ways than directly at your company.
All right. Well, since you have lost a little time, we have
Yes.
to cut the Q&A short.
That's right. Find me later.
Iris is going to go to the speaker lounge thingy over there with the black boots. So if you want to talk career advancement and kickstart your career to staff engineer, talk to Iris. And then now I will hand it over to my dear colleague, Maxime.
Yes. So,
next speaker is setting up. You just
I haven't updated the slides since morning.
Okay. You can just say, talk about that.
Okay, folks, please take your seats. Let's use maximum 30 seconds before we start the next session. Meanwhile, I want to say huge thanks to our gold sponsor, Descentology, that is making Web3 accessible to millions of web developers by making it easy for them to discover, build, and monetize dApps, distributed applications. They are an innovative company behind the Hyperverse, the open and on-chain code marketplace. And with great pleasure, I want to introduce our next speaker, Alessandro Pinotti. Alessandro.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Alessandro is the founder and CTO of Leaning Technologies. Leaning Technologies, that company that released WebVM, WebAssembly-powered x86 virtual machine running where? In the browser. Yes, that's insane. x86 runs in the browser. What stops us to run the same browser within this virtual machine, and then same virtual machine in this browser, and then one more time and one more time? So where is the limit? Maybe Alessandro will tell us. So let's give round of applause to Alessandro.
Cool. So hello, everybody. And I'd like to start by thanking the organization for inviting me here and giving me the opportunity of presenting some of the tech that we built to you. Especially since today is a special day for me because it's my birthday. And, thanks a lot for coming here to celebrate with me. I really appreciate it. So I am Alessandro Pignotti, founder and CTO of Leaning Technologies. And I was born and raised in Rome. I moved to Pisa for my studies, and then I moved here in 2014, and I've been a proud Amsterdammer since. If you wish, you can follow me on Twitter, but I would recommend not to hold your breath while you wait for me to post something. So what do? We are a small company that specializes in the niche of compile to JavaScript and compile to WebAssembly solutions. In this small niche, I think that we do some pretty cool things. And over the years, we have released 3 different products. The first one of them was Chirp, which is a C++ to JavaScript and WebAssembly compiler. The second one was ChirpJ, that is not just a compiler for Java, really. It's more like a full Java virtual machine that can run in the browser. And we can use it to run even fully graphical Java applications in the browser right now. And then we decided to move one step further, and we made ChirpX. And ChirpX is not just a product, really, right now. We consider it to be more of a technology. It's a very generic solution to do a bunch of different things, and we will talk about them. And as a first experiment to see how we can make this eventually a product that we can sell, we built WebVM, which is just one of the possible things we can build with this. And we will discuss about that, because, you know, each one of these products will probably require its own couple of hours talk. We have 20 minutes, so we need to cut and go to the meat. So ChirpX is a technology to securely run binary code in the browser, okay? And there are 3 main ideas that we followed when making this. We wanted to build something which is generic, robust, and scalable. I think you might have your own intuition about what these terms mean, but I will get in depth later about what I mean exactly by using these words. And in practical terms, what ChirpX is a C++ application that we wrote from scratch. We wrote it ourselves, and we compiled it to JavaScript and WebAssembly using Chirp, using our other product, so that it can run in the browser. And so I know that it's nice to talk about things, but it's also nice to see how things actually do in practice. And everybody recommended me not to do a live demo, but you know, who am I to ever follow good advice? Let's try this. So what I like to do, I like to prove to you that we can run a full virtualized system in the browser. And what I have here right now is Bash, the shell, running from a Debian distribution, running in the browser. To prove it to you, I can, for example, list the file system, and there is a bunch of things you can expect from an actual system running. But I like to prove that I can actually run a binary that has never been seen before. And through that, I guess I'll just write one. And I don't know you guys, but when I want to write a binary from scratch, first thing I do, I open my text editor. Let's do that. So it's incredibly difficult to spell correctly on stage. So we have Vim is running, and I can now type a very small test case. And what's going on right now is that this whole thing is running from the exat binaries that you run on your own computer. And I plan to do a very simple hello world. And to do something which is not completely trivial, I actually want to, instead of returning the usual return 0 error code that will tell the system that the executable has successfully completed, I want to return an error code. I want to see if the shell can deal with that. So let's try this out. Cool. Now I want to compile this. To compile C++ code, C code actually, I'll of course use GCC. And we can also enable some optimization because you never know. And this looks correct. OK, what's going on in the background here? So GCC is a fairly big executable, OK? And currently, the system is loading the required data from the network. And this data comes in blocks, because this is actually a full X2 implementation that runs from a disk device which is baked by a CDN. It's baked by Cloudflare. And this execution is actually completed. We can test if this can even run. It does what we expect it to do. Let's check the error code. It is what we expect. So this is fairly interesting, I think, but maybe I said it myself before, right? We can compile C++ to WebAssembly, so maybe you're thinking that there is some trick here, that maybe this is a special version of GCC that can magically generate code that runs natively in the browser. And I'd like to prove to you that this is not the case. And through that, we can actually ask the system, so what is the file type that we just run? The system says this is ELF, which is a binary format to run executables on Linux, 32-bit Intel x86, which is what we expect. And as the last proof, we can even show the code itself. We can dump this program that we built. We can take a look, and this is binary code, which is something you would expect. And OK, but I mean, there are other ways of running C++ code in the browser, so why would we go toward all this complexity? And the issue here is that it's complicated, really. So it is true that you can compile C++ to the browser. It is not clear that you can compile any application without manual intervention. But even putting this aside, the point is that this is an extremely generic solution, right? So we can try something completely different now. Let's try Python. So what I've done now, I've fired up the Python interpreter, and I can actually type command directly in the shell one more time. So and I'll do the same thing I've done before. Hello. This is also pretty easy. I can return another error code, which will also display on screen. And OK, now Python is nice, but it's also a relatively simple executable. It's just an interpreter overall, does not much more than that. So let's try something funnier, like let's try if we can try to run JavaScript. And I will also open again Vim. I will also open one more time and write my simple test case, which is misspelled. And also, not to do something completely obvious, I'm actually going to enable the print code option. So what this option does, it actually prints out all the native code that Node.js and actually the internal engine, which is V8, same engine that's used in Chrome, is generating just to run this small example. Keep in mind that what you're seeing is not something that happens especially because it's running in this virtualized environment. This thing happens every single time you start up Node.js. And what I found interesting is that what this thing shows to you is that ChirpX is actually able to deal with a fairly sophisticated executables, because this code is being generated at runtime. This was never, ever seen before by the engine. It's just been generated, written to memory, and eventually executed. And so how do we build something like that? Oh, by the way, this is a live website. If you want to play with this, you can go and play with that. And if you have bugs, you can report them on GitHub, and members of my team will take care about them. So let's try to define this terminology I've been using before. when building something generic, I mean that we want to do something that does not require any preprocessing, any special metadata. We should not have a special compiler or special build options. We should not have special libraries, none of this. What we do is that we take the binaries as they come out of the Debian packages, and we use them. Robust means pretty much being able to run Node.js. Since we need to be able to deal with a situation where code is not only generated at runtime, but it's also changed at runtime, maybe modified in place, or maybe just deleted and put somewhere else. This also happens when running code with V8, because code itself is garbage collected and moved around memory over time. And then we wanted to build something scalable. What this means is that although I showed you guys just a bunch of hello words, this thing can work on much bigger code bases. We wanted to build something that can work with programs in the wild, which means we want to support multiprocessing, multi-threading, thousands of files, and all these sort of features that are effectively used by programs that are real, not just toys. To give you an idea of what we've seen so far, Chirpex is this environment in which all the execution happens. And it's all client-side, it's all in the browser. There is no server-side component doing the execution for us. This is not a trick. And the first thing that starts is bash. So bash is the parent process. And then bash itself can spawn sub-processes, child processes, and I showed you GCC and Python. And all of these are actually completely independent to other spaces, okay? They have their own code and they have their own data. But the issue is that, from the point of view of the system, we don't really know what is code and what is data. These two things are just, it's just bytes. It's just all data in memory. And to solve this problem, we have actually a two-tiered execution engine. The first tier is an interpreter, and the second tier is an actual JIT engine that can generate highly optimized code. And the interpreter is able to pretty much run code without any information. It will start from the first instruction, put it to the next, and so on and so forth. And as it does this, it will also build the metadata internally about how the code is structured. And with that, it's now possible to fire up the JIT engine and generate optimized WebAssembly code out of this. And eventually, all these applications will need to reach the browser somehow, because we need to display text on screen, for example. And this happens, as you would expect, on a native system via syscalls. And syscalls, we implemented them ourselves. So what you saw so far is not a Linux kernel. It is a Linux-compatible API, so it's able to run any Linux executable, but it's not Linux itself. And the system call is the place where we stop and implement the system call manually, so that they can interact with the browser. And now you might wonder, why don't we just run everything in the JIT, since it's most likely more efficient? And the issue there is that this is actually not necessarily the case. The way I see it, JIT compilation is pretty much an investment, and you want to make sure that you recover your investment. It's an investment of execution time, really. You pay some execution time now, in the hope that in the future the same code will run faster, so that overall you run faster as well. And so just JIT in everything will be inefficient. So we actually, thanks to the interpreter, we can build this metadata. We build what we call the control flow graph of the program. And then when blocks of code become sufficiently hot, they are run a sufficient amount of time, we start generating JIT code only from that, and only from the subset that is executed enough and a sufficiently high number of times. And in this way, we can achieve both a good runtime performance and without exceeding the resources of the browser in terms of compiled code. So what can we do with this thing? In terms of features, what we have right now is that we have a fairly complete support for the core x86 instruction set. We do support x87, but it's not as fast. MMX and SSE are both supported, but they are currently scalarized. So we expand them to the equivalent scalar operations, which is, of course, slower. And our plans in the future is to, of course, use WebAssembly CMD extension to being able to shrink this gap. At the level of the OS, we have support for most of the file systems and process handling system calls. The data comes from a disk backend, which is an X2 implementation. And we have chosen to use X2 because it's going to be possible for us to extend it in the future to support further extensions and reach the X3 and X4 level without having to rewrite everything from scratch. In terms of persistence, this is pretty interesting. If you change a file in this VM, it will stay there. The persistent is local. It's done using indexeddb, which is great because it's privacy preserving, okay? So we are not going to look at your data. Your stuff is yours and it's going to be stored on your machine. And with this limited amount of features, we can already do a bunch of interesting things. In the context of education, for example, it will make it possible for schools to set up a zero maintenance environment that the students can fire up without having ever to worry about will this thing run on my computer, or maybe today the setup exe is not working correctly. For developers like us, it might make it possible not only to have just web-based IDEs, it will make it possible to have full web-based development environments where you can actually build and run the full pipeline on the client. This will be useful in documentation, to have live documentation for any programming language, not just for programming languages that can run already in the browser. And this may also be useful to open the web to a new category of applications, in particular, heavy-duty engineering applications like computer-aided design programs. Usually, these sort of applications do not actually have the full source code available, not even to the developer, because they use binary components which are sold by other companies. And thanks to this system, it doesn't matter you don't have the code. You can run the binaries as they are. Fundamentally, you don't care. And this is what we have now. And what about the future? Well, of course, one thing in my mind is gaming. To that, we first need to have some sort of graphical support. We are still getting there. And the plan is to actually make the full Xorg server run in a browser. Believe it or not, this can work. I've done a prototype some months ago, and it's totally possible. And then we need to figure out a way to map OpenGL directly to WebGL. And what's fun is that with this setup, it's quite possible that the overhead might be not even that high, because, of course, virtualization implies an overhead in terms of CPU execution. But since we will map OpenGL directly to WebGL, the overhead there is probably going to be much less. And with networking support, which is a whole complicated topic, we may be able to have full development environments where you can fire up a literal web application, including server-side code, from your browser tab, which is then reachable from all over the world from other people with their own browser. And my own personal goal is to reach the point where we can run a fully virtualized desktop environment in a tab, so that you can access the website, log in, and you have your data. You close the tab, you're done. You can continue your work somewhere else with your own system. And this is it, really. Feel free to get in touch, and we are actually hiring. We are looking for an intern right now. So if you are interested yourself, or you know somebody that could be interested in working with our tech, there is a space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alessandro. And let's check if we have some questions on Slido. Could I please see this on the screen? Yeah, I think we have some of them. At least this is what I see. OK, no problem. I will read it from my mobile phone. Yeah, so basically, the first question is very similar to my very initial one. Is it or will it be possible to run Windows application in the browser from their .exe file? For example, browser, like I mentioned.
So to run, fundamentally, the issue here is that we implement system calls. And it is, in theory, possible to implement the Windows system call and run a full Windows stack. Now, the tricky part with that is licensing. We don't have license from Microsoft to use all the DLLs from Windows. But what you can do is run Wine. So run the Windows emulation layer for Linux to run the Windows application on top of that.
Fair enough. The next one, do you have auto-completion or are there some limitations? I mean, in the command line?
Well, no, it's an actual bash. It is exactly what you will get for your own system. So if auto-completion is properly configured, you will get that as well.
Next question is it all open source?
Of course it's not. So the thing is that this might change in time. As I was saying, currently we are still trying to figure out what will be the productization of this technology. And right now it seems to us that we keep ourselves more open paths by keeping it proprietary. But this might change in the future. We honestly don't know. So far, it's going to be only for us to look at the code, but we would like you guys to try the thing if you like.
Okie doke. You said WebVM has a virtual file system backed by Cloudflare. Does it lazy load files or preload the whole VM at once? Does it perform well, after all?
So the backend is stored by a CDN, by Cloudflare, but it's not truly based on files. It's based on blocks. It is a block device. So it is a very traditional block-based file system. And each block is downloaded on demand, only when required. And this means that we can actually support pretty large disk images. The image you've seen so far is 2 gigs. But this is mostly for technical limitations. And we plan to make it possible to go much, much higher in terms of size.
Cool. So the next question is there offline mode? So you demonstrated this website, like Playground. Is that somehow possible to run this cool stuff when you're disconnected?
So if you ask if myself on my computer can have an offline setup, yes, of course, but this is not yet available to the public. It's still part of the fact that we still need to understand exactly what we're going to ship, what will be the APIs and these sort of things. So right now there is no truly offline mode, but it is what it is. We are working there.
Cool. Let's take this one. Do you also have access to the system somehow too? For example, can you run top command?
Well, you can run top, but you will only get the information. To be fair, you're not yet able to run top. Ideally, you will be able to run top, but you will get information only about the virtualized system. Of course, you can never access the reality of the underlying system, right? This is secure. This is not a security hole in your system.
Nice. And from theory to practice, the question is, who is and for what use WebVM right now?
In terms of customers, we don't have yet one, but we have partners that we are trying to work on with to try and build the first product really with this. And the main interest we have is from the education sector and the web-based IDEs sector. These are the people that seems to be the most interesting right now, but my personal goal is to have some gaming people on board.
Sounds good. And let's take this one, and I believe this will be the last question. And next we have lunch break. What kind of browsers and devices are required?
Any. Chrome, Firefox, Safari will work. So that's easy.
Cool. That's the best answer. Thank you very much, folks, for your questions. I'll keep some coins on the stage, so if you answered question, please feel free to come and grab. And now we have 1 hour break for the lunch. Some calories needed. Thank you.
Thanks.
That has been a wonderful day. Thank you again so much to our sponsors and our speakers for making this such a special day. And of course, thank you for JSNation for organizing this entire event. Again, I want to remind you that we have a feedback form available at jsnation.com/feedback. We really need your suggestions for making this event even better next time, provide an even better event experience. And with that, thank you all again so much, and we'll see you on Monday for the remote day of JSNation. See you then. Bye.
AGGrid's high-performance JavaScript data grid works with Angular, Vue, and React. It easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed community edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Crypto. A turbulent world full of risks and opportunities. Discover it through a trusted platform. Join the 1 million Dutch users of Bitfavo, the crypto exchange of the Netherlands. Crypto starts with Bitfavo.
What is intelligent industry with Capgemini? We could tell you it's how our team of experts help you use 5G, AI, and IoT to connect intelligent devices, factories, and software ecosystems to harness the power of data and foster innovation. But in human terms, it's business and tech.
So making our products intelligent really does make life
easier, better,
really working in sync. Capgemini. Get the future you want.
The content you create works harder across more channels, while you work smarter with powerful tools for workflows, editing, and even building your own apps. Say hello to a better way to build and deliver digital experiences. Contentful.
StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at StackHawk.com.